to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? See, I stayed out of Jalen Reed's way on that last one there. Let's do it. What's going on? Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you moms out there got treated well yesterday for Mother's Day. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good, and good to you for getting the day of the week right.
Bingo. Yeah.
And also not stepping on Jalen Reed.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a good week.
It's going to be a great day after Mother's Day.
Yes.
Yes. If I understand, I'm a man of many cultures, yes. Citizen of the world, and I know Canada intimately, yes.
You know, I went to the museum this weekend. Felt pretty cultured. Yeah.
Which one? The museum.
The museum. We have that's a good point. We have a few of them. The Museum of Natural Science here in the city of Houston. It was good. It was good, man. I'm going to effort to get a little more culture in my life, especially this time of year where the Saturdays and Sundays are a little more open for me now. I don't do that CBS show anymore on Sundays, so my weekends are much more wide open because when you have a Sunday show, it means you're prepping on Saturday, so it's taking up your whole weekend. So I said to Amy, I'm like, we got this museum membership. That was a Christmas present from our boss here. Gave us all a membership to the museum.
Yeah.
And I said, let's use an annual family membership. I said, let's use this thing. Let's go to the museum this weekend. And so as I was there, I said to myself, we're going to go at least once a month, and I'm going to come away learning 3 things every time I go to the museum. 3 new things. Mm-hmm. So that's
What'd you learn?
Well, the things I learned this weekend were, one,
Ronald Blanco is inducing softer contact?
I learned that on Sunday, actually. Okay. I didn't need to go to the museum for that. I learned about the Choctaw Code Talkers in World War I. I didn't know that they existed. Do you know what
Native Americans that used their,
I didn't know about that. I didn't know, they duped the Germans by using some of our Native American friends to send us signals.
Enough, whenever you can stick it to the Germans with a minority, that was the way. Jesse Owens, or the Wind Talkers,
So I learned about. I found that fascinating. I came home and read the Wikipedia entry about them. It was great. I learned a lot about the traditional Alaskan hunters and the way they lived and how they used the entire. When they killed a seal, they didn't waste anything. They ate the meat. They use the fat for oil, they use the skin for the clothes, and they use the intestines for their parkas.
And they use the tendons to make baseballs, the inner core of a baseball.
Is that true, or are you messing with me right
now? No, that's not true at all. No.
Well, don't do this, man. I'm trying to learn things. You know I'm going to believe these things.
No, I'm just trying to
sports spin on it.
Talk sports guy.
Last thing I learned. No, this is an important moment for me. I'm getting some culture. Yeah. I learned about the nudibranch snails in the bottom of the sea.
What do they do?
Here's what they do. They are predators who find like poisonous other beings down there, like man of war and things like that. They swallow up the poison creatures, and then they're able to utilize the poison from the creatures that they just ate.
They digest the poison?
Yeah, man, it'd be like...
Or do they repurpose the poison?
They repurpose it. They use it for themselves, yeah.
Oh, so they use the poison against other predators.
I turned to Amy, I said, this is as if the Rockets, if they were to eat Draymond Green, and they all just became a-holes all of a sudden. They're able to channel all of Draymond's a-holeness on the...
that's their phrase as a species is, if you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. You know, they take the poison and they use it, they turn it, they reframe it into something positive. Yeah.
That part's actually true, that phrase that they have right there, I heard in the... That's true. They said they
speak
in
their own...
Nudibranch.
Nudibranch?
Nudibranch. N-U-D-I branch. Yeah, man.
That sounds like a brand name or something.
I was nervous bringing the 3 things on that I learned this weekend because I thought for sure, I'm like, damn, Seth's going to know at least 2 of these, and I'm going to be like, oh, okay, I'm just learning things. Yeah.
But
yeah.
But I'm excited about you knowing
Thank
them.
you. Okay,
it's
good.
not a competition for nerdiness or anything.
No,
I was just more of a nerd than you growing up, that's all.
Yeah. So, but you didn't know about the nudibranches, huh?
I didn't know. I did not.
See,
no idea.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's I'm hoping that I can bring stuff to the table that the audience can learn. Now, as
you know what? I also learned about this whole necton stuff that PJ Fleck is using as a motivational.
I don't know what
tool.
that is. I stayed away from the audio on that. I
you
wouldn't.
Did? Okay.
Yeah. I can't.
PJ Fleck has a fraudulent motivational term that we need to expose. It's really annoying me. It's annoyed me all weekend long. Yeah.
Good. Okay, we'll do that in the next segment. You mentioned Ronel Blanco. I have the 2 big stories coming away from this weekend with the Astros. One is a good story. It's Ronel Blanco yesterday. After me for the last 3 weeks saying, this is who he is, 5 innings, 3 runs, here, you got a chance to win a game. That was a huge start for this. Or Lance McCullers went a third of an inning. You know, like that Lance McCullers going a third of an inning on Saturday, and you got to go to your bullpen in the first inning, has a huge ripple effect. The way that you curtail that ripple effect is have Ronel Blanco go out there and damn near pitch a complete game the next day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he was able to kind of balance things out. And obviously the bad story from this weekend is the reaction from at least one person who decided it was a good idea to go on social media and threaten Lance McCullers' family. That was the other
right, thing. Yeah, which it's hopefully, I don't know, maybe it tempers people a little bit versus however you might be feeling about Lance right now, which there's a very Jose Abreu feel about Lance right this moment. And you couldn't tell, in terms of Lance McCullers' first 2 starts, he had kind of a soft landing when his first start was against the White Sox, one of the worst hitting teams in baseball. And he struggled, but still made it through without allowing any runs. And then, the baseball deities responded hardcore.
Yeah.
Because you go up against a team in the Reds that is very, very careful with their pitch selection. They don't swing a lot, and to the tune of not swinging at Lance's first 14 pitches.
They didn't swing a lot,
until they swung and hit a 3-run homer.
Yeah.
And, man, I don't, Sean, I was a half hour late getting to that game. I turned on the TV, and it was 9-0. I mean, Van Wy was already out there by the time I missed Lance's entire performance.
Yeah.
And it was 9-0.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do at this point other than, I mean, they're going to give him at least one more start, but if it doesn't get better, you're in this stretch where you're using a 6-man rotation, but without Wisniewski. Because he's got some kind of forearm tenderness,
man.
And yet Blanco comes out and he this is a better version of him. What you got in this performance was a better version of Blanco than even during his hot stretch in the first half of last season because he was efficient.
Yeah,
he said 11 strikeouts. Yeah. Smashed his old record. And over the course of the last 6 games, he does have a 3.03 ERA. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he hasn't gone deep into games like you'd like him to. But there are some things on the fringes and in the advanced stats that you can point to that says, all right, the really good Blanco is in there. We've just got to get it longer and more consistent.
Yeah, and that's against a pretty decent team, like you said, in the Reds. He threw 101 pitches in 8 innings, like super economical, man. Like just really efficient. Walked 1 guy, struck out 11. I don't expect that from him every time out, but if the starts that he gives you skew closer to that than the ones where it's, 5 innings, 3 runs, like that was, I mean, we're almost 40 games into the season. I don't think it's a stretch to say that was the most important pitching performance of the year so far, considering what happened the day before. For Blanco to come out and balance out what Lance did and kind of recalibrate things so you didn't have to dig into the bullpen in the 5th inning or anything, symbolize. You're right, because now this is a starting rotation. It's early in a 17-game stretch where they're going to get taxed, and McCullers does not look like he's got things going early on here. Wisniewski, as you pointed out, is out with the injury. We don't know when Arrigetti's coming back. Did I see here? Did you mention? I saw in the notes here he's still in a cast right now. So I mean, those are at least two of the guys plus Lance that you were counting on coming into the year. So if Ronel Blanco, like they have to have that version of Blanco here during this stretch right now. I don't know if you want to hang around in this division early on here. You've got to get something close to that from Blanco because we know that the Framber and Hunter Brown thing long-term is non-negotiable. Those two have to be aces for you, especially because this team still doesn't have a hitter that's got over an 800 OPS. They have to be great all year, or for most of the year. Right now, with the injuries and with Lance's performance, you have to get this out of Blanco right now, or else you're going to really be teetering on the brink early on here.
Right, and, Gusto is going to factor huge into it, especially during this stretch, obviously. And Gusto and Wisniewski are the two guys where you're kind of waiting to see exactly – after they go through the Astros car wash, what do they look like? And we're just going to have to put that on hold for Wisniewski. Yeah. I guess the other pitching news would be that Dubin was activated. So Sean Dubin, another guy that you're kind of waiting to see exactly what you have in him as a pro. The only positive I took from Saturday's game was that finally, in 100%, the proper pronunciation of Van Wy's name is now in my head.
Yeah.
I just Van Way. But I saw enough
of
him early and often to know that it's Van Wy.
Yes, you got an early taste of him. What's up with the lowercase letters? Is that just...
There's a story behind that. I've seen like 2 different articles about it, but I didn't read it. Okay. There's some article. Honestly, the first article I read about it, I didn't quite understand exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Yeah. Other than that, it has something to do with the fact that the W is capitalized, and he wanted to accentuate that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, for those who don't know, Van Wy's got lowercase letters on the back of his jersey.
Because does McCullers have? It's all caps, right?
He's got a lowercase C. The first C is lowercase, but the rest of it's all caps. Yeah.
But it would be weird to have a big V, a small A and N, and then a big W.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In a small E and a Y.
That is the way he spells his name, is with 2 caps.
Yeah. I just I don't know. It's just it looks strange is all. I'm not.
It's Cap.
I'm not judging the guy. It's Cap. All right.
Quick shout out to the Barbara Bush Foundation. I was thinking about you and I being, I was nerdier growing up. Mm-hmm. Part of that was because my 2 best friends, the Sanderson twins, when I was a young kid, moved away out of my neighborhood, and I used to play with them we go out exploring in the woods and play baseball and everything. Yeah. They moved away, and I didn't have any friends left in the neighborhood anymore. I would stay at my grandma's house after school, and there were like 5 houses down from my grandma was the public library. So I ended up spending a whole bunch of time in the library as a kid, and that's where I just started reading. I wasn't all of a sudden when I took a big surge in my football playing ability. It was I stumbled across a couple of football technique books at the library.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So just having access to all these books and nothing else to do but be bored and go to the library, it was really good for me in life. So the Barbara Bush Foundation, they try to put books in kids' houses.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean that every kid that gets a bunch of books is gonna turn into the next Einstein or something, but those kids have that option and they're close to it.
That's it. And I'm sure we'll be raising money for them again this year. They do a great job getting books in kids' hands, man. It's a big deal, getting kids literate for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running on a Monday. Texans rookie minicamp was out there on Friday. We heard from D'Amico. There is one quote that D'Amico had that just shows the stark contrast between him and previous Texan coaches, and I think it's great. And I want to get Seth's thoughts on it because the question that D'Amico got asked to get that answer was about his rookie year. Seth was there for that. So I want to hear from D'Amico at rookie minicamp. We'll do that coming up next. But first, let's hear from me snoring right there. Yep.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texans rookie minicamp is in the books. The Texans rookies on the field on Friday. Saturday, we got to see them on Friday. I'll share some thoughts on that in just a minute. Here was D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach, was asked, hey, what can you share? Were you able to share any stories from your rookie year with this rookie class?
One thing I remember just from being a rookie, and it's just, you just attack the process just like, why were you drafted? I always had to remember, like, when you're drafted, why were you drafted? Obviously, someone saw something good in you in college. So continue to be who you've been. Like, don't get to the NFL and try to, I always tell the guys, don't try to make yourself just lower than the vets, or I'm looking up to the vets. Come in, and if you were the man in college, be the man here and do it in the right way, in a humble way. But we drafted these guys for a reason. Like, we're not waiting on guys 3 years down the road. We drafted guys, and my message to them, we drafted them for them to help us out right now. So understand the sense of urgency. Congratulations, you're here as a rookie, but now what? Like, you have to come in, you have to help us, right, win games. That's what it's about.
All right, so D'Amico kind of elevating the rookies and telling them to elevate themselves, very different than past head coaches.
The rookies just, they don't know anything.
Yeah.
I know, but it's true. D'Amico would say the same thing. He would just say it more, I think, maybe respectfully. They don't know what they don't know yet.
Sure.
But I did like the way D'Amico framed that. Because he said, be the man, but, humble. Do it respectfully and do it in the right way. It is a matter of finding that balance. I think sometimes guys might come into the league and put NFL players too much on a pedestal to where you feel like, oh, this is just such a huge thing. And if you listen to all the propaganda about how different it is in the NFL versus college, a lot of it is true. But if you belong to be in the NFL, then you're going to make plays. The best advice I ever got as a rookie was by Dave Thomas, who was just a gargantuan cornerback with the Jaguars back in the day. But his locker was next to mine, and he used to tell me every day, hey, man, just show up. Be sure you show up. Be sure the coaches notice you today.
Yeah.
And it just flat out figure out a way to make a play. That you're going to screw up. You're going to make mistakes. You still have a lot to learn. But they draft you to make plays. So right from the get-go, you got to figure out a way to show up every single day. And, I think I think a part of it, too, is since D'Amico got here, they seem to be drafting the right kind of guys who are hungry and confident, but also have a good team mentality. They're not selfish jerks.
Yeah.
So those guys you create an environment just by virtue of having the right kinds of guys on the team, where guys like Kamari Lassiter, he feels free to be himself.
Yeah.
And it also helps that, back in the day, the NFL did a lot of stuff to rookies that was just dumb. There's a difference between rookies having responsibilities or whatever the light hazing might be versus just beating the crap out of them and trying to destroy their confidence.
Yeah.
You don't have time for that anymore.
No.
There's just free agency means that you got to get the most you can out of a guy in those first 4 years, and you don't have time to give him a 1 year long indoctrination
That's
period.
it, man. I thought that was the most poignant part of what D'Amico said right there. Is like, look, man, we drafted you to help us now. Like, think about that. Like, it feels like C.J. Stroud in some ways just got here yesterday. He's going to be up for a contract extension after this year. It goes by fast. And the more important a rookie you are, the more important it is to extract that value out of them, out of that rookie deal that they've got. So, there's no time. There's no minor league system with football. Like in baseball, you can draft a guy, stash him in the minor leagues for 3 years, then you control his cost for another 6 after that. Like there's none of that. With the NFL, you are thinking about what to do with these guys on their next contract by the time year 3 rolls around, There
was a good quote in a Jonathan Alexander article. When we talk about drafting the right kinds of guys, Iowa State's wide receivers coach said this about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel in this Jonathan Alexander article in the Chronicle. They never cared who had the bigger game, who had the touchdowns. They knew our game plan revolved around those two guys getting the ball. 1 week, Jaden would go off and vice versa. I've never coached two guys that truly see joy in seeing each other have success. It's kind of what Iowa State is. So I think that right there, compare that to some other guys in the second or third round over the last few years, and there's a difference, in perhaps the way kind of DJ Swearinger operated, or
Braxton Miller was a big one. Miller. Yeah. Third-round pick who walked in thinking he was Jerry Rice when he got here. He kind of put himself on a pedestal. These guys are not about that. You're right. Here's D'Amico actually talking about the two Iowa State wide receivers.
Seeing Jaden and Jalen together I think it's very comforting for those guys, like being able to work together in college for the past couple years and being able to be drafted to the same team. I think it's a unique situation for them, but I think both guys will benefit a lot from it. Just because they have someone to lean on. A lot of times you get drafted and you go to a new city in a situation where you're trying to learn a lot of new things, learn new surroundings, and you trying to learn new people as well. So I think they benefit from having each other, or having that brother from college to be with you throughout this process is only going to help both of those guys, I think, speed up their transition to the NFL.
A lot of the stuff from this weekend was just it was starting to get a little too happy, joy for my liking necessarily. but it's an easy story. And it's accurate. These guys are just best buds, and they fish together, and they're pals, and isn't it nice for them to be together?
They had did I read they had a fishing YouTube channel that they did?
A TikTok channel.
A TikTok channel. Okay, gotcha.
Which people had gone out and found was Jaden Higgins himself said, I don't know, I think it's still out there. I tried to look for it the other day and I couldn't find it.
Boy.
Other people on the internet did find it.
Cranking out that content lately, I see.
It's
Jaden.
all good, wholesome content from what I saw.
Yeah.
And it does not look anything like a gas mask bong. That's it's always nice when the social media stuff that surfaces isn't in the vein of a Laramie Tunsil or a Josh Allen or whatever it might be. Yeah.
It's a couple guys fishing, that's all.
Yeah,
just sharing it with the masses. I like it. Okay, this is the other thing. On Friday, it was unseasonably cool, I would say. It's in the mid-70s, I think, out there on Friday. It was very pleasant. Somebody standing out there, I can tell you, it was very pleasant. And the message to the rookies was, don't get used to this. This is D'Amico talking about the rookies getting acclimated to Houston.
Yeah, I had to tell Jalen Smith, I thought I heard him say the word hot out here. And as we all know, in Houston, as of right now, you cannot say the word hot. This is winter for us right now. This is outstanding weather. So I just wanted him to understand, like, if you think this is hot, you're in for a long training camp, buddy. So, now, a fun moment, though, to see the rookies and getting acclimated to Houston. It's different in Southern California.
Yeah, so Jalen Smith from Southern California. You got two guys in your top draft picks who are from Kansas City, and Higgins, at least, is from South Florida. I'll tell you, honestly, Houstonians, you guys have you do not have to be bad, Houston, because I played my first 5 years in Jacksonville, and when I found out I was coming to Houston, I thought no big deal. Exact same latitude. If you look at it on paper, the heat index, the average heat index is about the same. I don't know what it is. Houston's different. It's just different. I remember my first training camp, just wonder what the hell is going on here. My shoes were just soaked, sopping wet all the time. I would change my shoes midway through practice because they'd be so drenched.
Really?
In sweat.
You have multiple pairs of shoes out there?
It's different, man. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but it's just different. When we ran that little experiment, and the last time we ever did this, I think, as a team, was against the Steelers in 2005, where we thought, hey, we're gonna have the roof open because we've got the advantage. That screw that.
The fans that were there that day and sat in the sun agree with you.
And for the guys who were playing on the field, I can tell you, no, man.
It affects everybody.
Plus, the Steelers were just they were a classic Steelers team. They were not the team that was going to wilt in the sun or whatever.
Yeah.
Especially it was one of the first home games, so it was still hot all over the country, and the Steelers had just gone through training camp. If you do it in November or December or something, it might be. I don't know what it is. It's just different, man.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's ridiculously hot here.
Well, and D'Amico does not use that bubble. Like, they never practice inside. They're always outside.
That is a big difference that you get a training effect from or I guess maybe a mental toughness training effect, especially from training coach, including Capers, use the bubble a lot more. So that's and it when you play your home games, you're playing indoors. It doesn't really affect you that much. But I do think there's a certain mental toughness to it when you have to just fight through that heat every day.
Yeah, and I'm guessing they've got the science on exactly how much they should be practicing outside, and is it a detrimental effect or not? But yeah, dude, he does not use that bubble, D'Amico. He is boot camp style outside.
If I want to, I won't get super nerdy about the sports science of it here. But the one thing that I always wonder a little bit about is that it doesn't matter how mentally tough you are. Physiologically, you just don't move as fast and operate as well in extreme heat.
Yeah.
So I always wonder if maybe you're losing out a little bit because the practices aren't going to be as fast and as crisp going inside. But I can also tell you from personal experience, I don't care whatever the studies and whatever it looks like on paper, turf versus natural surfaces. Just the cumulative effect of practicing on turf is that you're sore. You're just I don't care whether it causes more ACLs or not or anything. It's just your joints get sore going on that no matter how soft the artificial surface is, it's concrete underneath. So that's a big part of it.
So it's good being on the grass.
Yeah,
it's good being on the grass.
It's a lot more comfortable for your whole body.
Yeah. All right, set up this necton thing for me that Ursary was talking about the other day.
Now this is interesting. I read 3 articles with this quote in it before I actually listened to the audio, and nobody bothered to explain what the hell Ursary was talking about. Okay. So I had to do what I hate most, which is research on my own. This is asked about whether he was surprised to be in Houston or what the biggest surprise was so far.
I mean, being a Houston Texan, honestly, I couldn't walk into a better situation. We were a big culture school at Minnesota, so, Texans is the same as well. So we talked about swarm mentality at Minnesota. We talked about necton mentality, always attacking and never fool.
Necton.
Okay, so necton. I hear this necton, and I figure it must be some kind of acronym for something.
Right.
So I did my research. Here's Minnesota coach P.J. Fleck on the Pat McAfee show talking about exactly what the necton mentality is.
The necton is an organism that can flow through water without the water current dictating its behavior. So a great white shark is a necton. It always attacks and it's never full. It's never satisfied. So whether that's academically, athletically, socially, spiritually, it's never satisfied.
McAfee buying it hook, line, and sinker right there.
That sounds pretty badass, right?
Yeah,
all right.
Totally.
Great white
Sharks?
mentality.
Yeah.
This is why it's dumb, PJ Fleck. And this is why I feel like you're not giving your players credit enough for seeing through this bogus sham of a necton mentality.
Sham?
Because especially I think he probably likes it because it sounds like PJ Fleck.
Oh,
like he's PJ Fleck.
My little Flecktons out there, yeah.
Here are the other things other than a great white shark that are nectons.
Okay.
Shrimp, octopus.
Oh, tasty.
Turtle.
Okay.
Possibly you can make an argument for Michael Phelps. It's anything. It's any animal that can move through the water freely against the current.
Do I see
every fish is a necton?
So flounder is a necton.
A flounder is a necton.
So technically, the Minnesota football team was a bunch of flounders.
Bunch of flounders. Squid. Bunch of squids.
Yeah.
This is like saying that instead of saying "I have the tiger," saying "I have the mammal." as you've got.
Doesn't pop.
You're warm-blooded. You've got you give live birth.
Yeah.
I reject the necton mentality.
Yeah. Just pick out the shark and say it's a shark mentality. Mm-hmm. Why do you got to sound so like I didn't know? I had no idea what the word necton was until you brought it into the rundown here. I didn't know what it was.
Always hungry, always moving.
Yes, so
which I feel like that's another. People like to say that about the great white shark. I feel like after a shark eats a porpoise, it's probably not eaten for a little while at least. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Another thing that's common to all animals, we tend to routinely get hungry.
Yeah.
Okay? Or all animals in general,
yes.
whether you're a necton or not. Oh yeah. There's not like those animals that are never hungry.
Right.
No, we're going to be like the animals that get hungry.
And sometimes the shark does get full, as you point out. Like, the shark's got to unbutton his belt buckle. Be like, whoo, man, that was some good. That was a good porpoise right there. You need more? Nope. Not nectoning right now. I'm good. I'm full.
I will say, Ursary was my favorite of the 3 rookies who spoke this weekend. I feel like Ursary had the most interesting things to say. He's got a good backstory behind a lot of his. His story is interesting. We have to find out what he was talking about, including necton.
Yeah, we'll hear more from him a little bit later in the show. They did that thing. The social media team did that thing where they get the players coming over the bridge there onto the field, and it's just a barrage of the players getting asked a question or something. And this question was just like, "Hey, you ready for camp?" kind of thing. And everybody's like, "Yeah, let's go." Ursary was the only one who I found to be have a little bit of energy to him. He's like, "Yeah, man, smells like football out here today." I'm like, all right, I like this guy. I like this Ursary guy. All right, headlines. Good weekend overall for the Astros, with one very disturbing story coming out of the Saturday game. We'll get to that. We'll circle back to the Texans. Big night tonight for the Rockets as well, and a retirement in the NFL that we'll probably get to at the top of the hour. Headlines coming up next. Stay there.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, big thanks to the Men's Tea Clinic for bringing us headlines today. The Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds, a team, Seth, that they had not beaten since 2016 going into this weekend, which is one of the weirder streaks, I think, out there in Houston sports, that the Astros, amidst this run of dominance that they've had. Now, they haven't played the Reds very much because we just got into this era of baseball a year ago. Every team at least once a year. Prior to that, it was every 3 years you'd play them. So they didn't have too many chances at it. Yet in 2019 and 2022, when these two teams played, the Astros got swept both years.
The other weird Red stat, since I know you're so into weird Red stats these days. Yeah. This isn't. I don't know about the statistical probability of this, like that streak that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. But after the Astros gave up how many runs in the first inning? It was
10. They gave up 10 runs.
It was 10. Okay, I thought it was it ended up being 10. That's right.
Yeah.
The record for runs allowed in an inning is 14, and it was against the Reds, August 3rd, 1989.
Okay, well there you
14.
go.
14.
Wow. Yeah, 14.
Good job,
runs.
Reds.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy cow. 30 years later, or whatever it is, here they are, knocking the Astros around. That was the bad news from the weekend. 13-9, the final score of that Saturday game. Sandwiched, though, by 2 shutouts. 3-0, a Hunter Brown performance on 5 2/3 shutout innings on Friday. The bullpen brings the ship into the shore. And then Ronel Blanco was outstanding yesterday. 8 innings, 11 strikeouts, just 2 hits, no runs allowed. And the Astros get a 6-0 shutout yesterday. I would say the biggest story from over the weekend that got the most traction, though, Seth, was following the Saturday night game, the loss to the Reds, in which Lance McCullers gave up 7 of those 10 runs that we're talking about here in the first inning. He got 1 out in this game, and that was it. He threw 35 pitches, and he was done. I guess got on his own. There were death threats to his family, to his kids, that we found out about after the game. Joe Espada livid when finding out this story and sharing it with the media on Saturday night.
I'm going to start saying something. I just left my office, and it's very unfortunate that Lance McCullers, that there are people who are threatening his life and the life of his kids because of his performance. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with this. After all he's done for this city, for this team, the fact that we have to talk about that in my office. I got kids too, and it really drives me nuts that we have to deal with this. Very sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah. I made sure to leave that thud in there at the end. He slammed his fist down on the table.
It's, and it makes it difficult to talk about. Obviously, you got to separate the two things.
Sure.
The McCullers performance from that response. I'm guessing that was one person on social media, maybe on multiple accounts, or maybe whatever it was. I feel like we don't need to tell our audience, hey, everybody out there, quit it with the death threats.
Right, there's no take on this.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, I can't believe all of you are doing that. By and large, 99.99% of the Astros fans are not out there doing whatever the hell they were doing to Lance McCullers. But it is, Lance is trying to deal with how he's reeling emotionally from that, and then you add on top to it all of that. They've got more ways of going after people now, don't they? When they attack you on social media, it's they can actually. I think there's some precedent now that you can go and actually. You don't have total anonymity when you try to go after.
You mean like going after the perpetrators, the guys?
Yeah. You get the law involved. Yeah, there's recourse now more so than there used to be.
And they did get the law involved, according to Espada, I think, a spokesperson from the Astros said they've been in touch with HPD, and I would imagine it's that if somebody's dumb enough to do that on a digital platform, there's ways to trace it back to them, I would imagine. If you're dumb enough to do that, then you're probably dumb enough to get caught doing it.
You're dumb enough to do it if you threaten an individual. When you bring his kids into it, that's where I feel like the sentencing needs to be extreme, right?
Yes.
That's just some seriously messed up stuff.
You're a useless member of society if you do that kind of thing. Like, it's just, you're right. Like, Exactly what you said. There's no take on this. Like, there's no. Seth and I are going to debate what's the threshold where it's appropriate to send a death threat to a pitcher. I don't know, man. It was only a third of an inning, you know.
For the rest of the show, it's whether or not it's appropriate to do that. No.
How big does your wager need to be that you lost in order for a death threat to be appropriate? Like,
whoever that person is, who knows? He or she might actually listen to our show. I will use my pulpit to speak to you individually. Go get help, please. Turn yourself in. You need help.
That's exactly right. Texans rookie minicamp in the books. Up next will be OTAs and then mandatory minicamp, and we roll on with the offseason. Schedule releases this Wednesday. That'll be the next big item on the calendar. We'll have that covered towards the middle of the week. NBA playoffs. Couple things here. The two number one seeds, the two teams that ran away and hid from everybody else during the regular season, Cleveland in the East and Oklahoma City in the West, they are in dogfights right now in the NBA playoffs. Cleveland is down 3-1 to Indiana after last night's game in which they trailed 80-39 at the half. They trailed by 41 points at the half in a game. That's the number one seed in the Eastern Conference. Trailed by 41 at the half. Donovan Mitchell just didn't play in the second half. Kind of said he had a sprained ankle. I listened to Cleveland for a little bit this morning. There was a little bit of eye rolling going on, it sounded like, up there over that. OKC, that OKC Denver series is fun. That's tied at 2 right now. What's so funny?
Cleveland, by the way. So everything that could be uncomfortable in a rookie mini camp, which are usually it's a glorified walkthrough in a lot of ways. So Shedeur Sanders obviously is going to make huge headlines. It's already Dylan Gabriel versus Shedeur Sanders. All of this, Shedeur's handled it as far as I could tell pretty well. It's not like he's fanning the flames or anything. It's just gonna be a huge controversy. And then Mason Graham, the number 5 overall pick, was puked, had to leave to clean his helmet. And then people were kind of shocked to see Mason Graham running through drills and saying, wait a second, this guy's a top 5 pick? Yeah, he's not that great an athlete.
Right.
And it's not just crusty old white guys saying like, well, of course he's a white defensive lineman. He's not. No.
Watch him run.
He's not a great athlete. Yeah. It's really rare for a defensive lineman who does not have incredible physical skills to be drafted top 5 overall. And he played. I love the way he plays, but he doesn't look like your typical. He's not J.J. Watt.
No.
He's not Aaron Donald. He just does not move like those guys.
No.
But he's also doesn't weigh. He's not big either.
Mm-mm.
He's not. If he was 345 pounds moving the way he does, then I would think, he's a fascinating prospect.
Yeah.
I really love the way he played in college, but I was still kind of surprised throughout the entire draft process that people were talking about him as this incredible D-line prospect where he just doesn't move like most of those guys.
Well, that story is exacerbated too, Seth, or at least it will be if he turns into just being, a very average player or whatever.
Yeah.
That pick was the one Cleveland got flipping back and forth in the Travis Hunter trade. If Travis Hunter goes on to revolutionize football the way the magnificent Gladstone said he's going to, and Mason Graham is over here puking in his helmet at rookie minicamp, there's going to be hell to pay, I would imagine, for somebody.
Hey, remember when everybody said everybody was overreacting? The first-round wide receiver to the Titans.
Oh, Treylon Burks.
Yeah, Treylon Burks.
Yeah. How'd that turn out?
Everyone's like, hey, everybody's making way too much of this, okay? He's got asthma. Leave him alone. And all right, he's had asthma for 3 years now. Okay.
Yes, just can't shake this asthma, man.
Titans are like, wait a second, he's got asthma? Yeah, great job, Titans.
Good job, medical staff. Yeah. The one thing I did see with Shedeur is that he was doing a media session at rookie minicamp. He's up there at the podium. And they asked him about the conversation he had with Tom Brady after he was drafted. Brady, I guess, got on a Zoom call with him and Prime after they got drafted, or after Shedeur got drafted. Because, Tom Brady, day 3 pick also. So they asked him something to the effect of, what did Brady have to say? Or what'd you learn from your call with Brady or whatever? And he said something to the effect, the audio's not great. Otherwise, I would have brought it onto the show. The audio is kind of muffled. but something to the effect of, just that my career is going to, wind up like his, and like, what? As you can imagine, the internet had a lot of fun with that.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, dude, I'll find it during the break and send it to you. Maybe the audio is.
It's going to be a good. Shedeur is. It's probably ultimately. He's a guy that's always had his dad right by his side. It's not his fault that he's always had his dad right by his side.
That's true.
So there'll be some learning experiences for him.
No doubt. Last headline: NBA draft lot PM. Be there. Rockets have a 3.7% chance of landing the number 1 overall pick. So 6 p.m. tonight, and I'm guessing it's on ESPN before one of the playoff games tonight. So, yeah, Rockets in the NBA draft lottery. All right, that's headlines. Thanks to the Men's Tea Clinic for sponsoring those. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. We'll circle back to Texans rookie minicamp and some of the sounds that we heard from out there. Big retirement in the NFL this weekend that raises the question. I have put together the Mount Rushmore of bag getters in the NFL. The 4 best at getting money without really doing anything of significance. One of those 4 retired this weekend. We've got that for you. Coming up next, let's get Prize Picks in play here, though, right now.
permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. You can watch on YouTube and Twitch as well. Seth, text message. We just got done talking about Mason Graham in headlines, the rookie defensive tackle out of Michigan, who is a for vomiting at rookie minicamp over the weekend. Seth, would you be surprised if Kenneth Grant, who is Mason Graham's Michigan teammate along the defensive line, he too a defensive tackle drafted 13th overall by the Dolphins, would you be surprised if Kenneth Grant outperformed Mason Graham in the NFL?
No. I think Kenneth Grant looked a lot more like a guy. He moves and looks like a guy that might go in the top 15 of the NFL draft, more so than Mason Graham does. Mason Graham is I don't like making predictions about any of these guys. You just never know until they get out there. He does a lot of things really, really well. He's just not. When you talk about stud defensive linemen, they tend to be kind of physically freakish, and if they don't go in the first round, it's usually for some reason. There's diamonds in the rough, as there is with every other position, obviously. But there are when it comes to the size and weight dynamic of it, the really good defensive linemen are just freaks of nature, the genuinely great ones. And Kenneth Grant looks more and moves more like a freak of nature than Mason Graham does. Now, Mason Graham has incredible technique and body awareness and all of that stuff. I'm not going to be overly surprised if Mason Graham ends up being a really good defensive lineman in the NFL. There was some weird stuff with him, though, too, where, he was listed at 320 during the season. He shows up at the combine weighing 297. And then at the draft, honestly, when you look at him at the draft, he's got kind of a goofy look about him. Yeah. And then he pukes in his helmet at training at minicamp. I don't know. I didn't get exactly why people were so authoritatively assured that Mason Graham was a better player than Kenneth Grant. Yeah. Other than Mason Graham had been doing it for a longer time. Kenneth Grant kind of got better as his college career progressed.
Feels like Mason Graham, he'll be around for 10 years playing in the NFL. I just know that he's ever going to be worthy of the fifth overall pick in the draft.
Right, yeah.
So,
and yet I love the way he plays. Sure. He's a classic guy. We used to say this about because, we were a smaller college, and you'd get kids out of Texas, and it was awesome when you got a kid from Texas because they were just freaking strong as ox. They'd been on their high school weightlifting team and everything. But you always had to wonder, they also you had to wonder exactly what their ceiling was because high school football in Texas is so good and because their technique was so much better than a lot of other places that you just didn't know how much more development they had in them. And Mason Graham kind of feels like that version of an NFL player. He was so refined as a college kid that you just wonder exactly how much more can he stack on top of it if he's got physical limitations?
One other text, then we'll get to Derek Carr's retirement over the weekend in just a second. But this goes back to the Lance McCullers story. Lance McCullers receiving reportedly a death threat not just to him but his kids after giving up 7 earned runs in a third of an inning on Saturday. And I'm going to echo what this text I'm about to read. I kind of thought the same thing. Not that it should be done anytime, a death threat, but when I heard about it, it just sounded very random. Why McCullers against the Reds in a meaningless game in early May? Right. I kind of thought the same thing. I'm like, that's bad. You should never do it. Never, ever, ever. A random Saturday game on May 10th,
if that's going to be what elicits the emotion that all of a sudden this guy's going to go completely off the rails.
Right.
We're dealing with a genuine psycho here is the answer, Sean. Yeah.
Or an angry gambler.
Or is somebody who lost money on it.
An angry gambler, that's right.
Still a genuine psycho, but right. More so than in the past, you've got more people that are out there just gambling these days. So it's one of the many effects of gambling being more just
harassment.
More common now is there's going to be more harassment probably, unfortunately.
Your reaction when Derek Carr announced he was retiring from football over the weekend?
That was my.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. You know what? Honestly, my reaction was, should I be having more of a reaction about this?
Right.
I don't. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Good luck to you.
Well,
yeah.
It's a weird thing because the shoulder injury that Derek Carr has was treated very strangely by the media. There was a lot of speculation that the Derek Carr self-reporting a shoulder injury right after on the draft, where there had been talk that the Saints were looking to get out from the Derek Carr business, which is probably not it's probably a wise thing to do if he were to. Derek Carr has for the last 10 years has been a guy who's making way too much money for the amount of games that he wins or doesn't win, more appropriately. But this was Derek Carr about a week or so ago, maybe, at a church service. He was speaking at a church somewhere, I believe in Las Vegas, and actually was talking about his shoulder injury at this church service.
Yes, I have to say this. I hate that I have to say this, but I have to say this. Yes, I have a shoulder injury, despite what ESPN says, and what some lady on a podcast might think.
Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
I have an MRI report to prove it. The team knows about it. We've been in constant communication. There's nothing wrong. We're figuring it out, and we're going to go forward with that. Is that okay? And I've been dealing with this, and I've been dealing with people lying about me. I've been dealing with them saying this and that, and I'm like, Lord, why do I have to continue to deal with this nonsense? Like, what is going on? And I say that to preface with, you never know what someone's really going through. And so why do we continually try to attack people? And I would say attack people that are trying to do things maybe the right way. Why do we continually try? Why do we always have to have an opinion? Why do we always? Twitter and Instagram has ruined things for some people, because now all these people think that they have voices that have to be heard. And so, like, some people's voices don't need to be heard right now.
Okay, and just what he was referring to there, ESPN podcast is Diana Rossini. There had been speculation that he was essentially lying about this shoulder injury, that he was doing it to try to get up and out of New Orleans.
I guess some of the speculation was that his camp were the people putting the stuff out there about it, just to try to force the Saints to do something. Yeah. That's neither here nor there. I think that, for one, obviously he was answering a question about his shoulder. Mm-hmm. It seemed like he was answering a question about his shoulder there. It wasn't like he came into the speech. It wasn't like on the church program that morning it said, today Derek Carr will speak about his shoulder.
Yeah.
It sounded like he was answering a question. Yeah. I think that the thing about Carr, and this is he's not a young athlete anymore, but this is what comes with being a quarterback, and I've always wondered just why he seemed to have a particular grudge against the way he was talked about in the media. Mm-hmm. And there comes a point where at some point you've just got to figure out a way to put the blinders on and accept that, yes, that's the reality of it. And if you need to combat it, you got to use the appropriate size chip on your shoulder. And it's a really hard thing for a quarterback to manage is, all right, how much of this do I use as fuel versus how much do I just fixate on it? And his entire career, it feels like he's been in this battle against perceived disrespect. Mm-hmm. The best way to combat that is to go out and be a really, really good quarterback.
Yeah.
And he just never actually got to that level.
No.
So if anything, he was vastly, regardless, made way more money than you would expect for what his actual production on the field was.
He made nearly $200 million. I think once it's all said and done, it'll be over $200 million, because I think the two sides are still haggling over what money he gets to keep. I think they're going to let him keep this $10 million roster bonus he just got in March as a parting gift of some sort. But he didn't win a playoff game. He only played in one playoff game. I guess, to be fair, the best season he had was in 2016, his third year, where he was third in the MVP balloting, but he got hurt at the end of the year. They played the Texans in the playoffs that year with Connor Cook at quarterback. A Connor Cook, Brock Osweiler playoff game took place back in the 2016 postseason.
Yeah. And then people tend to lose their appetite for somebody who's I know who's got a little bit of a persecution complex.
Yes.
That's like the whole thing. Well, also, if you're presenting yourself as so devout and all about the things that really matter, and you try to, as a Christian, you try to you don't want to be worldly and care about all these other things, which include like what people are saying about you as a high-priced quarterback in the NFL.
Instagram. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I just keep getting persecuted, and it's It's no different than people that get, sent to prison and assassinated for their religious beliefs.
Same exact thing. Yeah.
It's a really hard thing for devout professional athletes to try to tiptoe that tightrope between, staying focused on your faith, but also not being sucked into worldly things. And it's all worldly. I don't know if it's very, very hard.
If Aaron Rodgers, if part of why he's delaying on signing anywhere, mainly Pittsburgh, that's still the rumored place that he's going to land. Pittsburgh and New Orleans now have disastrous quarterback situations. The Steelers quarterbacks are Mason Rudolph, Skylar Thompson, and they drafted Will Howard out of Ohio State. And the Saints quarterback situation is the Hainer kid out of Fresno they drafted a couple of years ago, Spencer Rattler, who they drafted last year, and then Tyler Shuck, who they drafted this year. And they put all three of their faces up on a tweet yesterday. And I said, as a QB face expert, as a QB face forensics expert, I can tell you that is a 3-win team this year based on those three faces right there. And the only reason they're winning 3 games is they're in the NFC South. That's it. That team is screwed. If you want to bet on a team having the number 1 overall pick, the Saints, quarterbacked by any 3 of those guys right now, Shuck, Rattler, or Hainer. Ugh, that's horrible.
You like to do, before you put in any bet, you like to put in the starting quarterback and the head coach. I feel like Kellen Moore doesn't really grade high on the coach face.
No,
he's got a little bit of a Liam Cohen vibe.
Yes,
there.
yeah.
You're like, I don't know, this guy's your leader of men.
Right.
Okay. Maybe secretary of your fraternity or something, but I don't know about head football coach.
Right, definitely ate paste at one point in elementary school, probably, I would imagine.
I wonder if Aaron Rodgers, would you feel better about the Saints or the Steelers purely from a football standpoint?
Well, I think some of it for me, if I were Aaron Rodgers, would be with the Saints, honestly, would be the chance to play in warm weather and indoors. Being in the NFC South versus being outside.
He's never had that in his career. Yeah.
Well,
as an older guy, especially.
Yeah, I know he played in Green Bay his entire career, in New York, and he's been out. But he's never been on an indoor team before like that. I think he'd have a better chance to thrive there than I don't think either situation is great for a quarterback right now. I mean, the Steelers just traded George Pickens. They got less talented offensively this week.
I think if you look at, whether Brandon Cooks decides to stay or force himself to be traded yet again, who knows? But with Olave and Brandon Cooks, and they've bolstered the offensive line with the Saints.
Yeah.
I do feel that for me, the Saints would be my choice if I were Aaron Rodgers. If I set everything else aside, I think I'd like the Saints.
And I'd rather play for Kellen Moore than Arthur Smith is the OC in Pittsburgh. Yeah, I think I'd rather play for Kellen Moore. So we'll see. It's funny you mentioned Brandon Cooks. I did think about him yesterday as Derek Carr is retiring. Cooks is with the Saints now, for those who don't know. And we all remember this. This was a little over 2 years ago. This was not all that long ago. Brandon Cooks not wanting to stick around for a rebuild in Houston.
For me, I'm not looking at it as far as being a part of a rebuild. However that looks, that's where I trust my camp and my representation, and to see what that looks like, to be a part of something that's a trusted plan. But I'm not going into this offseason thinking like I want to be a part of another rebuild.
How were your 2 years with the Cowboys, Brandon Cooks? Were they good the last couple of years? How were they for you?
They were, it wasn't at least it wasn't a rebuild, I suppose. No. Would you rather be on a faltering dynasty? It's not a dynasty. It's been a dynasty of mediocrity.
Yeah.
That they sustained their dynasty of mediocrity instead of being a genuine rebuild.
Yep.
It is strange to see Brandon Cooks back in New Orleans. After his long saga, traded to the Patriots, then traded to the Rams, then traded to the Texans, then traded to the Cowboys. But now, of his own free will, he goes back to where it all started,
New Orleans.
Circle where he always belonged.
Yeah,
yes.
circle of life. So Derek Carr retires. So I tease this into the segment, Seth. I came up with the Mount Rushmore of bag getters in the NFL. These are 4 players who were part of, at most, 1 playoff win in their career and got a ton of money. At most, 1 playoff win. So these are the 4. You know what, Ben? Maybe this is a good way to head into it. I'll acknowledge these 4 guys. How about that, Ben? We'll do an early start here on Acknowledge Me. I'm going to acknowledge the 4 best bag getters in NFL history. Kirk Cousins.
Acknowledge me.
How about this, Seth? Kirk Cousins made upwards of, I'm doing the math here real quick, 224, 244 he's made. And he's still got more coming to him in his contract with the Falcons. Kirk Cousins has made nearly $300 million. He has 1 playoff win in his career. 1. And he was last in the postseason a couple years ago for a 13-win Vikings team that lost to Daniel Jones.
That's right.
In the playoffs.
That was the game that made Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones. He got Daniel Jones paid. He got Daniel Jones on that bag getter team. I didn't put Daniel Jones on this Mount Rushmore. Maybe I should have. But I think Kirk Cousins is the patron saint of bag getters. You know,
right? Yeah. And without. I mean, annoyingly has kind of confirmed all of the narratives about him along the way.
Yeah.
At any given point, that people bring up stats about, like, no, you're being too mean to Kirk Cousins. No, it's not his fault. But then you can only stack up so many primetime drub performances or just the lack of playoff success before finally you have to accept, no, he is what he is.
Right.
He's a highly competent NFL quarterback. But he's still Kirk Cousins. He's just highly competent, which gets you a lot of money in the modern NFL.
It gets you a lot of money. He got a $180 million contract from the Falcons, who then weeks later drafted a quarterback with the 8th overall pick in the draft.
Even the Falcons couldn't even keep it up. They were like, no, he's been maligned. What are you talking about, Kirk Cousins? People have been unfair to him, and
I see these stories of in Minnesota they're not quite sure if they're going to roll with J.J. McCarthy yet. They might trade for Kirk Cousins. I'm like, you're one of the teams that experienced this already. What are you doing?
I'll tell you what, that quarterback series on Netflix, it was tough because you come away very impressed with Kirk Cousins. He showed just how tough he was and how much punishment he took, how much he prepared.
Yeah, the time he puts in, no doubt.
But you also saw that, man, he's just that classic case of book smart versus street smarts.
Yeah.
And you feel like he does everything right, but there's something about him that's just, he's a clockwork orange. He does all the stuff right, but there's just no juice.
Nope.
It's a facade. And no matter what you do, like the kid that gets really good grades in school, but he's just not actually all that smart. Right. He just studies really, really hard.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. You feel bad for that kid.
Right.
When, you have to kind of tell him, like, listen, there's kids that don't get as good a grades as you. They just got more juice, all right?
Yeah.
Good job. Good job on your straight A's. You're just not that smart.
That is a good analogy, for sure. All right, so Kirk Cousins first on the Mount Rushmore of bag getters, guys who've been paid to do very, very little through many, many years. Derek Carr, we will acknowledge you right now.
Acknowledge me!
77 and 92 in his career. Made 4 Pro Bowls, although Pro Bowl quarterback, there's so many guys that drop out of the Pro Bowl. If we could go look at the list of quarterbacks who've made at least a Pro Bowl out there, it's pretty jarring. Had a really good year in 2016. And other than that, to do not a whole lot. 1 playoff appearance, a loss to the Cincinnati Bengals in the 2021 playoffs, a game in which Derek Carr completed 53.7% of his passes. So, not just a playoff loss, but a loss that he was bad in.
And the most notable, as it really started to go downhill for him, are some of the 4th down decisions that he's made.
Yes.
Just throwing the ball out of bounds on 4th and goal.
Yep.
Some really book smart with no street smarts types of scenarios.
Big time. All right, so that's Derek Carr, number 2. We're getting text. Don't worry, texters. The name that keeps coming in is going to be on this sculpture. Not yet, though. Number 3 on the Mount Rushmore of bag getters, Deshaun Watson.
Acknowledge me.
He, too, has won one playoff game in his career. To his credit, he was outstanding in that game and made a lot of big plays. It was for the Texans against Buffalo. But how about this? 3 Pro Bowls and 104 passer rating for the Texans. No Pro Bowls, an 80 passer rating, and a 9-10 record in 3 seasons. Played a total of 19 games for the Cleveland Browns, and the Browns have paid him $137 million. He's still got another $100 million coming to him, $92 million coming to him. He got another 50 tacked on with the Texans. Seth, he has thus far been paid $188 million and still has more coming, and it might be out of football. Deshaun Watson might have played his last snap in the NFL.
Plus, he's got all that cheesesteak money, too.
That's true.
You know, now he earned that on his own. Mm-hmm. He screwed over some Houston landlords when he left. He's rapidly turning into that. But now, I guess, I don't think, for current guys, yes, but in the long-term run of things, I don't think he's got another big contract in him. So I don't think he'll be of guys who are either currently or just retired this weekend in the league. He's on it now, but I don't think he's on the all-time bag getter.
We'll see. For purposes of this conversation, he makes the cut. The last one, Sam Bradford. Sam Bradford is a classic bag getter, man. He is the classic former number 1 overall pick who rode that label to bilking 4 teams out of millions of dollars, including $65 million from the Rams. And keep in mind, he was the last number 1 overall pick before the rookie wage scale went in place. Like, Sam Bradford is a big reason why there is now a rookie wage scale. Before 2011, rookies negotiated for their contracts with teams as if they were free agents almost. I mean, obviously they weren't. They had, the teams drafted their rights, but they got paid like veterans got paid. Like Sam Bradford got paid a veteran high-level quarterback contract at the time. He has made roughly 40, 25, about $130 million with the Rams, the Vikings. The Rams, Vikings, Eagles, and Cardinals all thought at some point Sam Bradford is the answer to our prayers. He was 34-48-1 as a pro, 34-48-1.
What's the chronology with him? Was he with the Eagles and then went to the Vikings, or vice versa?
He was with the Eagles. Vikings lost Teddy Bridgewater. And they traded for Sam Bradford.
Well, and that was the one where the Eagles, when he got that contract with the Eagles, at that point, remember the Eagles had like 3 guys who were all making a boatload of money at quarterback on the depth chart. It was a really weird scenario.
They had signed Sam Bradford, and then they signed Chase Daniel to a very high-level backup, and then they traded up and drafted Carson Wentz. So they had Wentz, Daniel, and Bradford all on the team at the same time.
The total salary cap spending for their quarterbacks was huge, but you thought, okay, well, that's it for Sam Bradford. Right. That'll be the last big, weird contract he gets. And then he got a huge one with the Vikings. Good for you, Sam Bradford.
And then he wound up with the Cardinals. So, I think Sam Bradford and Kirk Cousins are, I think, and Derek Carr, the patron saints of something like this.
The real shame about Deshaun Watson was that one of the most iconic plays I've ever seen by a quarterback was the one where he got kicked in the eyeball and then threw a touchdown pass.
Yeah, against the Raiders.
And it was against the Raiders, who I believe Derek Carr was the quarterback of the Raiders in that game still. And it was one of those games where you thought, okay, this is what sets a guy like Deshaun Watson apart from a guy like Derek Carr. And yet here they are on both etched in stone on the same mountain.
The Payne and Pendergast Mount Rushmore of bag getters. Yeah, so there you go, man. So we acknowledge those 4. I think Deshaun's on there mostly because somehow – he got $230 million guaranteed while being sued by 24 women. You know that's the ultimate bag getting right there. When you can get the highest guarantee in NFL history while dealing with 24 lawsuits, you deserve some sort of acknowledgement.
Well, and then he's been just about identical to Davis Mills in that stretch of time since he was traded.
Yeah, man.
It's like Davis Mills, slightly worse in most categories, but on a bang-for-the-buck dynamic, he is crushing Deshaun Watson right now.
Chase Daniel, people are texting in the bag getter Mount Rushmore. Chase Daniel earned $41 million for 7 starts. But I don't think anybody was ever offended by Chase Daniels' contracts that he got. You know what I mean? Like
he was getting respectable backup money, but for a guy that was rarely even used as a backup, it just seemed like he must be an all-time solid dude.
Yeah. Well, and was very good. If your goal was to get paid without taking any punishment, because I respect that. Like if you know what, I'm making $6 million this year, and I'm not getting hit. I'm not getting hit in practice. I'm not getting hit in games. The only time I get hit on the sidelines is if I happen to not be looking out on the field and somebody runs out of bounds and bumps into me. Like, Chase Daniel, $41 million. I thought it was even more than the $41 million. Someone said Albert Hainsworth. It feels like this thing is more a quarterback thing than – I know there are guys out there. Albert Hainsworth, yes, got $100 million from the Redskins and then turned into hot garbage as a player. So, different kind of bag getter for sure.
But that was a classic. I mean, his performance in his contract here was such that at least he demanded it, that like he commanded that contract.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a one-time deal. After that, he kind of kicked around after the one-time deal.
Yep. He did really good.
Getting multiple, and Deshaun got a contract with the Texans 6 months before he started to force his way off of that contract.
Yeah, and then the Browns.
So we ended up getting 2 big contracts.
Mm-hmm. Someone said Case Keenum, bag getter. Case got a big deal with the Broncos for sure.
Right, yeah, but Case he was getting paid commensurate with what I think the league thought of him at various times. You know, because people might say Ryan Fitzpatrick too. I think those guys, it wasn't top of the line money the way it was for some of those other guys without any performance to back it up. Those guys were getting respectable deals based on what they had turned themselves into as players. I cannot with good conscience allow Case Keenum anywhere near this conversation.
Here was the criteria for the Mount Rushmore of bag getters was you had to have a ceiling of just one playoff win in your career. That's it. Mm-hmm. Like Sam Bradford didn't make a playoff. These other 3 guys, Derek Carr didn't win a playoff game. He only made one. Deshaun Watson, Kirk Cousins, each won one playoff game. Case Keenum was the author of one of the most iconic miracle plays in NFL history to get to an NFC title game. Now, granted, they got smoked in that NFC title game, but he at least got there with the Minneapolis Miracle with Stephon Diggs. So that alone gets him off of the radar for the bag getter Mount Rushmore. All right, let's get to the other. Oh, Reggie's texting in. Reggie Atatula. Matt Flynn, another legend at the bank in his own way. Matt Flynn, who got a nice contract from the Seahawks, who then drafted Russell Wilson, who became the starter, and Matt Flynn never saw the field. Matt Flynn had like 2 good at the end of the previous season, and the Seahawks were like, here you go. Here's 3 years, $30 million, which was a lot of money back then.
But what ultimately ended up making $19 million over the course of his career. Yeah. So he's not even close to some of these guys in terms of what he got versus, Rob Johnson. Because then we could start throwing guys like Rob Johnson. And, Rob Johnson had one nice stretch with the Jaguars, got traded for the pick that became Fred Taylor, got a big contract up in Buffalo, and didn't do anything at all. But it was just a one-time deal, and it wasn't. His career earnings pale in comparison to these other guys' career earnings.
They're invited to the Bag Getter convention, but they'll never be the keynote speaker at the Bag Getter convention. Those guys, All right, some other acknowledgments from over the weekend. We acknowledge big performances. Ronel Blanco.
Acknowledgement.
Huge start by Ronel Blanco yesterday. I don't think it's an exaggeration here. 40 games, what are they, 39 games in? The Astros are 20-19 right now. That might have been early on here one of the biggest starting performances of the year out of a pitcher for the Astros. Ronel Blanco, 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, a walk, and 11 strikeouts for a team, Seth, that on Saturday, Lance McCullers' third of an inning start that he had the internet abuzz with, like, okay, here's the names that are going to be going back and forth from Sugar Land to Minute Maid Park all week. That start by Lance turned the Astros pitching, especially in a stretch here where they're in the middle of a 17 straight day stretch where they're playing games every day. That could have had, and may still to a degree have a ripple effect on the bullpen and everything else. Ronel Blanco, to me, the start of the year yesterday. Given everything swirling around the team.
Given everything and facing a team where, look, they have, as we saw, incredible pitch selection. Yeah. They made it really hard for Hunter Brown, and then to do the good work that he did. And then Lance McCullers he threw 14 pitches before anybody swung at a pitch in that game. Mm-hmm. And it was a 3-run homer when it finally happened. Ronel Blanco, over his last 6 starts, does have a 3.03 ERA. The biggest question has just been, okay, how deep can he go into games? Yeah. Because he's had, in that stretch, he had 3 performances where he only pitched 5 innings. In the last 3, in the last 4, he's gone 6 innings or more in 3 of those 4. And over the last 6, he's got a 3.03 ERA. Yeah. So I'm feeling better and better about him. And remember, his offseason routine changed. That felt like an easy excuse early on. It started to lose its luster. But you look at it now with some distance between now and the start of the season, you're like, okay, maybe it was as simple as that he just wasn't comfortable, and now he's getting back more into his groove.
Yeah, it was good to see, for sure. All right, a couple more here. Travis Hunter.
Acknowledge me!
Travis Hunter, who, as we know, from the Magnificent Gladstone. I have a reason that we're acknowledging him. But this is always an opportunity to re-listen to the Magnificent Gladstone. The Magnificent Gladstone thinks that Travis Hunter is going to change the sport of football as we know it. I've got another reason for acknowledging him, though. But let's read Magnificent Gladstone.
You know, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him.
Oh yeah, that's a good. We're good. We're good.
This poor kid. Every time I listen to that, more and more I put myself in Travis Hunter's shoes. Or you're like, all right, man, okay, can we settle it down a little? Travis Hunter, I feel, would be the first person to just almost say what coaches are usually saying. Like, hey, let's just focus on the task at hand, okay? We're not trying to build Rome in a day. We just let's go out and have can you let me go out and just get my rookie minicamp in, all right? One foot in front of the other, all right, Coach? Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
My son's, their new thing on the group text is to text where they're going or what they're doing and talk about how it's a statement of how they're going to move. Like Sammy texts. He's like, and that statement as to how I'm going to move. Like they love. A lot
of people questioned whether I'd have the endurance to keep up a full-time job and also this.
Yeah,
but no, I can do it.
It's a statement of how. Here's why we're acknowledging Travis Hunter. There was a post from a woman named Sandy Hawkins Combs on social media this weekend, and she took a picture with a nice young man sitting next to her on a plane flying back to Denver. So presumably Travis Hunter, rookie minicamp this weekend in Jacksonville. He's flying back to Denver to go to Boulder, maybe to pack up his things or whatever. And this woman said, I had the most wonderful flight home from Denver. I met the nicest young man who sat next to me. He offered to put my bag in the overhead. He helped me out with my tray. He was always saying yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. Anyone would be proud to have him as a son or grandson. He was so polite. People walking by were saying congratulations and great job and even taking pictures with him. I turned and asked him, who am I sitting next to? I looked at his Jaguar pants, smiled, and asked, are you an athlete? He smiled and said, I'm Travis. Yes, I was drafted by the Jags. I already told my son that I want his jersey, this woman said. He was so humble and down to earth, I never would have guessed he was a professional athlete. Jags, you did good. I will be buying tickets. United Airlines, thank you for my seat assignment. And the two of them took a pleasant picture together. Travis Hunter, this goes to your point, Seth.
Yeah.
I hate that the Magnificent Gladstone is painting us into a corner where we have to root against this kid. You know, like I really like this Travis Hunter.
I'm mad at the Browns, too.
Yeah.
I'm mad at the Browns for not drafting Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
When you guys, everybody would have trusted you to reshape the sport and defy expectations.
Yeah. That's nice, man. Travis Hunter's a good kid. The other thing, like, how did Travis Hunter end up so awesome being around Shedeur all that time?
Well, I don't this is the other part. I felt bad. I really felt bad for Shiloh Sanders throughout this entire draft process.
You did?
Because even as Shedeur would point out how everything, you should expect greatness because of everything he and his father have accomplished. I'm like, what about Shiloh?
Yeah. Poor Shiloh, man.
Or people would argue that, hey, he's got that Deion Sanders DNA. How could you not expect Shedeur to be great in the NFL? We're like, well, what about Shiloh?
Yeah.
What's he like? Was he adopted?
Well,
I don't know. I don't understand. If we're going the DNA argument, why is Shiloh being left out of the conversation?
Even the couple of times too that Deion would get asked about Shedeur, he almost felt inconvenienced to have to throw Shiloh in there. That's what it felt like. He's like, yeah, Shiloh too,
He's upset. Why couldn't you take the honorable route taken by so many people like Cooper Manning and whatnot?
Right.
Just leave the sport completely.
That's it, man. That's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Smart move. It looks like they were sitting in the back row of first class on a United flight.
Yeah,
Smart move because you have no guilt about using the seat back, reclining your seat.
Yeah.
Now, the back row and coach, you never want because you can't recline ever.
You're upright.
Even if there's nobody behind you, but you can't recline.
You're upright.
I'm very recline my seat. So that back row, whenever you get an opportunity to do it.
What percentage of the kerfuffles that we see on airlines these days do you think are started by somebody leaning back in their seat? I know it's perfectly legal to do, but there almost seems to be like some people think there's an unwritten rule about it.
I don't have a problem. Like, I understand it's part of the deal if somebody in front of you reclines.
Yeah.
It's when they do it violently.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize, like, no, don't
drink on
whack
the tray.
back when the guy especially if you got a 6'4" person sitting behind you.
Yeah.
You're almost tore both patellar tendons on a flight to Topeka once.
Yep. Or somebody.
I've never been to Topeka. I don't know if they have an
Don't go.
airport.
Yeah, I've been. Don't go. Or someone with a glass or a cup of red wine on the tray behind you, like when you jerk back like that, and it slides around, almost slides in your lap. That kind of thing.
If you must recline and coach, first do the show. You got to do the body language that looks like you're about to recline. Maybe look to your back a little bit, and then slowly ease your way on
Good
back.
advice, Seth.
Don't
Good
just
advice.
fwa.
Right.
Fwa.
You might
Jordan Alvarez to me. Both patellar tendons partially torn.
That's tough, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast. There's one acknowledgement we didn't get to. One particular person at rookie camp who wasn't a rookie who is getting a lot of attention. Is this somebody who we should be paying attention to in the offensive line competition? We will get to that coming up next.
Oh, you know what you need to get to very, very soon.
Bag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll read some of your texts. People like talking about other people's money. We did the bag getter Mount Rushmore in the NFL in the previous segment. If you missed it, you can get it on the Odyssey Rewind feature or on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. We also had an interview with Nick Caserio last week, Texans GM. You can get that interview on our podcast on the Odyssey app.
Yeah. That seems like forever ago.
I know. It was less than a week ago. And one of the questions we asked him was about, hey, who are the guys that you see a major difference in this year transforming their bodies? We asked about Blake Fisher specifically, but he offered up a couple other names. And one of the names has turned into a pretty fun story heading into this part of the calendar for the
DeMeco. He would. I said this the other day. He would definitely beat my ass, so I'll try to avoid. But no, he looks good. Blake looks good. He's been here. I'll give you two other players actually. So Ladarius Henderson has actually sort of reshaped his body. I think nobody's worked harder than LD. I know he lost his whole year last year because he was dealing with foot injuries, but I think he's lost, 15 to 20 pounds of body fat. He wasn't able to do a lot, but I would say the level of commitment and focus that he's shown, honest to God, it's a tremendous accomplishment. And I would say looking.
And then he went on to talk about Kamari Lassiter, but Ladarius Henderson, Seth, Caserio over the moon with his praise for the offseason that the former 7th-round pick from last year's draft class out of Michigan had. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Saturday, asked about Ladarius Henderson. It echoes a lot of what Nick Caserio said to Seth and myself.
Very encouraged with Ladarius and just how he's went about the process just throughout the offseason, throughout the entire season, just seeing Ladarius show up every day, smile on his face, having that joy. He gives me energy, right? Just seeing him in the building, how excited he is to just work, get better weight room on the field. We wanted to get him out here in the rookie minicamp because he didn't have this time last year. Just get on the field. So trying to get him just the extra time to get out, get some coaching sessions with Coach Popovich, and he's doing a great job so far. And I'm just excited to see, how this journey continues to go for him because it's definitely headed in the right direction, and he's done everything the right yourself position to have a successful year. He's done that.
There are no sacred cows on the interior of that offensive line. I know he was drafted as a tackle, but he's got a shot here, I think.
Yeah, and he played both guard and tackle in college, and they look at him as a guard. He's the thing about Ladarius Henderson that intrigues people so much is that he's got freakishly long arms and wingspan and hand size, all of that stuff. He just wasn't as consistent in college as a guy that's going to get drafted higher. But I think that he's still got upside. If you look at some of his measurables, that if you can do something with those long arms and just kind of have something click, there's definitely intrigue there. So the two guys I think have been left out of conversations in the offseason maybe too much are, I guess, Ladarius Henderson, just because there's a groundswell of him being a cult favorite amongst a lot of people. Yeah. So it's hard to ignore that. People are very intrigued by Ladarius Henderson. But as somebody on one of my live streams this weekend brought up Braxton Berrios, and I realized, you know what? Braxton Berrios as a returner could be really, really big for the Texans. And also as a guy that might get time as a receiver, too, just because he's going to be on the squad. He's never had more than 20 or so receptions in a season. It's very, very small. But he is very, very fast and has had some huge plays as a returner in his time.
Oh, yeah. No, he was an all-pro returner at one point. I forget if it was for the Dolphins or the Jets, but he has been an all-pro returner at one point. He might be for last year's roster heading into the season. They carried 7 receivers, and one of them was Steven Sims, whose sole role on the team was to return kicks. Now, he didn't finish the year on the Texans. He finished the year on the Ravens, but it could be a similar type of thing.
I think Braxton Berrios is being ignored, perhaps inordinately so, because people don't want to they don't want to tweet about Braxton Berrios because then they're going to get thrown into the world of his girlfriend's social media.
Alex Earl.
Yeah. Alex Earl, who is just wildly famous on social media. But that means for you and I and probably 90% of our listeners, we don't know what the hell people are talking about. But you get into that realm where, all right, I'm going to say something nice about Braxton Berrios, and all of a sudden I'm going to have 5,000 Twitter followers who just are Alex Earl fans.
Right.
And as soon as I criticize Braxton Berrios for something, Oh, the hell that your life will become.
Yeah,
yes.
the day I knew something was up the day they signed Braxton Berrios, and Jesse Watt, one of the members of the morning team over on Mix 96.5 was super excited about it. She's like, oh my God, the Texans signed Braxton Berrios. I'm like, I look at him, he's handsome, I know that. And then she's like, Alex Earl. Yeah. So excited.
He is an X factor, though. I think that, Jalen Noel's probably, obviously Jalen Noel can be a returner as well. So some definite competition for the return position this year.
Mm-hmm. Bag getters. We talked about this in the previous segment. Kevin Cobb, former U of H Coug, who was a starting quarterback for the Eagles for a bit. Post-Donovan McNabb.
You know what? This is what's happening. I feel like people keep sending these suggestions. Necessarily, these are not bag getters. They're just evidence of how much quarterbacks get paid.
Mm-hmm.
It's if you stick around long enough as a backup quarterback or as a fringe starter, then you're gonna end up making a good amount of money. Over the years.
Does Brock Osweiler qualify in any way for this convention that we're putting together?
Why? Why? No, because it's also got to be. It's got to be a two. You've got to do it twice. I think you've got to get 2 contracts at least, and then without the career production that really goes behind it. So Kevin Cobb played as a backup for 7 years, got $29 million. That's. Backup quarterbacks make a boatload of money these days.
Yeah, the Eagles made him their starter at one point, but it didn't last very long. I know that. Yeah. People suggesting Matt Flynn. Okay, Ed Reed, Texans bag getter and highway robbery. And then someone got Ed Reed's bag because he left a bag of money on the front seat of his car.
That's right.
Remember that?
What was it? Was it $20,000 or something?
I think it was 50. I want to say it was 50. I think it was 50. Who's rolling around with 50K? Well, I know who's rolling around with 50K.
That is old school right there.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
These kids these days are running around with 50K in crypto or something if they want if they need non-taxable dollars for whatever reason.
In February of 2014, former NFL player Ed Reed reported that $50,000 in cash was stolen from his car in Houston. I just remember at that stage because that was February of 2014. So it was after the season in which Ed Reed bellyached his way out of town and became. So he must have still had a place here in Houston for him, and I think the listeners felt all that sorry for him as well. Hey man, you stole $5 million from the Texans. The least that a Houstonian can do. I feel like that Houstonian, kind of like Robin Hood,
You know what I remember from that era was so many people trying to tell me I was naive to not know whatever dastardly things that Ed Reed was planning to do with $50,000 in cash. Look, there are plenty of mildly illegal things you can do with $50,000 in cash that might involve trying to help a contractor, not report all his income or something.
Yes.
But it doesn't have to involve drugs or getting somebody murdered.
No.
Okay.
No.
That was. It doesn't. $50,000 doesn't all of a sudden mean that you're spending it for the worst possible thing. It's okay. It might never. Yeah. Just trying to go around keep things off the books for whatever reason.
That's it.
I gave my parents a big wad of cash once, which was, it was under the IRS limit or whatever. But I don't remember why I did it in cash. But my stepfather was very stressed about it. He did not like having all that cash laying around.
Oh yeah, no. What's the most you can give somebody in cash without them having to declare it? Isn't it like 12?
Yeah.
I remember at one time the company I used to work for. I was one of the original employees. So when the first time we got bought, and everybody made a lot of money for that. The founder of the company, the CEO, gave all of the original employees, at that point there was 9 of us still left with the company, a suitcase with the most cash that you could get without having to declare it to the IRS. So there's $11,000 or something. It was a suitcase with $11,000 he gave each of us.
It's above limit that you can fly with without declaring it, I think. So.
Yeah. Well, I was lucky. I was living in Naperville at the time, so I just drove home with it. I was a little like Ed Reed.
You didn't need to fly down to deposit it into your overseas account.
I probably went straight to the casino, if I remember correctly.
Looks like the most you can gift a family member is $12,000.
That sounds about right, because we got $11,000 when we did that little exercise. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry, $16,000.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. That's standard reason, I guess, inflation.
Something around there. Don't take my advice, everybody, okay?
Yeah, if you were thinking of going to the bank today to give one of your relatives a 5-figure box of cash, just Google it, okay? And don't take Seth's word for it.
Okay, and then but then there's some other, let's see. In the U.S., a person can give gifts up to $5,340,000 throughout their life without ever needing to pay gift tax.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's like individual, if that's how it's separated by up. It's important that our listeners know this. Listen, everybody.
Yeah. We're veering into dangerous territory here. All right, Payne and Pendergast, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. There is a big date coming up on one of the, date on the calendar for one of the most prominent relationships in sports. We will tell you what that is coming up next. I'll tell you one of the great relationships that I have is with the West Point Lincoln.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we will get to the latest on the Bill Belichick saga in just a second. I love the Belichick story. Breaking news on the TV screen here. Yeah, breaking news, and I think the Rockets are a tangent to this story. The breaking news is that Giannis Antetokounmpo is open to exploring best fits outside of Milwaukee, according to sources. They've got an article up on ESPN. They're talking about it on Get Up right now. Giannis Antetokounmpo to explore best fits outside of Milwaukee without going through the NBA standings and cherry-picking teams that are good fits for, the full list of teams that would be good fits for Giannis Antetokounmpo, because there's two things that I think you probably need to be. One, a contender if Giannis is on your team, and two, a team that has enough assets to go get Giannis Antetokounmpo to where the Bucks are going to say yes. The Rockets check both of those boxes. I mean, I think that's an easy one. They were the 2 seed in the West. I know they got knocked out by the Warriors, but they won 52 games this year. And without looking at without pocket watching all the other teams that have hoarded draft picks and young players to make a move like this, I have a hard time believing, especially after tonight, if that lottery pick the Rockets have gets bumped up into the top 4. Right now it's forecasted to be 9th. That there's a team out there that has more that they could potentially give up if they wanted to go get Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I think the Rockets are on the short list of teams that are the best fits for him. I guess the question to you, Seth, and the audience would be, right, depending on the price, is Giannis the guy that best scratches the Rockets where they itch? A bad shooting team with a bad half-court offense. He's not a good three-point shooter, but he sure is a guy that would attract a ton of attention and maybe open things up for guys. I guess the question is, what would you have to give up to get him? He's 30 years old right now.
I take with a grain of salt Rafael Stone saying, hey, basically we're just going to run it back, don't expect fireworks, what have you. That's just him being a good GM.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe he means it genuinely, but even if they have plans of being super aggressive, you don't put it out there that you're going to be super aggressive.
Right.
You don't look like the schmuck that just won the lottery. I was like, I need to blow this money on anything and everything.
Yep.
They're just, he's playing it close to the vest.
Yeah.
So I think there's still very much a possibility that they do make an aggressive move.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, is Giannis the move? The Athletic had an article, but relevant now because, again, the breaking news, Giannis Antetokounmpo open to exploring best fits outside Bucks. That's just coming down here in the last few minutes from sources telling ESPN's Shams Charania that that's the case. There was a trade. They did one of those articles, Seth, where they had Giannis going to like 4 or 5 different teams and what would the trade look like. And this particular trade had Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, and Jalen Green in it, and some of those Phoenix draft picks, and Cam Whitmore, and, and I know you need enough guys in there to match up salaries and whatnot, but any trade for any of these guys that are available that involves all 3 of Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, and Jalen Green, I am hanging up the phone right away. And the guy in the article, I forget who it was, analyzing the trade, because they had one guy proposing the trade and then the other guy reacting to it. It was a 2-person article. And the other guy reacting to it is saying, I might need a little bit more if I'm Milwaukee. I'm like, dude, screw you. I don't know who you are, but screw you. Yeah.
I feel like just judging from our listeners and from social media and whatnot, I think immediately after Game 7, people were either adamantly down on Jalen Green and he was the worst person in the world, or people were staunch defenders of Jalen Green.
Yeah.
I think everything is kind of simmered down a little bit, where you have to recognize and realize that, he's a really good basketball player. Mm-hmm. Is he ever going to be a superstar? I'm skeptical. But he is still a really good basketball player, and there are other teams that are going to look at him and say, yeah, he's a really good basketball player, and he's 22 years old. There's value in Jalen Green, but I also get that, which also means that, you don't just give him up for nothing,
right?
And you don't recognize that he was a huge part of you getting where you did in the regular season and in the playoffs.
For sure. Yeah, I know you could argue he was their best player. I don't think he's their best player, but I think you can make the argument in the regular season that he was their best player for sure. So these should absolutely be phone calls that are taking place between the Rockets and the Bucks. They should absolutely be discussing this. anything that includes Amen Thompson is a hang up the phone for me. I think he's untouchable. You know, there are reports that the Rockets view him as such as well. Rafael Stone was asked about that at his press conference last week, and he said, nobody's untouchable. I'm not even untouchable. I believe that might be posturing, you know, just to, you know, leave everything on the table. It's easy enough to hang up on a GM without telling all of us they hung up on a GM when Amen Thompson's name came up.
I think one thing that we've learned about the dynamic with Udoka and Rafael Stone and everything else is that it certainly seems like Udoka wasn't crazy about the prospect of bringing James Harden back.
Without a doubt.
And I think it's Udoka's a coach where he cares about the culture, and it's not just lip service. Every coach talks about culture, but some actually live and breathe it. And I think with Udoka, he's going to have a lot of influence over a guy like Amen Thompson leaving. It's not just the basketball upside, it's the type of player he has about him that makes it even that much more so. It's the culture side of things that really makes it feel like Amen Thompson would be untouchable.
Yeah, I think so too. People are texting in, Amen better not be involved in any trade. That's how I feel. I feel Amen Thompson has top 10 player in the NBA potential, and I don't think anybody else on the roster does right now. Maybe Jalen Green has that potential. He was a number 2 overall pick. But I'm with you, Texter. How are you guys feeling about that? Text in 713-572-4610. Are you in on some Giannis talks? And if so, who are you willing to give up to make that happen? Someone texts in, Giannis would be a terrible fit. We already have no spacing. He'd make it worse. I don't think he'd make it worse. He's not a guy whose shooting cures your spacing issues, but he sure is a guy that you have to devote a lot of resources to if you're a defensive team trying to defend a team with Giannis on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between when you're playing with 2 big men in there and one of them is Steven Adams. Yes, Steven Adams brings a lot to the table in a lot of ways, but you're not going to have the same types of spacing issues that you do.
Right.
But I think the overall and relevant point is they can't just bring Giannis in and also not try to get better shooters as well. But is that something that you do on the fringes? Is that something you do, that are less heralded moves, but you can bring in guys and develop guys that are just going to make you a better shooting team? Giannis isn't the only thing that needs to happen for this team to become championship caliber.
Yeah, someone's saying Kelly Eco has an article in The Athletic that says the Rockets are out on Devin Booker and Zion. Devin Booker's due for a major extension, into what Devin Booker has become for the Phoenix Suns. I don't know why anybody would trade for Zion. Now, I'm not just talking about the Rockets. I'm talking about any NBA team. If you trade for Zion, it means you just don't have NBA League Pass in your city and you're able to keep in tune, or the internet, and you're able to keep in tune with what's good. Zion is injured all the time. He's fat. He's got off-the-court drama. Like, he's never been part of any sort of winning in the NBA?
He is precisely the kind of guy that gets a big bag from a team that doesn't actually know what they're doing.
That's a bag getter right there.
Yeah,
So we talked about this earlier with the NFL. Zion is a bag getter. And look, when he's on the court, which is a huge all-caps size 72 font, when he's on the court, he has some highlight plays. He averages well over 20 a game. I watch his teams enough to know that there's a winning version of 25 points a game and there's a losing version of 25 points a game, and he is a losing version of 25 points a game.
Zion Williamson is a guy that I look at and I'm like, I feel the fact that he's not a defensive end in the NFL right now is just evidence that that's exactly – the fact that he didn't choose football over basketball is exactly all the same character traits that led him to being whatever the hell he is now.
He's soft. And Houston, he wouldn't do any better with the eating here than he's doing in New Orleans right now.
That's my same theory behind Aaron Judge as well, by the way.
What's
the
that?
fact that he's not actually in the NFL right now is exactly the same reason that he's not any good in the playoffs.
That's right. He's soft. You're just a little soft.
He can feast on bad pitching in the regular season, but no.
Don't get the Zion thing, man. Do not trade. If you trade for Zion, if Zion Williamson is the one they go in on these resources for, you are shutting the window, man. You are closing the window before it even got open. Someone says I would add Şengün to the untouchable list. I think he's close. I would listen to deals that involved Alper and Şengün. I mean, they would have to be Giannis, and it would have to be, I don't even know if KD would be. Like, Şengün is pretty close to, and I was very critical. We were both critical of certain aspects of Şengün in this playoff series, but I I think his future is really, really bright.
Yeah, and I think that's why I hate these discussions about who's touchable and who's untouchable. It's kind of like when you have arguments about who should be in the Hall of Fame. It always ends up feeling like you're saying a guy that you really like is somehow trash.
Yeah.
Because he shouldn't be in the NFL Hall of Fame or so. Likewise, yeah, being untouchable. It's just because you're touchable doesn't mean that you don't have great value.
Correct.
It's just you're a little bit more touchable.
That's it. No trade. People are texting and they don't even want to trade. Run the same team back. I'm a little more open to the trade thing than that, but I get it.
They gotta get some. They've got to be able to score more. They've got shooters, yes, but just more scoring in general.
They need shooting. I mean, if they don't make any moves, that's a big bet that Reed Shepherd all of a sudden is going to become a big part of this team because he's a guy who's got that type of shooting potential. Okay, so Seth, North Carolina is denying Pablo Torre's report, the University of North Carolina, that Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend of Bill Belichick, is banned from their football facility. They put out a staunch denial of that on Friday. On Friday was that Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who has been as intrusive as it gets when it comes to all things North Carolina football. She's out on the practice field, literally running onto the field to talk to him during practices. We know that CBS Sunday Morning interview that Bill Belichick did, she was reportedly even more intrusive than the interview portrayed her as. She reportedly walked out of the room at one point for 30 minutes, and they had to delay continuing the interview.
Okay, this staunch denial, I don't know if I would call it a staunch denial because they said, well, Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the university or Carolina Athletics. She is welcome to the Carolina football facilities.
Yeah.
Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university.
Yeah.
So I
clarifying.
But she was very much a part of internal UNC documents and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
There's no sketchiness to that reporting. Those are out there by the Public Information Acts and what have you. So I think that there is a line there. They've set a line. They're like, hey, listen, she's his girlfriend. What are you going to do? And sure, she can come by and hang out, but she's not a part of any of the official actual football stuff.
Yeah, I guess the part they're denying is that she's banned from the facility. They say she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities. They said that in that statement there. Now, Mike Florio points out something interesting, which is that Bill Belichick's buyout from his contract right now, as we sit, May 12th, is $10 million. Belichick were to get offered an NFL job. I know it's not happening. He would have to pay $10 million to get out of his deal to go do that. That number, that figure drops from $10 million to $1 million on June 1st. So on June 1st, Bill Belichick all of a sudden is his situation potentially, if he were to want to leave, gets very, very fluid. I mean, he's probably already made $1 million.
Yeah.
He's probably got $1 million from North Carolina in the bank already,
I don't think, I would be really surprised if he did that. I think that, for one, a lot of this stuff with him and Jordan Hudson has been self-inflicted. And as much as people try to say it's not a football issue, there's all kinds of reports from inside the football, the athletic department, that she's been kind of a pain in the butt. I think that also, the reason he's at UNC is because he wasn't getting the more high-profile opportunities, either in the NFL or in college.
Yeah.
So I feel like if he walks away from that UNC job, it might as well be like he's retiring from football coaching. Because he was already a guy that people gave the side eye to, and they were really skeptical of I don't want to bring in everything that is going to come with you.
Yeah.
And now on top of that, we've got personal drama to boot. No, thank you, sir.
I think if he were to do that, if he were to cut a check for $1 million, that's the case Florio makes. Is like Bill Belichick cutting a check for $1 million to get out from underneath this new job he has at North Carolina, which he may or may not be enjoying. That going back into media could be a possibility. I thought he was good. I thought he was really good. I was a little surprised he got back into coaching. A lot of times that happens with these guys. They get into, happened with Van Gundy for a long time on basketball. It happened with Gruden for a long time with the Monday Night Football gig. And Belichick had a nice thing going, man. Like he picked his 3 or 4 different things that he did throughout the, he was on Inside the NFL and he's doing McAfee and he's doing this. He had like 3 or 4 different things. with, I would imagine, a way, way, way dialed back workload compared to coaching either at North Carolina or in the NFL. That would be the one thing I could see. Like if he's like, all right, this wasn't what I thought it would be. My relationship with Jordan is more important than my relationship with my employer. Yeah. And none of these TV or media outlets care that she's hanging around or whatever. I don't know. I don't see him paying $1 million check to go coach somewhere else. I could see him cutting $1 million check just to get out of the headache of being 73 years old and dealing with all the drama. You know?
Well, and that's really what it comes down to. Is I think he just loves coaching. That's what I mean. Like it's not like he's a classic guy that worked 18 hours a day and never complained about it or acted like he was a victim because these coaches' hours are so hard or what have you. He just loves it. Yeah. And most people who are really, really good at something, who really, really love it, I don't know, most or a lot don't step away from it because they've lost the love for it. They've either lost their fastball or they can't physically keep up with all the things that they used to do to be so great. Yeah. So I guess I wouldn't look at broadcasting as an enticing alternative to coaching. Yeah. But he might come to the conclusion that, all right, you know what? I just don't have it in me anymore to deal with all this BS. Yeah. And, I've got this other option.
The soft landing.
I'll go and do that.
Yeah, soft landing.
Like the work hours and everything, I don't think there's any part of Belichick that's like, I just want to get to the day when I don't have to work so much. I think he just genuinely loves working much.
I can totally see that. I think you're right about that for sure. Text message. Here's the deal. Oh, I love text to begin with that. Here's the deal. Scoring – talking about the Rockets, they've got Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore. Overall, they have a bunch of potential superstars for the future. Just give the team time. Every year they're getting better. Why trade half the team for an older player that might or might not help them while giving another team great young players? Run it back with what you have and give the rookies some playing time. I think there's a middle ground. I think there's a middle ground in between the absurd package that the Athletic was proposing for Giannis and doing nothing. I think there's a more nuanced conversation to have about it. All right.
Antetokounmpo is all of a sudden 30 years old, and
I thought he was older. To be honest,
he'll turn 31 next year.
Yeah.
I knew if I had thought about it, but I still he'll perpetually be in his upper 20s to me because to admit it that he's not is me getting old.
You getting old? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, I know it's. Look, the whole, hey, they'll get better next year, you just got to be really careful with that line of thinking because that's not the way that it works. And it's that when you take from the outside, by all means, go for it, but it's always got to be at the right price. You don't want to be doing it desperately.
Yep.
But, topping things off and adding a cherry on top, especially when you have all these draft picks, you don't need to be desperate for it, but when the right opportunity presents itself, and sometimes teams, like the James Harden team is the ultimate example, is they just offer up something for a really good price, and then you pounce on that. Yep. So I think that if I had to handicap it, I don't think they make a big move because I don't think Rafael Stone sees the price that he likes in free agency or in trade. I think Durant ends up getting something more than what the Rockets are willing to give up, even if they would really enjoy having Kevin Durant on the team.
I can see that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Appreciate everybody weighing in, 713-572-4610. Up next, how's the new marriage going with D'Amico Ryans and his new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley? D'Amico spoke about that at rookie minicamp on Friday. You'll want to hear what the Texans head coach had to say coming up next.
Hey, Underdog, one of the leading
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This was D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach, on Friday, asked about how are things going so far with your new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley? What's he been like to work with?
Nick Caley has done an outstanding job of really connecting with the staff, connecting with the players. He's done a really good job of, making it his, making the offense the Houston Texans. Right? It's been a very thorough process, a very detailed approach, which was the same throughout his interview process. The energy is on 100 every single day. So I love the positive energy that he brings, the smile, the joy that he brings to work every day, and it rubs off on the players. So he's done a fantastic job of that. It's been great working with him, and I know he's going to do a really great job of leading, that side of the ball.
Okay, one thing I've had to fight against, Sean, I've consciously tried to fight against this, is the tendency that we human beings have to get really excited about any new person who's the opposite of the old person, and just feel like, okay, Slowick may have been lacking in. It seems like Nick Caley is the exact opposite. Mm-hmm. So Slowick, not a real energetic, dynamic, kind of glint in the eye type of guy. I don't think anybody would accuse him of being charismatic or a nuts and bolts old school football coach. It feels like Caley is the exact opposite of Bobby Slowick in a lot of ways. I do think that there's something about Slowick that, aside from being a first-time offensive coordinator, might not have been a good fit on this team because you have a defensive-minded head coach. Mm-hmm. And I could see where maybe D'Amico thought, yeah, you know what, Bobby has a lot of the things that are different than me, that maybe he is more – he's a little bit more analytical about things or what have you. He's kind of a whiteboard type of guy. And D'Amico is very much about just the coaching on the field. As a defensive coach, he's trying to keep things as simple as possible so guys can play 1,000 miles an hour. And you need something to offset that personality. If D'Amico were an offensive-minded head coach, and that might be the perfect fit with Bobby Slowick. Mm-hmm. You have the nerdier guy who's kind of your like the CFO of your corporation.
Sure.
But it was just too much for Bobby Slowick. With Caley, the biggest thing that really intrigues me is just the fact that every time I've seen him talk or people talk about him, he sounds like a guy who is about getting your hands dirty, getting down in the muck, in fundamentals, the technique side of things, more so than a whiteboard warrior. I don't think Nick Caley ever would have accepted a job at Pro Football Focus for 2 years.
Right. Yeah. He'd have gone and coached at high school somewhere for a year before he did that.
Like Cole Popovich.
Like Cole Popovich. Yeah. So, and I think it's telling too that they brought back the rest of the staff for the most part. That was the one thing I noticed out there on Friday. You're like, oh yeah, there's Danny Barrett giving one-on-one coaching with Woody Marks over there. There's
Ben McDaniels is coaching the wide receivers.
Working with the wide receivers.
Cole Popovich
was on the staff
retained his
year.
job. He was the assistant offensive line coach.
Yeah, so he got a bump up. So I think like that only serves to accentuate what it is you're talking about, which was they felt like they needed. It feels like they needed a Slowick-ectomy. You know what I mean? Like they had to. Like this felt like, by the way they've kind of moved and behaved this offseason, that it was, that it was I don't want to overstate it, but it was a Slowick issue more than it was an entire staff issue.
It felt like the kind of company where maybe there's too much of a gap between the engineers and the people doing the actual work.
Yes.
Where sometimes sometimes the engineers get a little too far ahead of themselves in terms of practicality or what have you. So if you don't have engineers that also have an appreciation for getting the actual job done, then you got a disconnect there between the white collar and the blue collar. And I think that's what it felt like with Bobby Slowick, is there might have actually been a disconnect between the white collar side of things and blue collar. And D'Amico, if you think about a team that's going to take the image of it, Caley feels more like a blue collar guy.
It'll be interesting, the dynamic you're talking about, where maybe Caley gets his hands a little more dirty, teaching fundamentals and things like that. that'll be something that'll be interesting to see in training camp when they actually start running 11-on-11 and he's sending in plays and things like that. That's all they were doing at the rookie minicamp was working on drills and fundamentals. They didn't have enough guys there to run any 11-on-11 or anything like that. It's all into. They didn't even do any one-on-one stuff that I saw, at least with receivers and DBs or anything like that.
In terms of actually time spent running around, where is Kaylee on the Mike Vrabel scale of things? I know he's not. I know he doesn't have necessarily the vicious wit of Vrabel, but Vrabel was running around all over the place. Where was Kaylee in
he was
regard?
bouncing around quite a bit to the different spots. Yes, I would say he skews to the Vrabel end of things. Yes, minus you suck, Zach Cunningham. How'd you get picked in the second round? That was the funnest part about West Virginia. There was the only people there were us and the team. You could hear everything, Yeah, that was fun. All right, more from D'Amico. This is D'Amico Ryans on the two wide receivers, the Iowa State kids, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, on the two of them coming here together from Iowa State.
Seeing Jaden and Jalen together I think it's very comforting for those guys, like being able to work together in college for the past couple years and being able to be drafted to the same team. I think it's a unique situation for them, but I think both guys will benefit a lot from it. Just because they have some after you go to a new city in a situation where you're trying to learn a lot of new things, learn new surroundings, and you trying to learn new people as well. So I think they benefit from having each other, or having that brother from college to be with you throughout this process is only going to help both of those guys, I think, speed up their transition to the NFL.
Okay, I can tell you.
Oh, God.
Just Jaden Higgins, large individual. That was my observation.
Yeah, larger than he's taller than he might be a 6'4" and a quarter type of guy as opposed to a 6'3" and 3/4 guy.
Yes,
he strikes you as he's listed at 6'4". They used to do the exact measurements from the combine. Now they just do at least when I was looking, just 6'4". I'm just every time I look at the draft picks. And I'll include Daniel Jackson, the undrafted rookie who comes out of Minnesota as well. When you look at the rookie class, it feels like Nick Caserio followed my Christmas shopping strategy, which is, all right, I'm gonna go to two stores and all the presents are gonna come from these two stores, because I don't want to deal with the rest of it.
Iowa State, Minnesota, USC.
In the Senior Bowl. There we go. We're going to go, and we'll go to the Senior Bowl and 3 colleges, and that's it. We're not going anywhere else. Okay?
I am not dealing with crowds.
Right. If I've got a gift certificate, then maybe I'll go get somebody from Rutgers or something.
Right,
yes.
Right. But I know these schools have a great return policy. All right.
Yeah.
They're very.
Yeah, it's Penn State. I had a gift certificate for Penn State.
Penn State.
So
as
we
well.
took a Penn State guy too.
Yep.
Caserio's the guy that really said how much he respects Matt Campbell, the coach at Iowa State. And Matt Campbell just had huge endorsements for both Higgins and Noel. Campbell, in the article that Jonathan Alexander has out in the Chronicle right now, Campbell thought Noel was going to go in the second round, and Noel gets a lot of feedback from coaches as he's talking to all these people. So a lot of people thought that Noel was going to go in the second round. That's why so many people are looking at it as a real value pick for the Texans. But the wide receivers coach for Iowa State, I think really he spoke really highly of both of them. He said one week Jaden would go off and vice versa. I've never coached two guys that truly see joy in seeing the other have success. It's kind of what Iowa State is. And you get that image of these two guys that they seem to be wired as team first type of guys.
Yeah.
And with your wide receivers, you love to have a room full of wide receivers that don't have huge egos and aren't, bitching about not getting enough targets after a win, that type of stuff. These guys seem like the opposite.
I hope that each of them are equally happy to see Nico Collins have a lot of success.
Right.
Because that is likely to happen with this football team.
Yeah.
Nico
said they got a couple of dogs.
Oh, did he? Okay, good.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't like seeing any Texans players say that.
As long as it's not Laramie, we don't have to deal with Laramie saying it anymore. I'm fine with it. C.J. Stroud texted both of those guys, too. I like seeing that. It's little things like, say text to me.
That's one of the questions they get. Every rookie gets, hey, did the veterans on the team text you or call you afterwards?
Yeah.
that chafes against me a little bit that now it's almost an expected requirement. It's almost a story if a guy doesn't reach out or text or something.
Right.
Like, all right, come on, man. They are still rookies, all right? Let them be treated like rookies for a little bit.
That's true.
I wish CJ would have sent him a work shirt, a blue-collar work shirt with their name on it. Be like, get ready to work, you little punk.
That's it. Yeah, a toolbox.
Yeah, then make him carry his pads.
That's right. Here is, let's skip down. Seth, you still haven't picked out your undrafted guy yet. Your adopt a UDFA that you do annually every year.
Yeah.
Here is D'Amico. Ben, let's skip to D'Amico 2 here. This is D'Amico Ryans on possible Seth Payne adoptee, Junior Tafuna, the defensive tackle out of Utah.
The thing I saw with Tafuna is really big, strong guy he's very versatile. I like him in the run game and in the pass game. I think he does both. Young guy who can come in and add some depth to our interior defensive line. And that's what we've been looking to do, is continue to upgrade that position, find younger guys who can help us out there. And I think Tafuna is a guy who, seeing his college tape, he can help us.
Tafuna's the front runner right now for the UDFAs that I might adopt, but I got to wait until I see the first week of training camp. I'm going to adopt after the first week of training camp.
Okay.
I need to see them go again. I don't want to pick one of these guys and then have him go out as soon as the pads come on. He buckles under the physicality of the.
To speak to some of these guys too, to see if they're your kind of guy.
Yeah, we'll have to do a series during the first week of training camp because there's only 5 or 6 undrafted rookie free agents.
Right.
So I could do a little interview with each of them after. They're easy to get. You know?
That's what I'm saying.
It's not like I have to. Yeah.
Everybody else
is like Omar, please.
Yeah.
Please, can I talk to Tafuna? No, he's not accepting questions today, Seth.
He heard about your adopt a free agent gimmick.
The center Eli Cox is getting a lot of buzz from the fan base too, just because he's very, very athletic. But he's got short arms. He's working against having short arms, but he is incredibly athletic, so there's upside there. Each of these guys, Daniel Jackson, the wide receiver out of Minnesota, is really intriguing because he produced like crazy in college. I think he's a 3rd all-time Minnesota wide receiver, whatever it might be. Just didn't have all the physical traits. But he's on a team where it's going to be really, really tough to make the team as a wide receiver. I mean, we talked about it earlier. We've ignored Braxton Berrios to a large degree. And Braxton Berrios, if you can get the best out of him as a returner, and he's going to be in the wide receivers room, that takes up a wide receiver spot.
Yeah,
and
man.
then you've got Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie still. So I think that there's a very good chance Daniel Jackson's on the practice squad this year, but he is intriguing.
You can just watch. The 3 of them were all working together. Higgins, Knoll, and Daniel Jackson. You watch those 3 guys work next to each other, and it was easy to pick out. This isn't shade. It was easy to pick out which one was the undrafted guy. Jaden Higgins is this monstrous 6'4" guy. Jalen moved, and Daniel Jackson, guy looks like he could belong in the NFL, but he moved differently than those guys. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, this was as angry and animated as we've seen Joe Espada since he took over as Astros manager. We have that for you coming up next. But first, tell you what, when I get angry and animated, one thing that really
hotel.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This might have been the first angry Joe Espada that we've seen since he took over as manager at the beginning of last year. It wasn't a 12-24 start that got him this worked up. I think he was rightfully angry about this, and this goes beyond just a record on the baseball field. But if you missed the story over the weekend, Lance McCullers had just an awful outing. There's no other way to put it. He was terrible on Saturday night. Only was able gave up. He was charged with 7 runs of a 10-run first inning. The first 3 batters for Cincinnati didn't swing at the first 14 pitches that he threw until Ellie De La Cruz plunked one into the Crawford boxes on the 15th pitch. It was just bad all the way around, and then it got worse afterwards when Lance McCullers was the target of death threats as well as threats towards his children on social media to him. Here was Joe Espada after the game sharing that news with the assembled media.
I'm going to start saying something. I just left my office, and it's very unfortunate that Lance McCullers, that there are people who are threatening his life and the life of his kids because of his performance. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with this. After all he's done for this city, for this team, the fact that we have to talk about that in my office, I got kids too, and it really drives me nuts that we have to deal with this. Very sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah, that was
bang. Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. It's not like I don't feel like we have to go on and remind our listeners, hey, you guys shouldn't be doing this, because it's probably one person who's psychotic and obviously went way, 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 way over the line. I would imagine, the various venomous things that people have sent to any professional athletes these days through the years. It's you develop a thick skin when it comes to you yourself. But once people enter there's somebody out there. Even if it was somebody lashing out in the moment or whatever else, Lance has to genuinely worry about this now. You can't just brush it off.
No.
There's somebody that was psychotic enough to actually bring his kid into it, that now you have to, you can't just sit on there and brush it off like it's no big deal. There's somebody that's psychotic and dumb enough to actually bring his kid into it. And if you're an Astros fan that happens to be that psychotic individual, what are you hoping to accomplish with this aside from being a horrible human being?
Right.
Oh yeah, this'll help him get it back on track. Yeah. You're the tough love he needs. Yeah, you pathetic loser.
Here was Lance after the game talking to the media about it. You could tell he was pretty shaken by this whole thing.
Yeah, it's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So. Just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually 1 or 2 people from other issues around baseball actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the threaten to find them or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
Yeah, and he's in a business, Seth, where he's on the road half the year. His family is back here in Houston while he's traveling to go do his job.
Yeah, and honestly, it is if we separate it from the lunatic fringe there, obviously, but just if you look at Lance and whatever reason you might personally despise Lance McCullers because of his performance on in a baseball game, it's been nothing of him being unprofessional or not working to be a good baseball player. He is the epitome of guys who work really, really hard, maybe sometimes to his own detriment when it comes to recovery. It's messed up, Sean. It feels stupid to even say that it's messed up because obviously it's incredibly messed up.
Right. No, it's a big story. So, I mean, we talk about it. I think here's the other thing, too. Lance had a bad outing. So talking about the baseball part of this, Joe Espada was asked about the baseball part of this, Lance's outing that he had. I think when you listen to the beginning of this, it becomes evident to me that at least right now, outwardly, they're going to give him a chance to kind of work through whatever it is going on with his pitching. But Joe Espada can't help but steer back to what happened with Lance after the game on Saturday.
Listen, he hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. 2.5 years. You know, some time, right? 2.5 years, hasn't pitched. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get him going. And it's fine. But this can't happen. I'm really upset that this happened to athletes and, you know, we trying our best. Everybody's trying our best, right? But the fact that I got to go in my office and deal with this, you know, come on, we're better than that. We're better than this.
I think I do think one part of this story, you know, just in general, like there's a lot of things that athletes will complain about that you go, well, that's just what you signed up for, man. Like Steve Kerr saying that Draymond has kids when the fans are chanting "F you, Draymond" at a game, and that is one of those things where I'm like, well, sorry, especially Draymond, when you act the way he does, like. This is what you sign up for. I do think there are elements of sports where sometimes athletes, there is a woe is me kind of thing going on. Like, well, you signed up for this. This is why you get paid $17 million a year. This ain't it. This is way over the line.
No. Yeah, anytime even if you bring in kids, like just even making fun of somebody's kid or something, that's way over the line.
100%. Yes.
I guess the other part now too is that where there could be but sometimes there's resolution with stuff like this, and that. It gets dicey when you legally try to go after somebody on social media because the platforms, you know, are reluctant to cooperate with divulging things that are supposed to be kept confidential. You have to remember, sometimes the people that are dumb enough and psychotic enough to deliver a threat on social media are also sometimes dumb enough to not realize the digital paper trail that they have.
100%.
And that you can actually just go in and, they may have deleted certain things, but that you can still go in and find elsewhere, so that sometimes you can figure out a person's identity. They haven't... the person who's dumb enough to put a death threat on social media usually also hasn't painstakingly covered up all of their tracks through the various different ways they have. So hopefully they can bring that person to justice.
Erwin,
go ahead.
Real quick, along the lines of what you were just saying, Erwin texts in saying MLB and law enforcement need to set a precedent by really coming down on whoever this is. Otherwise, it could become commonplace. Get ahead of this now. It may be commonplace already, and we just don't know. Lanson's the first one, probably. He himself just said that. I've had to deal with this type of thing before.
Yeah. But usually it's there's like I said, there's stuff you can ignore when it's about you individually, but then when it brings your whole family into it, I mean, this is like dealing with a fascist regime or something where you can't trust that your family's going to be safe.
Right.
That's what social media is today's fascist regime.
That's what it is.
We have a fascist regime that we need to fear all the time.
Called X. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the beginning of that cut, independent of all the death threat stuff, where Joe Espada says it's been 2.5 years since he pitched. We got to let him work through this. I know you had talked earlier, Seth, in the show about his first outing. He getting 7 pitches in 3 2/3 innings, and then he was a mess on Saturday. Lance was a mess on Saturday. That if he comes out and he's this way again, that maybe they got to figure something out. This is a tough patch of schedule to veer away from anybody that can be a starting pitcher for this team right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Gusto's starting tonight, and he's still a big question mark as to just exactly what he's going to be as a major league pitcher.
Yeah.
They brought Dubin up, so that helps out the relievers a bit, hopefully, if he's completely healthy. But they just you don't have any time to relax or breathe here.
No.
McCullers is going to be put to the test again probably a couple more times in this stretch.
Yeah.
He's scheduled to pitch 2 more times in this 17-game stretch.
Yep. Don't you guys think this is a failure of the manager? He clearly wasn't ready for the moment. Espada set him up for failure. I mean, are we talking about the pitching, or are we talking about the death threat here? What are we talking about?
Oh, no, I think he's talking about the pitching itself. I don't know. Should Blue Ball have been out there? Is that the answer? You've got Lance McCullers, who's looked good. His rehab has been relatively stable the last few months. He was doing good stuff. I mean, they're following the classic course of a guy coming back from injury, which is, all right, we saw everything we needed to see in his minor league stints. He went out and he struggled a little bit, but at the end of the day, he got himself out of some trouble in the 3 1/3 innings that he pitched the other day. So you put him back out there, and then now I don't know what's anything so far with Lance that is beyond the recommended strategy for bringing a guy back. He just had an awful outing.
Has a favorite emerged among the rookies with the Texans? When I say favorite, I'm just talking about this guy brings some energy here. Is there a favorite among this rookie class based on getting to know them a little bit better at rookie minicamp on Friday? We've got a leader in the clubhouse. We'll let you know who that is coming up next. Leader in the clubhouse for me and getting my quality of life back, Men's Tea Clinic, man.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
On a Monday, hope you had a great weekend. Hope your moms out there had a great weekend. Texans had a nice weekend at rookie minicamp. And Ariante Ursery, I think, is maybe the early leader in the clubhouse for best press conference among rookies so far, I would say. He was pretty good.
Best press conference, and it wasn't just what he said. It was that he said at least 3 things that sent me to the internet to do some research on things and learn more about Ariante Ursery. So he was like a teacher that you like in school that gives you fun assignments. You know?
Yeah.
Hey, Seth, you got to go out and watch Draft Day as your assignment this week.
That was me who assigned that to you.
Yeah.
So what did he have you scrambling to the internet to go look up?
The first was this necton mentality, which he just honestly, I was a little disappointed that Ursery had this quote when asked were there any surprises in this draft process or in getting drafted by the Texans. He brought up this necton mentality.
Yeah.
And none of the initial articles printed with the quote bothered to tell me exactly what a necton mentality is.
So you didn't know either. Okay, good.
Right, so here's Ursery kind of comparing it to the swarm mentality.
I mean, being a Houston Texan, honestly, I couldn't walk into a better situation. You know, we were a big culture school at Minnesota, so, you know, Texans is the same as well. So we talked about swarm mentality at Minnesota. We talked about necton mentality, always attacking and never fool.
Yeah, okay.
Like a shark.
So this is the necton mentality.
Yeah.
I thought it was an acronym for something. Here's P.J. Fleck on the Pat McAfee show. P.J. Fleck, his college coach. Mentality.
The necton is an organism that can flow through water without the water current dictating its behavior. So a great white shark is a necton. It always attacks and it's never full. It's never satisfied. So whether that's academically, athletically, socially, spiritually, it's never satisfied.
All right, this one's on Fleck.
Okay.
This is not Fleet. He's not on Fleet. This is on Fleck.
Fleck.
Okay? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard because I thought, okay, that's cool, but I go to search for what a necton is, and a necton is just basically any aquatic animal that can move through the water, like a fish, like pretty much any fish that's not plankton or anything, or a shrimp, or a sea turtle, or an octopus.
Okay.
Those are all nectons. So I don't know why Fleck. I object to this on the base of zoology.
Yeah.
I don't know. What the hell are you talking about, PJ Fleck?
I would say that an octopus and a turtle have the potential to be somewhat badass. It's the flounder on your list here that it doesn't compute for me. Like you've got a bunch of flounders on your team. What are we doing?
Or how about a shrimp or a squid?
Right. While delicious.
Or a really good human swimmer, I think, is a necton. If you can swim against an ocean current,
Michael Phelps. All right, so are you going to take this up with Ariante Ursery when we meet him at training camp someday? Are you going to tell him?
I'm going to ask him. At some point, some player did definitely. I mean, they are at an institution of higher learning. After a player at this point was like, all right, coach, like, you know, this is the same way when they like to use that old there's an old poem about how every day a lion wakes up a gazelle wakes up and it knows it has to outrun the lion if he wants to survive that day.
Yeah.
So just, wake up and know what the challenge. And, usually kids that have watched a certain amount of documentaries, they'll say, like, actually, no, the gazelle only has to outrun the slowest gazelle. That's, it doesn't really have to outrun the fastest lion.
I love that.
Coach. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, it's tough because the coach is on a roll and you don't want to say anything, but inside you're like, okay, and your whole understanding of the way wildlife works is way off base here.
Bob's going to get eaten way before I do. Yeah.
But I appreciate that PJ Fleck does kind of encourage or demand that swarm mentality.
Yeah.
Or that great white shark mentality. Necton is just a little bit misguided.
I like that Ursery, at least coming into this new culture that he was listening when they were putting up those swarmy PowerPoints. He's like, at least he's dialed in on what the Texans are all about. He is going to play tackle early on. D'Amico Ryans has said that. D'Amico said that at the golf tournament last week. He was asked about Ariante Ursery because there's so many players, as Nick Caserio and D'Amico have both pointed out, there's a lot of guys on this offensive line that can play multiple positions. Early on, Ursery is going to be a tackle, but he was asked on Friday about the possibility of moving to guard.
I'm on whatever they ask me to do. That's what type of guy I am, you know. I'm just getting there each and every day. We're going to look up and see where the sun is at when that time comes.
Okay. Vessel. That's a C.J. Stroud word right there. C.J.'s going to like this guy.
There's a little bit of if you're, the biblical background to that and just be, hey, it's not about me. I'm just doing what I'm chosen to do, whether it be by God or D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just a vessel. All right.
Yeah.
Now, this one I've not listened to yet, on the recruiting camp where he got noticed by P.J. Fleck.
This was one of the ones that I had to do a little research on, so kudos to whoever asked him about this, because this is really interesting, and it speaks to just the journey that Ursery had in his story as a football player. But where Minnesota first noticed him was at this satellite recruiting camp outside of Kansas City, either his junior or senior year in high school. This was Ursery about that camp.
I think the biggest thing, it was super hot. It was way hotter than it was today. The biggest thing was just they was going to see who was going to tap out, like who was going to quit, who was going to fake like they were injured, or, they were looking for any type of tendencies to tell you no. So I think I didn't do that at all. I just, whatever they asked me, asked me to go over here. I was bouncing around, and I attacked it. So I think that's why I stuck out. And the offensive coordinator, when we had a conversation, there were some of the things that he mentioned.
Okay, you're going to get put to the test, young man, come July.
Yeah. Well, no, no kidding. So Ursery didn't play football until his freshman year, and he was noticed by a high school football coach who was walking through the weight room, and he saw Ursery in the weight room. I love how they try to point it out like he's just some skinny kid or something. His freshman year in high school, he was only 6'1", 205 pounds. So, he was this big kid,
yeah,
and pretty strong, and he got after it in the weight room, so they talked him into playing football. But early in high school, people were looking at him possibly as a defensive end prospect. He was a kid that kept growing while he was in high school. So he was relatively under-recruited and hadn't gone noticed by many people. He was only recruited by a few teams, a bunch of FCS schools. And some of them the recruiting circles were kind of talking about him as a defensive lineman. So when Fleck and the Minnesota coaches noticed him at this camp, Fleck said something along the lines of we hovered around him and kind of we're hoping nobody else was going to notice him.
Yeah.
So they got him, and he ended up, you wonder, okay, well, how does a guy this size not end up a place like Alabama or what have you? It's because he was a late bloomer that wasn't really identified early on as a 5-star recruit. And that's something I know Caserio likes guys that showed development throughout college.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the exact opposite of being a 5-star high school recruit who doesn't end up producing. This is more along of a J.J. Watt type of story, where the guy just wasn't noticed for whatever reason, but then really went on to perform well in college.
I would love to know, too, Seth, in this day and age, he obviously, by the time he was an upperclassman, had proven himself to be a very viable college football player. I do wonder... Yeah. Having gone through all that development, and obviously Minnesota's done a much better job of developing football players with P.J. Fleck there, but not Georgia. I wonder how much behind-the-scenes tampering that we know goes on with players. If anybody was reaching out to Ursery,
to keep him
to transfer. I wonder if there were SEC schools that were that were. Trying to put feelers out to him to see if he wanted to, for the last year or two that you got eligibility, get into that, the Alabama
get yourself some NIL
car wash.
Yeah. Which honestly, I'm glad you brought that up, because somebody, I think Sarge asked him about the adversity of his earlier life and how much it meant to be where he is now. This is what Ursery said about that.
Yeah, man, I wear that stuff on my sleeve, man. That's my story. That's my fuel to my fire. That's the gumbo to the pot. And, my family, man, that's my motivation, man. We've been through a lot. And being able to overcome that and being in this position right now is just nothing but a blessing. And my family's happy. Everybody's around me happy back at home. So I can't thank them enough for that.
So this is a nice story for Mother's Day yesterday. I read this story about Takeda Charles, who's the mother of Ariante Ursery, who at various times when you ask what was the adversity in Ursery's childhood, Takeda Charles had Ursery when she was 18 and then had some more kids. And at various times when Ursery was growing up, they spent some time in a homeless shelter, but then like Takeda, got them out of the homeless shelter and got housing, but she was working during the day at fast food restaurants and then go work at a warehouse overnight and return at 7 a.m. for a couple hours before she would go out to her daytime job.
Wow.
So like her mom, Takeda Charles, was working 3 jobs often while he was growing up and while she was supporting a kid. So I'll tell you, honestly, if he turned down extra NIL money or something, especially coming from circumstances like that, I wouldn't blame him for going off and getting more money elsewhere if it was. Now, I'm sure he was making good money at Minnesota.
Probably. Probably.
But yeah, he you almost get an image kind of like The Blind Side of like this kid wasn't playing football at all his freshman year in high school, and then ends up getting a chance as a football player. His mom's working three jobs to try to support her family, and it was a really nice Mother's Day for her yesterday.
That's cool, man. I would imagine so too. I would imagine. That's great. That's awesome. He seems like a great kid. All right, looks like you gave a scouting report, Seth, for one of the other undrafted guys here for you. You're still trying to figure out which one you're going to adopt this training camp.
Yeah, Daniel Jackson, the wide receiver out of Minnesota, who is obviously a teammate of Ariante Ursuri's. Ariante was asked about Daniel Jackson.
Oh, man, Daniel Jackson, you go see him. I'm pretty sure you saw him out there today. Twitchy, can catch the ball. I never really seen him drop anything ever, especially in practice, man. He's a leader. He's going to get after guys. So I can't wait to, till we get going more and more and more, kind of just shaking their shoulders off right now. But when we get going, man, you're going to hear probably DJ name a lot.
Okay.
So he's 5'11", 193. Twitchy. He's not as twitchy as the guys who got drafted, obviously.
Yeah.
He's got a tough row to hoe to make this team, but he does a lot of the more intangible stuff as a route runner and as understanding like where he fits, where the soft spots are in coverage and all of that. So I think the Texans very much saw all of that. Doesn't have a lot of special teams experience, though. So he's obviously going to have to make a name for himself on special teams, and he's going to be somewhat new to it because he was too busy being a really productive receiver.
Right. He was their best guy. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he's one of the all-time leaders at Minnesota in receiving yards. So, I think that I totally see him, especially if he has sure hands, of being a guy that flashes on the third team work during training camp, but then ends up on the practice squad.
Yeah, I think best case for him is practice squad. But then if you look at this team the last couple of years, the Texans, that wide receiver room has gotten hit with a bunch of injuries. Like, if you're on the practice squad, there's a decent chance you're gonna get a call up at some point. We'll see. Maybe this version of the wide receiver room is better at avoiding injuries this year, but we know Nico went out for 5 games. We know Christian Kirk has missed a bunch of time. We don't yet know if Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins can stand up to the rigors of a full NFL season. You make the practice squad for the Texans as a receiver, you may have a chance to get called up a couple of Sundays during the season. We'll see. I wonder if kids will start requesting to get put on special teams in college, to put that out there. Like a guy like Daniel Jackson, like in retrospect, he might have been better served if he actually got out. I'm not saying he would have been drafted in the 6th round or something, but at least he's got it's not completely foreign territory.
I mean, it's not something that college coaches don't try to use as a carrot on a stick, like that college coaches a lot of times. But it's tough if you're at a school where a guy is one of your premier players and you're trying to win football games also. It's not like you're running a, little Miss Marmot's school for NFL player development all the time. You want to win football games.
You do.
But, yeah.
You do. I just think of Belichick at North Carolina, like his big sales pitch to recruits was, our main thing is going to be getting you ready for the NFL. That's, so I just wonder if that's going to be something as it gets more and more competitive.
If you're a guy that's definitely, maybe you're a bona fide starter on your team in college, but that you also, I mean, this isn't a new dynamic. I guess when you say our guy's going to start agitating for this, I think it's been a dynamic forever in the NFL.
Yeah.
Special teams matters.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Text message, really got a clutch performance from Blanco yesterday. That's in response to all the Astros talk we had in the previous segment. I would say the most clutch performance so far of the year by a starting pitcher. Yesterday.
Especially when a pitcher goes into a situation where you've used 5 relievers the day before.
Correct.
The thing we haven't not to veer off of the pitching or the Broncos side, but Saturday was such a weird day because it felt like the game was just completely out of reach. And then in the third inning, they scored 5 runs in the third inning. They chased the starting pitcher off the mound. The offense did still Saturday, but the whole experience was so miserable.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like they tacked on a bunch of runs against a bunch of haphazard receivers at the end. They chased the starter off. The Astros chased the starter off the mound and at least made it a potentially achievable comeback.
Well, and they had guys on base the whole rest of the game. It wasn't just one big inning. Like they kept DeZenzo must have come up 3 times with 2 guys on base. It felt
they showed signs of waking up, but then they also showed signs of just pooping the bed with runners on base again. Yeah. Very frustrating.
Yeah. No, they picked a bad game to score 9 runs. The game where Lance gave up 10 in the first inning. So there's that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, my favorite thing that DeMeco Ryans had to say on Friday to the media, and I think illustrates just the vast difference between the ethos of a DeMeco Ryans coach team and maybe previous coaches. We will get into that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is a
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Payne and Pendergast.
My favorite DeMeco Ryans cut from his media session on Friday was this one where he was asked, have you shared any stories from your rookie year? Of course, DeMeco was the defensive rookie of the year in the NFL that year. Have you shared any stories from your rookie training camp or rookie minicamp with any of these rookies?
One thing I remember just from being a rookie, and it's just, you just attack the process just like, why were you drafted? And I always had to remember, like, when you're drafted, why were you drafted? Obviously, someone saw something good in you in college. So continue to be who you've been. Like, don't get to the NFL and try to, I always tell the guys, don't try to make yourself just lower than the vets, or I'm looking up to the vets. Come in, and if you were the man in college, be the man here and do it in the right way, in a humble way. But we drafted these guys for a reason. Like, we're not waiting on guys 3 years down the road. We drafted guys, and my message to them, we drafted them for them to help us out right now. So understand the sense of urgency. Congratulations, you're here as a rookie, but now what? Like, you have to come in, you have to help us, right, win games. That's what it's about.
If you were the man there, come in here and be the man. I love that.
Right. Well, I think that, and he also couched that by saying, do it in a respectful way. Don't come in and act like, hey, you guys are, I'm going to teach you guys about the game of football.
Right.
I'm going to redefine expectations or what have you. So, don't be a plebe. You're not like just some, you're not some for like flunk to degrade yourself to try to win acceptance. You win acceptance by playing good football, and it doesn't have to be like this huge pedestal that you put NFL players on. Go in expecting to make plays, and that's what DeMeco did his rookie year. I mean, DeMeco's not a brash talker or anything else like that. He just came out and he played football and he made plays. Help that he was stepping onto a bad football team that's a little bit
a lot of opportunity.
Landing. Yeah.
Well, it's funny though.
We sucked.
Yeah. Hey, guess where we have openings? Everywhere. Yeah. But I was thinking about this as he's saying that, because he's absolutely right about man, we need you guys to have the mentality to get in there now. Like a player's rookie contract goes by way faster than it looks at the very beginning. Like 4 years goes by, and really it's 3 years where you got to start making decisions on exactly how much a part of our future is this guy or that guy. That goes by awfully quick, man. C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson are already heading into their third season in the NFL, and that's where I start looking at this class. I'm like, all right, because it's a much more talented team than the one those guys stepped onto a couple of years ago. Like, if you had to pick which of these guys in this class have the biggest opportunity to get on the field early, is it the skill? Like, to me, it's the skill guys they drafted. It's the receivers and the running back, probably.
Yeah, I think Ursary is going to come into camp as, hey, you're a rookie offensive lineman. We've got veteran offensive tackles. The biggest question is just exactly where is his rehab right now, because Trent Brown's another under-discussed guy because he's on a very, very affordable contract and he's coming off a patellar tendon tear, but he's a veteran with experience. So is Titus Howard going to play offensive tackle or not? I mean, with Ursary, it might very quickly become a competition between Blake Fisher and Ariante Ursary. So depending on how they're looking at Titus Howard and whether they would prefer him to play guard or not, that might be an immediate battle against a guy who's not a true veteran player for Ursary. If it's Ursary versus Fisher, Blake Fisher is not a true veteran player.
Yeah.
The interior offensive line, I think that you've got veterans or guys with experience all over the place, and they obviously didn't draft an interior offensive lineman. So, yeah, I think, Jaden Higgins very much just by his size alone looks a lot like, all right, they're going to figure out a way to get you on the field as long as you're checking off all the boxes. You are another X type of outside receiver that we have. We don't have another guy other than Nico Collins. So I think they're going to very much want him to be there. If you look at the key is, I just never like when teams immediately decide, well, this guy's a high draft pick, so yep, he's going to be a starter.
He's anointed.
The Texans last year, if you looked at Kamari Lassiter, wow, right from minicamp on, it looked like, okay, this kid's going to be competing for a starting role. And in training camp, it looked like they were treating him like he was the starter. But at the same time, Kalen Bullock wasn't being treated that way. So it's not like they were just doing this guy relatively high, he's going to be a starter. I think they diagnosed and they figured out how much can a guy handle, and Kalen Bullock was a guy that needed to be brought along slowly. Whereas Kamari Lassiter, they felt very good about right away.
Yeah, I think that's an indicator to me, and I don't know that we have this cut or we have this audio in a cut, but D'Amico said at the very outset of at least the part of the press conference that wound up on the Texans YouTube, the very outset of that YouTube, he was talking about guys, understanding the PowerPoints and understanding the classroom stuff, the rookies, and being able to see early on the guys that are able to absorb stuff like that. And I think your example of Lassiter, because you're absolutely right, from rookie minicamp on into training, there was never a point in the preseason or offseason work where it felt like Kamari Lassiter was being treated like a rookie competing just to get a spot on the depth chart. He was treated almost from jump like the cornerback that was going to play opposite Derek Stingley Jr., and it's probably an indicator as to just how important that's not just lip service that D'Amico is paying to the classroom stuff and the stuff that we don't get to see. That stuff matters.
Yeah. The other guy that is going to get opportunities early, or I'll be surprised if he doesn't, is Woody Marks. Yes. Just because Woody Marks provides something that nobody else on the running back depth chart right now really provides, which is, as long as he can adapt to the NFL game, a really potentially viable receiver out of the backfield in a way that none of the other guys on the roster do. I'm intrigued. They're also both 185 pounds.
Yeah, dude.
They are tiny.
He was a body type guy out there on Friday where you're like, oh, Jaden Higgins was one where you're like, yeah, Woody Marks, like where you're like, oh, wow. Those are some thighs right there. His lower
thighs.
body.
I know. I saw a lot of grown men gushing over his thighs.
One of them, yeah.
They would have pulled over if he was hitchhiking.
Get in here, kid. Yeah. Let's go.
So Woody, and then just because he was used so heavily as a wide receiver, Woody Marks is the guy, I think, where if you had to pick a spot where Caserio may have strayed from his chosen strategy more so than usual, it felt like they traded up specifically to draft Woody Marks, which is a position that they'd like, a position of need, which is a running back receiving outlet, and a guy that maybe can bring something that makes life easier for C.J. Stroud. They actually traded aggressively up to get it felt like that, to get that specific guy.
They traded one of their third-round picks next year to move into the fourth round to go get him. Yeah. Text message, no love for Mason Tharp. We haven't mentioned him on the show, but he's another body type one just because he's tall. He's like 6'8", 6'9". He's the kid who played basketball at Texas Tech. And we were all like, wow, who is number 40? Because number 42 out there was Luke Lachey, the tight end out of Iowa that they picked in the 7th round. And he's a pretty impressive physical specimen. But standing next to Mason Tharp, he looks like he's 6 feet tall. Like
he's 6'9".
He's not super filled out. He's got a basketball player's physique. But yeah, he was doing his thing out there.
Well, the one problem right now for Mason Tharp is we'll reserve any love for him based on two things. One, it was rookie minicamp, and they're not actually doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
Two, he's not actually on the roster. He was on a tryout status.
That's right.
So
that's right.
If we see that they sign Mason Tharp, then that'll be interesting.
Yep.
And he's from Klein, I believe.
He is.
So he's a Houston kid. That'll be Mason Tharp's presence there on a rookie tryout basis, I do feel fits in a theme with something we're seeing as, it seems like they've tried to add some length to the offensive side of the ball. Jaden Higgins really, he's a tall 6'4" wide receiver.
Yeah.
Ursary, really long offensive tackle. They signed Trent Brown in the offseason. He's 6'8".
6'8", yeah.
Luke Lachey is 6'6". So they're gushing about Ladarius Henderson. He's not tall, but he's got freakishly long arms. So, yeah, there might be a little bit of D'Amico and Nick starting to say, you know what, Sometimes there's no replacement for size. Let's get some rangy. Let's use geometry to our advantages
yes.
here.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Absolutely.
So if the Texans sign Mason Tharp after he's there on that rookie tryout status, good. We'll throw a little love for him.
It was why it was. I mean, it was just weird looking. He's so tall. He's kind of, and by football standards, kind of skinny. Who
used to go was the Raiders. The Raiders had they had defensive lines where they had a bunch of guys who were 6'7" or
just
taller.
Tall dudes. Yeah.
Who's the tallest tight end in NFL history?
Oh yeah, give us that.
Morris Stroud Jr. He was 6'10".
Okay.
Drafted in the 1969 draft.
Okay, I have a lot of drafts kind of committed somewhat to memory. The 1969 draft, I do not have that one.
I was to say they believe he might have been the second tallest player at any position.
6'10".
So I don't know who the other guys that were over 6'10" were.
The Steelers had a guy out of the Army. What was his name? Villanueva, maybe something like that. Who was a tackle? Who was like 6'10" or 6'11", not too long ago.
How tall was Too Tall Jones?
Too tall. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like 6'9", maybe 6'8", 6'9".
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, one of the dreams that Seth and I had for the NFL schedule appears to be over, and tonight is actually a huge night for the Houston Rockets. We got all that, and we will talk to the guys on In the Loop, see what they've got going on their show today as well. Great Monday to be with you guys. Appreciate you tuning in. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, according to multiple reports, our dream is over. Me and you, our dream is over. That's how they're framing it, too. Breaking news, Sean and Seth's dream is over. The dream of us getting to go cover an NFL game, at least this year, over. Unless, for whatever reason, Sports Radio 610 and Odyssey want to send us to go cover the Chiefs and the Chargers on Friday night. Ben's all for it. Ben's like shrugging his shoulders.
We can dream.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, Ben, you can come too. Yeah.
I got Ben and I had already just picked out which thongs we were gonna wear on the beaches down there.
They don't call him Banana Hammock Ben for no reason.
Ben and I were gonna come back with butt lifts.
Sweet BBL action.
Oh, yeah.
Walking in here, swinging our cabooses. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It ain't just football we're going for. Yeah, man, Chiefs and Chargers. I was.
Boo!
Yeah.
Boo!
I guess the game is going to be, they're saying the game is probably going to be streamed on YouTube for free.
Oh, okay.
So it's a chance, I guess, for NFL fans to dip their toe in the water with. We know YouTube already houses the Sunday Ticket.
YouTube, yeah, I have YouTube TV because of the Sunday Ticket specifically, and I'm pretty happy with it. I don't know, it's just the whole streaming experience, as it is for most sports fans, has turned into a big quagmire of okay, so I'm going to sign up for my free trial of this, but then I got to remember to cancel it after the Astros game is over or what have you. But I feel like YouTube, I've experienced very little glitchiness or anything.
That's good.
The biggest issue with the streaming so far is that I think all of the platforms are on a pretty big delay compared to the TV broadcast.
Yeah.
The normal cable broadcast.
Yep.
So it makes it hard when you're in the game too. You get a lot of spoilers.
How much do you have social media open during? Do you like having social media open during games?
I try not to anymore.
Independent of the delay. Distracted. I mean, obviously, delay would be a rean not to, but just in terms.
No, I don't. Generally, usually, what I'll try to have a few select accounts that might be putting out either like highlights that I might need to use for my own purposes, or just stats and what have you. But no, I get you too. You just in any sport, you just all of a sudden you look up and you're asking your wife, like, wait, how did the Astros score 3 runs?
It's true.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's true.
I was too busy arguing with somebody over pitch selection or something.
So that dream is over, and I if I had to guess, there's only 2 other teams that have international games that they're hosting that are on the Texans schedule, and they're both division games. The Colts are hosting a game in Germany, and the Jags are obviously hosting a game in London, as they do every year.
I'll tell you what, Germany would be a fun one, man.
That would be a great one, dude. That would be, yeah.
Nobody does consuming mass quantities quite like Germany.
You got that.
It's just you and I in a beer hall over there, singing songs that we don't know the words to.
Swaying back and forth.
Yeah. Hoping that they're politically correct. Yes.
That's right. What are we saying? I don't know. I'm just chanting.
Hopefully we're in the right beer hall. Not the,
Yes, yeah. Right, modern beer hall, yes. So there you go. On that Friday night game, the first weekend of the season. So there's that.
Oh, good. I hope they all have horrible travel delays and food poisoning.
I do too.
I never even wanted to go to Brazil. Damn it.
2 Texan opponents this year. This is going to be a wild Texan schedule. Schedule comes out on Wednesday. They've got 3 games on the West Coast this year. They got 2 LA games and a Seattle game on the West Coast.
I wonder if we might get if either of them if any of them are back to back, the Texans might do that thing where they just stay out there.
Yeah,
it's hard to explain, and it always feels like one of those things where it's a professional athlete complaining about rich folks' problems. But from a competitive standpoint, the time zones do make a difference, even though it's only a 2-hour change. There is something about just feeling out of sorts and being your biological clock not matching up with the actual clock, that for football players, I know other athletes deal with it all the time. I feel like in football, because they don't deal with it that often, it just does feel like a bigger disadvantage than it should be. And I'm not even I'm not saying it's the same as going out and digging ditches for 8 hours or anything, but you're trying to have every competitive advantage you can get.
Yes.
So for the West Coast dynamic, It does. It always feels like you're whining about little stuff, but it does have an effect, I think.
Too Tall Jones was 6'9", multiple people saying on the text page. That was a question that popped up in the previous segment. That is tall. Almost too tall.
Yeah, there was a whole trend in the NFL for a long time back in the 70s. There were way more freakishly tall defensive linemen.
Yep.
And especially, that was back, you know what it was when we were allowed to use their hands? If you were a tall defensive lineman, I mean, you could just hold guys off like they're nothing at all and just toss them around like chubby little rag dolls.
Yep.
And, the only thing the old lineman could do is take a boatload of Diana ball and hope that it made up the difference.
Their upper body be strong enough to shake their head and move your hand off their head.
That's how bad my high school was. I had some really good high school football coaches, but we had a stretch where we had some really bad ones. They legalized using your hands in the late 70s in the NFL and by the early 80s in high school football.
Yeah.
I still had my for a stretch of time in high school, we were still using our go-to technique was the forearm shiver, where you throw a hard forearm into the chest of this well-coached offensive lineman who's totally using his hands.
Yeah.
And it was. I remember I learned how to use my hands because I was going up against this kid, this offensive tackle who was like 5'11". It was just controlling me because he had picture-perfect technique. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So I talked to a college kid I knew, and he's like, what the hell? Forearm shiver? What the hell are you doing? No, that hasn't been used since the 70s, man.
There's new rules.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, get up to speed, man. Lottery tonight. NBA lottery is tonight. The Rockets, as of right now, the way the probabilities lay out, they have Phoenix's pick, which if everything goes according to the odds and the ping pong balls, the Rockets would wind up with the 9th, moves up and jumps them. But if it's like last year, the Rockets, I had Brooklyn's pick last year that I think was slated to be 8th or 9th, somewhere in there, and it wound up number 3 in the draft, and you got Reed Sheppard out of that. Now we'll see if Reed Sheppard turns into anything, but the thing we were hoping for tonight, it's 3.7% chance, but how fun would that be if we came in tomorrow and the Rockets are in line to get Cooper Flagg on their team? Holy smokes. 3.7% chance, but I'm a dare to dream guy, man. You know?
Let's do it. They've had good luck so far. Just keep it rolling, baby. 3.7% chance. So basically a little bit worse than 1 out of 20, like 1 out of 28 chance or so. Yeah. I always like to do the Russian roulette rule where like, okay, if I had a magical revolver that had 28 holes in it, like, would I play Russian roulette if there was a 1 in 28 chance that I was going to pop myself? No, I wouldn't. So they are not astronomical odds.
They're right.
Yes. We got a shot here, man.
Right. If you think they're astronomical odds, then please jump into a game of Russian roulette today and show us.
Yeah.
So that's tonight. I'll tell you what, Seth. It's been nonstop basketball on the TV here this morning on ESPN, and I just keep looking up there. I'm retroactively more bummed now that the Rockets didn't make it out of the first round than I was the day after they got knocked out, which is saying something because they got knocked out by Golden State at home. Like one of the worst fates you can choose, the least likable franchise doing you. Watching the way playoffs are playing out, the 3 teams that were supposed to be way better than everybody else, right?
Yeah.
The 2 number 1 seeds in Boston, the defending champs, and the 2 number 1 seeds. Cleveland and OKC were sailed through the 60-win mark this year. I think OKC won 68 games. And then you have Boston, who's the defending champ that gets the benefit of the doubt on everything coming into the playoffs. And they're the 2 seeds still, like the Rockets were. Those teams are all in dogfights right now. Like the 3 teams that were supposed to be dominant are either losing or tied in their series right now.
I've seen some of the smart NBA types having discussions or writing articles about how the league has kind of become a lot more like the NFL in that they've figured out a way to make there's more parity. You're not able to load up on super teams quite as much or as easily as you could before. So by and by, it might end up being a really good thing for the league, just in that, people are getting really weary of just, okay, a few players get together and decide they're going to win a championship now.
Right.
And that's, if you're not one of those teams, you're screwed. So, yeah, I'm for these NBA playoffs have been very intriguing outside of Rockets world.
Yeah, it just bums me out that the way things are playing out, like, God, they might have been able to make a run here, man. The way the not super teams, but the way the best teams are playing in this thing right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We got Astros tonight as well. Trying to keep
Gusto on the mound.
Gusto on the mound.
As far as, for whatever reason, there's weird. It's Gusto, right?
Gusto. The app that I use, Gusto is listed as the starting pitcher tonight.
Okay, it's Gusto for sure. Yeah. I saw some conflicting information that didn't make any sense, but okay.
It's kind of shambles right now between Wisniewski's elbow and Arrighetti.
Blue ball at some point, probably.
Yeah. There's talk about Colton Gordon coming up from Sugar Land to get a spot start. So we'll see what happens. But if the bats can keep going, that would be good. So we'll see what happens. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here, fellas.
Howdy.
How we
what
feeling?
It do?
Yeah.
Good.
Did you have a good weekend?
Terrific.
Did the moms in your lives have good weekends? You guys take care of the moms in your lives?
Absolutely. Okay. Homemade pizzas yesterday.
Oh, good. Look at you.
Yeah, homemade pizzas. Yeah.
That's good.
Make your own.
I did. I had to buy a sink plunger on Saturday, and I kind of thought about making that Brandy's Mother's Day.
I got you a plunger.
Nobody's complained about this gurgling sink more than you in this last week, and I decided to give you what you wanted, was a non-gurgling sink.
I know that this is going to sound crazy, and you're not going to believe this, Seth. I didn't know there was such thing as a sink plunger.
No, that's not. No, there's nothing to be ashamed about there.
Okay.
It's a plunger that's a little bit smaller.
Okay.
Than it's just so you don't want to have to use your toilet plunger in your sink. You know?
No, that I know.
This is true.
That I'm aware of.
This is true.
Yeah, that I'm.
But you can use a normal plunger on your sink.
Sure.
It's just they make it look they make it look like, oh no, this is an extra special plunger. It's a smaller plunger.
I got you. Okay. So what's popping today on In the Loop? What's the question of the day, man? It's a big day going on.
So the
here
question
right
of the day has to do with what you were just talking about. The 7%.
Yeah. Seth, I thought framed it really well a minute ago. By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth framed it pretty well. Like, for those of you saying out there, well, there's no chance that the Rockets could get it.
Yeah.
Seth said, it's a 1 in 28 chance, something thereabouts.
1 in 27, actually.
Is it 1 in 27?
Yeah.
Okay, so
even
better. If you had a revolver with 27 holes in it and you decided to play Russian roulette,
you would not want to play.
I would not play in a 1 in 27.
If somebody
field.
said, look, you have a 3.7% chance of winning $10 million tomorrow, you'd feel pretty good.
I would feel. I would allow myself to spend it in my mind for sure. Yeah, for sure.
There's a 26 and 27 chance though that I'd feel awful afterwards. So I don't want to tantalize myself too much about sometimes talking yourself into the long odds can be hazardous.
So the draft lottery's tonight.
Yeah.
They have not announced yet who is going to represent each team. They're supposed to announce it today.
Well, okay, really? Oh, it's like an unveiling.
It's an unveiling. So who should represent the Rockets at the draft lottery?
Okay.
And let's talk good luck charms.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not great on good luck charms because I don't have any myself.
Good luck or charms?
I have a lot of good luck. I just don't have any charms that yield. I am ready to admit that wherever I've gotten in life is a combination of timing, luck, and a whole lot of things, no doubt. I would send Robert Horry, the man who's hit the big shots in franchise history. I would send Big Shot Bob, to represent the Rockets. And I know he's been a Laker and a Spur and other things. He's been very visible around the Rockets in Houston over the last year or so. So I would send him with a chunk of the full championship.
Okay.
Those are out there. I have one.
I know. I have one on my desk. It's not autographed like yours, but I have one on my desk as well.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the luckiest person in Rockets history might be Matt Maloney.
Oh, yeah. He's still getting paid.
Listen, I know those were both great recommendations by you. The actual representative, sorry guys, will be Hakeem Olajuwon.
Oh, did they announce it?
Yeah. Okay. Never heard of him. Never heard of him.
They did announce it. I knew it was coming down. I just wasn't exactly sure what.
He did some good things, I guess. Yeah.
I just had a flashback to we used to have, Brooke, who worked in the front office.
Yeah.
Mike Meltzer and I used to have her on once a week for advice from a woman, but she said she butchered Hakeem Olajuwon's name on one of the questions. Of
all the names.
And it was
Oh no! Of all the names, that pick tonight. Like, forget about Cooper Flagg for a second. There still is like a I think like a 17% chance that thing lands in the top 3 or 4. If I'm
That
not
is correct.
mistaken.
That
I
is
feel
top
like you've
4.
got these numbers somewhere, Reggie.
I do have them somewhere. I'm not looking directly at them, and I'm a little too.
But I'm in
lazy
the
to
I'm in the
actually pull 'em up
neighborhood,
in this
right?
moment. Yeah, you're right. Very right. It's very much in that 17% situation, and I think you end up moving up to that degree. And yes, you add another weapon, or you make that weapon better in the opportunity to make your team better, even if you don't actually make a trade for a big time player. One of the things that I saw, I believe it was Sports Illustrated, threw this out here as a kind of just, what do you think about this type move? How do you, if you end up in the lottery, you get that level of luck, using that and then end up with somebody like, what's the Duke center again? I completely forgot his name.
Fleck?
No, the center.
Oh, the center, yeah. The big guy.
Especially because you consider, like, Steven Adams is a guy who, is going to be a free agent, and his services might be, there might be a bidding war for him.
Yes.
Opportunity to add a young player to do similar type things in that space, an offensive rebound, and continue your opportunity to have that double big lineup. Like, even something as small as that could be within the range of possibilities just off of getting a little lucky in the draft.
Yeah.
Or draft lottery, rather.
Or it could be another asset in a Giannis trade. Who
Yes,
knows?
it could.
Yeah.
There's some legs on that.
Yeah.
What my question of the day is, what odds would you accept to play, let's say, to play Russian roulette for just one shot? It's not like you're not going to go back and forth, because then the odds change a lot, obviously. Then you got a 50% chance of dying. Just one Russian roulette, you're only going to hold the revolver to your head once, and the prize is, if you don't die, $100 million.
With a regular six-shooter? Like a six-shooter?
No. With what odds would you accept? Like, how many holes in the revolver?
It would have to be for you to say yes to that.
Yeah, like
get $100 million.
Like, if you had if it was a 1 in 50 chance of the revolver going off, would you do it?
1 in 38.
1 in 38.
Yep,
that's pretty low.
$100 million.
That's pretty low.
$100 million.
I'm saying, you know what I would do? I would go to the cardiac calculator, where I've got like it's supposedly a 2% chance of having a cardiac event in any given year, based on my measured stuff. I feel I'm walking around the odds.
That's what I'm saying.
So I might as well.
I'm a ticking time bomb anyways.
I might as well. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to die from the cardiac event. And yet still, 100 million, 1 in 50. I've lived a good life.
I have stuffed a lot into these 56 years. No question.
Yeah, this is an interesting proposition for me, who's just a little bit younger and also very much a scaredy cat. I'm like, I need really, really nice.
Thousands?
1,000 what?
1,000. 1 in 1,000.
1 in 1,000. Yeah, I do it for 1 in 1,000.
All right.
But yeah, I'm like, look, I don't need a lot.
Negotiations have begun.
This is how I know I'm a scaredy cat.
There is a number.
I immediately, when you pose the question, is I don't need that much money to be a happy human being, right? Like, I immediately went to that place where I started coping.
Sure would help, though.
This would be social media gold.
Oh,
Which country could I pull this off? Where am I allowed to be?
All right, boys. Well, your Crosstalk, as always, is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing.
And what is your guys? We won't answer it because we've already taken up too much of your time. But what is the question of the day, so Sean and I can make a segment out of it tomorrow?
Oh, sure. With the
do you want to pivot? Do you want to pivot to the other question of the day?
I actually kind of like that one.
Because we're on the 6-year anniversary today of Kawhi Leonard hitting that fading jumper in the 2019 Eastern Conference semis that touched damn near every part of the rim.
Oh, yeah.
What game-sealing play sticks with you to this day?
Mario Ellie, Kiss of Death. That's what
Damian Lillard.
I always think of, man.
It's the Dame. That one made me so mad because I was like, what are y'all doing switching right there?
Yeah.
Who told y'all to switch?
0.9. I'll never forget. 0.9 seconds left. Those are mine. Always basketball, man.
That's good.
That's interesting. So there's never like a Hail Mary that sticks with you in a certain way.
I'll tell you, if I were to pick one for each sport, the Glover Quinn Hail Mary against the Jacksonville Jaguars in 2010, where he jumps up to slap the ball down. They would have beat the Jags in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
He goes to slap the ball, and he slaps it right into Mike Thomas's hand for a touchdown. That was
did exactly what you're supposed to do.
Did exactly.
It wasn't trying to intercept it and be a hero or anything. Just slap it down.
Yeah. Smacked it in the wrong place. Man. So, yeah. All right, fellas, have a great show.
Sorry.
Smack the ball into the wrong place.
I was about to say I've often been accused of doing that. So.
Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, yeah, antibodies and Hakeem Olajuwon to you as well.
Yeah, thank you. Boy, there's a lot of people that just really are willing to take risks for
Somebody
$100
said they
million
do it for $75,000.
$75,000 they do it. Yeah, I was just looking for some Chili's gift cards. Yeah, $100 million. Let's go.
A lot of people, and frankly, are probably like, look, I'll do the traditional 1 in 6. I just want out.
Yeah. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Probably a good idea. You're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are here on a Monday for you, and In the Loop starts now.
I mean, you said that as if we, really did anything spectacular. This is work, man. We're here for you, but we are here for you indeed. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate the opportunity to talk with the fine fellas of Payne and Pendergast, but let's get ourselves going. 713-5 to get involved with the program, and always appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. I want to say just off the top, I will not. I have no guarantees on how and where this show goes, but there's a lot of things happening.
There are a lot. There
right
really
now,
are.
in a way that doesn't necessarily feel like it per se. Obviously, we just came off of rookie minicamp. We'll talk about that throughout the course of this show. We mentioned it just a second ago, the idea that the NBA draft lottery is coming up tonight, and it matters to the Rockets in a way that's kind of new and refreshing, right? And it's not from a place of there's obviously always hope in something like this, but it's not where the entirety of the hope of this franchise leans upon it. However, this can make things real interesting now, couldn't it?
In a number of different ways, as you pointed out. You can use it use that pick, use the top 10 pick, all those things.
Yeah, all sorts of things there. And then also we're one series down in the Astros going through a 17-game and 17-day stretch. And that's where we begin, because the first weekend was gnarly, and I would very much like them to normalize this stuff, because if it keeps going the way that those first 3 games went,
I'm not going to be well.
I'm not going to be well.
Yeah.
I'm just not. I'm gonna say that right above from the start. It was very feast or famine, very roller coaster up and down through it. And I think one of the most interesting parts of the first weekend, a 2-1 series win versus Cincinnati Reds at Dyke and Park, was incredibly revelatory in all sorts of different ways. And that probably maintain a large portion of the feast. Well, there was some famine in there too.
No, I call it feast or famine weekend, but I think there's a lot more to embrace about the weekend than to kind of throw your hands up over. Simply because I hate to do this because there's often other things involved, but Saturday was really truly just one of those days. Like it was just going to happen. McCullers didn't have anything, 7 runs, all that stuff. In the first inning, not even the full first inning. They did show a little life. They did show a little life in that game, which was kind of encouraging. And then
before we go further, I want to stop down on McCullers. Like, how'd you react to that? Because I was pretty flabbergasted.
Yeah.
And I know Joe Espada got up there on the podium after the game with his remarks, and of course it started with the anger, the visceral anger that he had, obviously about some death threats that had come in towards Lance McCullers and his family. We'll talk more about that here in a moment. But I think that anger was still with him when he was talking about, he hadn't pitched in 2.5 years, and I was like, hey man, I don't know if that's the way that I want to talk about this, but that is fair. However, he had gone out there and been decent, I think is a fair in his first outing. Yeah. In the cold, in the wet, in Chicago. And so I did not expect an outing like that one on Saturday, where he only gets a single solitary out and gives up a number of runs very early on in that game.
No, I was shocked, to be honest. I fully expected, because McCullers being McCullers, kind of he is overwhelmingly good as we people imagine it is. But in clutch situations, he's always come up. And I expected this to be like a clutch situation. First time in front of the home fans, a lot of anticipation. No, I was shocked about the way things occurred, but I still feel like that was just like, okay, he didn't have anything. It wasn't working. That's going to happen. That's how I felt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was first 13 pitches that he threw that were not swung at because the command was just not where it needed to be for him in that instance. And so, yeah, that was a little disappointing on the Lance McCullers return train. And, of course, some people did the worst thing possible, which was get out here and then send death threats, which why? People are still doing this?
Yes, people are still doing this. I kind of want to dig in on that a little bit because I feel like when you do something like that, we kind of are in a – I think we're – and maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm straw manning it, but it's what I feel. I think we're kind of in a situation where a lot of people sort of like, well – it's not really a death threat. These things happen. People do that all the time. They're kind of downplaying it, and that is very dangerous and very dumb to do that. When these things happen, I think it's reflective of, number one, fans being desensitized to it all. You know, like, oh, it happens a lot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This is where we get where we talk about small odds, right? Going back to the Russian roulette conversation that I did not anticipate my Monday starting with, but there you go. Shout out to the mind of Seth Payne. Is that the team, the organization can not take odds that whatever threats are being thrown out there are real. They cannot take that with a grain of salt. Like, they have to operate as though it is. And so it weighs heavily on everybody involved, and it should, because that is something that is just well beyond the realm of reasonable and the realm of fair and the realm of, like, human in this instance for what is ultimately like a game. Like, I don't care if you was betting on this. Like, it does not come to – it should not ever come to that place. We were already talking about how it's crazy how people jump in people's DMs and just tell them that you cost me money because, no, I didn't. I didn't make you put that money on it. Talk less of threatening the safety of his children. And, in fact, do we have Lance McCullers here? This is Lance McCullers talking about the threats after the game. And I did want to play this just because, like, I debated it a little bit, but I wanted to, again, in the same way you're talking about, some people will view it as not important. Like, you can hear, and even as he's playing this pretty coy, you can hear the concern in it, and obviously the words themselves are problematic.
It's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate, and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually one or two people have, from other issues around baseball, actually had to go to jail for things like that. But to the equation, threatening to find them, or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
So this is where I want to kind of focus in on this, because when you cross that line, it is a death threat. No matter how you make it, it is a death threat. And if you downplay it by any stretch, at any level, and call it passion, and he tried to, be, I guess, diplomatic there or whatever. I understand there's passion. No, there's passion. And then there's this. And I think, when you cross that line, if you think it's not real, it never's real, then you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. This is a very real thing. And then the mental strain, emotional stress that players feel no matter what, because you don't know who's doing this. I think that's why this is something that should absolutely be pursued, and is being pursued the way it is.
Right, and I think Joe Spada probably put up one of the most obvious but also necessary statements is everybody's trying their best, right? Like, it's always worth remembering. Everybody here is trying their best. Like, nobody's out here trying to make you mad. And ultimately, I would hope that anybody under the sound of my voice would never even consider such a thing. But it's a reminder, man. Like, it can never be this. It can never be this.
Yeah, once you cross that line, it's about your own mental issues, because that is not passion. That is illegal. It's a dangerous thing, and probably needs some help, and they should never be taken lightly or discounted.
Now, circling back around to passion, something that got me passionate was after Lance McCullers only go single solitary out on Saturday. And speaking of the feast part of this, shout out to Ronel Blanco, who definitely did save that game and save the next game and save the opportunity to win that series. He might have saved the opportunity to win this next one here over the next 3 days as well. Because, having the opportunity to come in after that game where, well, actually, there's that, and I think also the bats obviously helped a good amount. Like making that game some level of competitive by going and scoring runs after Lance McCullers only gets a third of an inning, made Cincinnati have to continue to use high leverage pitchers in those circumstances, and didn't allow them to just put it in neutral and coast through that. But then on yesterday, when Ronel Blanco going out pitching 8 innings, 11 strikeouts, throwing 101 pitches, and like really. Not because I texted you when Lance McCullers went out. I was like, "Oh goodness, there goes the pen." Like the pen is screwed. Not really. You used 2 pitchers yesterday, and that really got them the opportunity to get that win. And he gritted it out in a season where he hasn't been, the same level of Ronel Blanco starting the season last year. And now they have an opportunity to, as they're dealing with injuries even in the rotation, to still like stabilize and normalize and get themselves to a place where they can compete still in what is a dangerous stretch of 17 games.
I think yesterday was enormous, but I think they started to win yesterday's game on Saturday with how they responded. Weren't they down 12-0 at one point? It was definitely 10. But the way they responded there sort of set the table for what they were going to, with the pitching staff, with the bullpen, et cetera. They created just sort of make it interesting. That led to Ronel Blanco, who we know you're not going to necessarily get that kind of effort out of him every night. He's been up and down, but you saw what he's capable of, and then you saw what guys like DeZenzo and Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz and what they've been doing with the offense. There was a lot more good to come out of this than the oh my gosh on Saturday.
So we mentioned Ronel Blanco, and I was listening to the Foul City Territory or the Crush City Territory podcast. Salute to them. Obviously, Chandler Rome covers the team for The Athletic. And one of the things they were mentioning is Ronel Blanco, typically pitches in the winter, right? And the team asked him not to do that this year. Is it possible that like he's ramping up? Because obviously, if he had been pitching in the winter, like I think he'd be a lot warmer at this point. Yeah. And of course, like there's not a lot of track record to base this off of because
he hadn't done it.
He hasn't done it a ton. But in this instance where he did not have that, right, and I imagine it was reasonable to expect or to ask him to not do that so that he doesn't like tax his arm. But is it possible that the start of the season being a little lackadaisical, for lack of a better term, could maybe be attributed to that, where now he's starting to find that space where he can dial up that 8-inning type outing. Of course, I don't think, like you said, that should be expected as a consistent, but now he's giving you a little bit closer to the performances on the high end that you kind of saw last year earlier on in the season.
I think it's possible. Anytime that there's a change in your routine like that, your body has to you figure it mentally, and your body also has to figure it out as you go along. But I just feel like if you can get that from him occasionally, that's what I got out of this series. A lot more good than bad.
Yeah, very much agreed. And of course, it's always worth noting that, Hunter Brown did Hunter Brown things. Like, is he reaching the point where we almost are, negating some of the benefit of him because we do not talk about it as glowingly because it's almost expected now?
That's a good sign.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good sign.
We need to find a way to just have consistent check-ins here and there and be like, hey, I know that we're in a place where we kind of expect the Hunter Brown games to go a certain way, but we should stop down and give a level of salute to him in a stretch of time so that, because he's in Cy Young territory.
And he absolutely is. And I thought Friday's game was one of his best ever because he wasn't really good early. Well, he was good in terms of getting out of trouble, but he was missing the zone. He was, giving up some bases on balls. He was fighting behind in the count Friday pretty much all night, and yet still would make pitches. That was like to be able to put that performance out there was pretty incredible when he didn't have his best command, early on.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to take an opportunity to salute the pitching because again, you get a win against the Reds. Not necessarily that the Reds are a great team, but that was very much, you had to salute the pitching, both when it comes to the pen on Saturday, Ronel Blanco covering for the pen on Sunday, and then Hunter Brown just being Hunter Brown. I thought that your pitching, which again has been very solid, has been really good in fact this season, continuing to show that that's going to be a forward-facing portion of what this team is, and it needs to keep going because now Hayden Wesneski goes to the IL, right? Like they gave him a little his last start. And then now he's dealing with inflammation where, I don't know that you can expect him back here soon, right? Lots of inflammation in that right elbow to the point where when they did the MRI, like I think we've been in this space a lot of times. And it's worth noting that he missed a couple of months with the forearm injury last year. when he was with the Cubs, and Dr. Christopher Ahmad, who does work at Columbia University, apparently has written some advanced papers and academic scholarship on the idea that forearm strains have an alarming relationship with UCL injuries.
No kidding.
And so
wait, we're not familiar with that here in Houston.
The Hayden Wesneski thing is like that is also a part of the up and down roller coaster of this. Where
I'm going to have to remember that.
Ryan Gusto tonight is going, and I think Colton Gordon can maybe be expected to jump up for a spot start when this. But that's what we were talking about when it came to this rotation. Hey, it looks good, but you're going to need those supporting guys to step in at times.
Getting them.
And here you go.
Yeah, they're getting them. I'll tell you what, when they gave those 2 extra days rest, it was very fishy to me from the very beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so he's on the IL. We'll see how long that ultimately takes. I don't know what's 20% of pitchers who injured their forearm muscle then require Tommy John surgery within a year of that muscle strain. Okay. Not trying to put that out there like this is what's gonna happen. In fact, can I knock on wood somewhere to hope that it doesn't? But yeah, this again puts more. Like I immediately when I saw that I was like, all right, so what's happening with Luis Garcia? Just hey, what can we do here? Because that's very frustrating, disappointing to hear when it comes to Hayden Wesneski. But salute to the pitching, up and down weekend. But ultimately, it came out with a positive result, getting you 2 out of 3 wins, and allows you to go into this next series that you're dealing with starting tonight in a good place. There you go. Someone said from the 832. What do you mean, Reg? This was a great series win against the Reds. It's been years since we last won a series against them. Absolutely. Was 2015 was the last time you won a series against the Reds? I wanted to acknowledge it's not a great baseball team, but of course, I think that this was a huge victory, as we talked about, for the Astros this weekend. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get circle back around to the Texans. Had their rookie minicamp at the end of last week when it comes to Friday and Saturday. And it looks like one of the big winners could be a guy who the fan base is clamoring for. LD? Let's talk about that next.
Area 45.
Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader. Sports Radio.
Right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And you, obviously, when you get involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, or on the live streams, whether it's on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, or on Twitch, 610 Houston. Somebody on the text line, definitely get involved. Because we were just talking about the pitching, and we mentioned the Hayden Wesneski IL stint, and the ways in which maybe, just maybe, right, there's trends that could suggest that this might be a longer stint. I don't know that I definitely can't say that for certain, and I very much hope it's not. And then we got this from the 346. Time for a JV trade. Hey, you stop that.
Oh, man.
You stop it.
You can set your
Let's go for number 3, man.
Stop it right now.
Let's go for a third time.
Stop.
You can set your watch on it.
No. Cut it out. He has a 4.50 ERA right now, and he's getting barreled up a good amount. Stop that.
Would you want him?
Hell, why not, man?
All right.
Why not?
I need to stop. Colton Gordon, by the way, 2.55 ERA at Sugarland. He seems to be profiling like he's going to be your Wednesday starter. It is
now that texter got in my head a little bit.
No, stop. Well, just to avoid that, let's go ahead and go. Let's go to NRG here. All right, let's just go ahead and move very far away from Dyken Park in the physical geographical location of Houston. So last weekend, or this weekend, end of last week.
Yeah.
Like this. Friday and Saturday, rookie minicamp happened for the Texans, and did you learn things? Did you learn things, Lopez?
In my mind, yes.
Okay.
I don't know how much. See, that's the thing. Like
they don't have a big enough class.
Rookie minicamp is important. We established that, but we don't get any hints. Any real hints.
Yeah, I feel like unless you have a rookie quarterback or something like that. Everybody else is kind of like, okay, they look good out there.
Yeah, okay.
That's
what does that mean?
I know.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What you mean?
Yeah.
What you mean? Graham Mertz out there?
Graham Mertz was out there.
What's your takeaway then?
Yeah. How did he look?
He looked like he looked like Graham Mertz. That's what he looked like. All right, so there's obviously some things that we got from it. At the very least, the guys getting in and getting into the flow of learning the system, which obviously is the most important thing. I think for you, though, the big thing that showed up was one of the things that D'Amico said, paired with a move that the Texans make. And what is that thing that you say all the time? Don't listen to what they say.
Yeah, watch what they do, not what they say.
There you go. So here's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of this team, talking about an offensive lineman that the fans have come to really enjoy. He was a seventh rounder last year, didn't play due to injury, but now picking up a little steam. Ladarius Henderson.
Very encouraged with Ladarius and just how he's went about the process just throughout the offseason, throughout the entire season, just seeing Ladarius show up every day, smile on his face, having that joy. Like he gets.
He was so excited, it just broke
Look at
up.
this.
Oh, what? No, we're being sabotaged?
Oh, there it go. I don't know what happened. It just shut off.
Oh, they're here.
It was too hot to handle.
They're here.
No, I mean, you could hear generally the glowing nature, and if you could just circle that one back around. But you
room on the field.
Here we go.
We wanted to get him out here in the rookie minicamp because he didn't have this time last year. Just get on the field. So trying to get him just the extra time to get out, get some coaching sessions with Coach Popovich, and he's doing a great job so far. And I'm just excited to see how this journey continues to go for him, because it's definitely headed in the right direction, and he's done everything the right way, everything you could possibly do to put yourself in position to have a successful year. He's done that.
See, you touched on the reason this is very cool and possibly very important. Couple that, like they say things. D'Amico Ryan's never going to just like throw a player under the bus. He's always going to be cordial, nice, kind of, he's working hard, blah blah blah. But then there's a difference between that and when they really kind of voice their pleasure of or their confidence.
Just
in
like when a parent says that they don't have a favorite.
Yeah, but then their actions, sometimes they say it more meaningful with another one.
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah.
What's up, BG?
I don't. Anyway, but you can tell, and then couple that with what Nick Caserio said last week, and you're like, all right. They're really, really impressed with this guy, and they think he could be doing some things. And oh, by the way, he's a second-year player, and you just heard him reference that.
In a way,
we want to really just his full first season and on the field. So they're saying they're telling him, come on out, let's see what you can do. We can get some individual coaching because you can do it. So that's important. And then there was a move Friday right after the show, I believe.
Yeah, not too long after we were off the air, the Texans released Nick Broeker, who was a guard. He played. I think he played in 9 games last year. 6 snaps on offense, but most of that special team. He was just kind of a depth guard. But I think that move kind of speaks to maybe the way that they view this offensive line room.
Yeah.
Where, a guy that they trusted to be on the field at the very least last year is now in a place where they look at the group of guys that they brought in and they feel comfortable with all these other guys maybe being a level above what Nick Broeker brings for them. And I don't think that they hated Nick Broeker by any means.
No, they didn't. In fact, that's another little sort of read between the lines thing that can give you some confidence about not just Ladarius Henderson, but the offensive line. Keep in mind, when we were at training camp last year and Titus Howard went down early in camp for a couple plays, a couple of practices, Broeker was running with the first team for a while. Remember that, Figgy?
Yeah.
So he's gone from that to cut. If you want to really squint your eyes on this thing, you can kind of feel, all right, they're a little more confident in some of the other guys that are ahead of him because they had confidence in him enough to run him on the field a little bit,
Yeah, and that's where I'm trying to find a level of comfort with that notion that, at least from their evaluation standpoint, assuming that which I think is probably what we have to work off of right now, that's how they feel about this offensive line room, which, again, that is the big question mark of this offseason and headed into the season is how effective will this offensive line be? And so the idea that they're looking at that it feels like they have raised the floor of some level of all these guys is, I guess, somewhat encouraging. However, I still look up and I go, I need to see it to have a level of comfort, a level of belief that it's actually going to be raised to the level that they will now be able to compete in the way that we felt like they should have last year.
Absolutely. I want to see it too. And maybe Broeker wasn't really the fit for this system because they're changing the system as well in terms of some of the techniques they're going to use, some of the blocking schemes they're going to use. But at minimum, if you're going to say, all right, what does it mean, in rookie minicamp, it's a positive. At least you didn't see any net negatives here. And then, of course, it was just nice to see the big 3 young rookie guys out there, in Higgins, Knoll, and Marks, at least.
Wait, the big 3 rookie guys is Higgins, Knowles, and Marks?
And you're going to skip over the biggest guy on the field?
Literally the physically biggest guy on the field. Ain't no way you meant that for real.
I meant for offense. Yeah. I don't know.
Wait, Ursery play defense now?
No, I don't know where Ursery is going to fit in with the offensive line, but I know.
You just said the big 3 out there.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, okay, the 2 receivers, and then you said Woody Marks.
And Ursery?
Yeah.
Like Ursery.
They were literally the first 3 picks as well.
Here's the thing.
I know he's doing a show with John Harris, man.
This man.
Okay, so that.
Man.
This is why I said that these 3 to get into the rotation. Ursery is going to compete, but we don't know if he's going to be, in the starting rotation. We don't know if Ursery is going to be. We hope he is, but I think these 3 guys have a real shot.
Yeah, I think I see that there. Those guys have an opportunity to impact. Higgins obviously feels like he is the penciled-in third wide receiver on your starting offense, where it feels like that one is the clearest path, if you want to view it that way. Woody Marks feels like he has an opportunity to impact when it comes to being maybe running back 2, 3 in that space and having opportunities on the field. And then Jalen Knoll, whether it's as a wide receiver but also as a returner. He feels like he has, if not an inside track, like a nice opportunity to be involved in that way, getting on the field immediately. That's what he did at Tennessee, or in Tennessee, Iowa State, right? Is being a return man early and then getting involved more in the offense as well. But this is Ariate Ursery, a man who John Lopez completely forgot existed. This is him talking about the possibility of playing guard.
I think the biggest thing, it was super hot. That it was way hotter than it was today. The biggest thing was just they was going to see who was going to tap out, like who was going to quit, who was going to fake like they were injured, or, you know, they were looking for any type of tendencies to tell you no. So I think I didn't do that at all. I just, whatever they asked me, asked me to go over here. I was bouncing around. I'm on whatever they asked me to do. That's the type of guy I am, you know. I'm just here to be a vessel and just keep getting better each and every day. We're going to look up and see where the sun is at when that time comes.
That's deep stuff right there. A vessel?
He seems like he has that same energy that D'Amico Ryans wants, just generally, right? And you heard the first part of that was him talking about like the recruiting camp where PJ Fleck, the head coach in Minnesota, recruited or saw him, at least noticed him. And that is PJ Fleck has that very strong kind of, I remember the row the boat mentality was really big in the college football space. Like he has that same type of energy when you talk about a coach building a cultural dynamic for his team, as D'Amico Ryans does. And it seems like Nick Caley also has that energy focus. So it feels like Tay, at the very least, he won't lack in that regard. If he plays, it'll really just be about whether he's ready or not, because it seems like the mentality is 100%.
If he does start, then we're really onto something. You know, from the beginning of the season, then we're really onto something.
Right, but that's one of the things that has been fun is like if anybody was talking about the Laramie Tunsil as we need to get the culture right, well, you got a dude who definitely feels like he is going to really feed into the culture largely of the team and hopefully make the offensive line match that as well. But just a couple of the things that came out of rookie minicamp. There's a lot of other stuff. We'll see if we circle back around to that as we keep going here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which I feel like we've kind of split in a way. So let's see if we can make this shake, if we can balance both of these things at the same time. 713-572-4610. What good luck charm would you give to the Rockets going into the NBA draft lottery later today? And also, in the 6-year anniversary of Kawhi Leonard knocking down an incredible game-winning shot, what is the sticks in your mind to this day? 713-572-4610. Let's see what we do with that next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast
AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get into the question of the day right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, so apparently the computer is just not going to be Figgy's friend today because earlier it just dropped out of a D'Amico cut, and then secondly it combined a couple of clips because somebody was like, man, these rookies think that that it's not hot down here or it's overrated. No. That was Ariante Airstreet talking about a camp that he was noticed at when he was playing like out in Kansas City or something to that effect years ago. I think they don't have a full understanding of what it's actually going to be just yet, but I don't think that we got any impression.
No, they definitely do not.
I don't think we got these guys out here thinking that it's sweet or anything. Yeah. I think that they know that was not what it's going to be, and I imagine someone told them as well.
I was wondering because I saw Will Kunkel, Fox 26 News talk. I think he was at Minicamp, and I don't know if he brought up the question just to see or did some rookies really say that.
Yeah.
That it was kind of a little bit overrated. The Heat was overrated.
Well, just remember they said that. Wait till July, baby.
Yeah.
Wait till July.
They will learn. I mean, if they believe
in almost 10 years now. And every time I be like, you know what? I think I adjusted to the Heat. I think I found what. As soon as I get out there, I'm like, no, I'm not.
You probably have a little bit. It's anybody.
I think I have, but still in the moment, I'm just like, man, it is hot. I can't do this.
Yep.
No, look, it's not about adjusting because the people who have lived here for a very long time are like, hey, man, this is oppressive. All right, so a few things happening today. Today, NBA draft lottery happens where we will figure out who ultimately gets the number one pick. And the right to select the presumptive number one selection, Cooper Fleck out of Duke. There's a lot. This is one of those really good NBA draft classes as well. There's a lot of talented players. So it's not just who's getting one, but who gets some of these other opportunities to select. And when it comes down to it, the Rockets have, via the Phoenix Suns, a really good opportunity to move up. The ninth best odds at the number one pick and some really good odds at moving up into that top four area where you're really in the talent-rich area. And even if they stay put at 9, there's still really good players that are mocked that far down. I know that Continental, the shooter out of Duke, is one of those guys that maybe looks like he could be around that space. But Hakeem Olajuwon is set to be the guy for the Rockets at the draft lottery. But what would you do? Question of the day, what would you do to give him some luck? What are the lucky totems, I guess?
Lucky charms, lucky to, whatever it may be. Look.
And then at the same time, it's the 6-year anniversary of Kawhi Leonard knocking down what was a wild fadeaway corner three-pointer. So winning moments that also stick with you. I'm going to see if I can juggle these.
713-572-4610, and you can text at Twitch and YouTube as well. I think they got the right guy. Hakeem Olajuwon, I think he's done it once or twice before, but it's been a bit. That's the guy you want because Cooper Fleck, you mentioned how good the top 10 is going to be, and it is. It's going to be a pretty deep draft. Ain't no one going to change a franchise like Cooper Fleck. I mean, and if you happen to be a team like the Rockets that wins it with a 3.7% chance, I mean, you're talking about a big-time run. I mean, that's how good he is. I think he's still going to be the youngest player, at least of the lottery picks in the draft, and he's that good. So you better get lucky, and you better, having Hakeem Olajuwon is definitely the one. I was thinking like lucky charms, lucky things.
Yeah, I was trying to think who was at the lottery when Yao Ming, the Yao Ming draft. Like who was around during that time?
I think it was Carol Dawson. It was their general manager at the time, I think.
Yeah, was it any players or
not that I can
It was
recall.
Just straight up personnel, I guess.
Unless it was Rudy. But I think it was Carol Dawson who represented.
Yeah, I was about to say, if somebody like a former player, former coach that was around the lottery during that time, I would probably give him a call right now.
T-Mac.
You want T-Mac?
T-Mac to represent you.
We got to get those vibes back.
Yeah, got to get that back. And then as far as like plays that still stick with you, I've been trying to think of a good one. The only one I can think of is the penalty that was against the Aggies. That was just a totally bogus, non-existent penalty.
Sure, I'm sure
that kept. No, it really was. That kept the Longhorns drive alive on the Justin Tucker kick. Ultimately,
that's right.
That won the game.
I remember that.
That won the game. Totally non-existent penalty that the former Longhorn referee called.
Oh, that actually, you talking about a Texas team hitting a field goal reminds me of the, I want to say 2010 Big 12 championship game, Texas-Nebraska, that came down to a field goal.
Yep.
And it's not really about the kick itself, right? And that, because I remember that game when Ndamukong Suh was going haywire.
Yeah.
It was the fact that I happened to be at Kansas State at that point. Kansas, obviously close to Nebraska. A lot of Nebraska fans, and just generally people that hated Texas. And me being from Texas, I was over here by my lonesome. And when I tell you I was talking crazy to them people, I was talking wild to them.
You were talking crazy to those people.
Right. So that kick really did some good things for me. Speaking of other kind of game winning moments, on the text lines from the 832, Lorenzo Charles. That's
oh please, that's the one.
83 national championship game.
One.
Obviously, Houston looked like they had an opportunity to win it, and just nobody boxed out. Nobody boxed out.
It was an air ball. Lucky things going on here. People are saying Robert Horry. That's a good one. That's what Sean Pendergast said. Robert Horry would be a good one to have up there, but I'll still take Akeem on that one.
Stevie Franchise is who everybody is letting us know was out there at the draft lottery.
It sure is.
Yeah, you got to come back out there, man.
Yeah, it was Steve. I'd like to have Steve Francis back. That'd be good.
I just feel like I don't get enough Steve Francis in my life in general. Like I very much, although I'll be honest, makes me a little sad because like you can see the age, you can see the wear that has been on him. But I mean, obviously, I that was when you look at the teams of your youth or relative youth, right? Like those ones stick with you. And Steve Francis absolutely right in that sweet spot for me.
Albert Pujols.
Oh, don't do that.
Albert Pujols.
Why? So this is funny because I feel like so many people on the text line and myself have gone negative when we go to these game-winning
because those stick with you longer.
Stick with you. So you think that the negative ones stick with you longer than the good ones?
No, I mean you always obviously fondly remember the great plays that gave your team whatever, the big win, the championship, or whatever. But the other ones just stick with you because they just hurt so much.
Music City Miracle came up on the text line. Oddly enough, one that I had no involvement with at all, but I think of in a way, and I don't know why I do, which is Joe Carter, World Series 3-run homer.
Oh, yeah.
Is one that comes to mind for me. Somebody said Jordan hitting Seattle into the third deck.
Now, that's a good one.
Yes, that is a good one. All right. Yeah. Some other ones. Somebody said, did you say Con? No, Con Knipple. That is his name. And I feel like you would enjoy it very much if he was wearing a Rockets jersey. We'll see what that draft lottery ultimately does. And in an entirely different conversation, because we talked about three different things and we're mixing them all up. Somebody said this spring has been really nice. It could be fooling some of these new folks at this point. When it comes to the rule, it has been really nice.
It's actually supposed to heat up this week.
Well, it is.
I seen the 96 up there.
Yeah.
Yes. 93.
Man, I got outside. I was like, dang. This morning, it was pretty cool.
Wait till you get out here at 2:00.
Yeah,
it'd be totally different.
Brad Lidge, obviously, got to remember that. Somebody said Altuve versus Chapman. Oh yes.
Oh yeah,
that's a good call. White Boy Jack's miracle catch against the offensive World Series, and then Mario Ellie is a
kiss of death.
Yeah, that's yes. I mean, anyone that you have a nickname for, I feel like absolutely comes up. And somebody said, I don't know if anybody said this, and wow, how did I not say this? The T-Mac comeback versus the Spurs, 13 points, 33 seconds. If memory serves.
That's legendary, man. That's legendary on social media, too.
Absolutely.
That pop up every time. I was like, man, I can't believe he did that.
That one, and then obviously that's going to mean a lot more here, but then my namesake, Reggie Miller, getting the, 8 points in 9 seconds?
Well, that was part of it, but he had actually started earlier in the quarter too, right?
Yeah, I mean he was cooking at that point, but the specific.
But him grabbing the rebound, going right to the 3-point line, I'm like, what? How do you do that?
Just
he dribbles backwards.
Yeah,
incredible moment. But yes, hopefully we get the luck that we're looking for tonight in the draft lottery. The Rockets give themselves some more ammo to go to this offseason, make their team better, and maybe have more moments. Like 2019, take that experience that Fred Van Vliet had into a potential championship for the Rockets soon.
Man, it's going to be – they've got a real. I think 4 teams have a 10% or better shot. 4 or 5
at the number one.
Yeah, at the number one. I think
around 10 because I don't think anybody gets right up there. But yeah, it's going to be like right around 3% chance of getting the number one, and something around 17 to get into the top 4 picks for the Rockets. So we're excited to see what that ultimately looks like. That'll happen tonight. A lot of things going on for your Houston sports team. All right, coming up next in the loop, let's get into around the NFL where, Derek Carr has decided to retire. Let's talk about that man, that legend at the bank. We'll do it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports station. Go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That seems to always happen. The question of the day, more come in during the break as after we ask about the game-winning, game-sealing plays that stick with you to this day. Andre Johnson catching the back of the end zone. Hail Mary, 2010, Washington, week 2. That
overtime.
Is huge victory there. Someone else mentioned, I know he is what he is, but Deshaun Watson versus the Bills playoff escape.
Oh, that's fair, man. That was crazy.
I just appreciate the need for the disclaimer on the front end. Just, hey, I get it. You get it. We get it.
We all
However,
get it.
2019 Altuve, ALCS walk-off.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone mentioned Ralph Sampson last-minute shot against the Lakers in the playoffs. You recall this?
I do recall this. It was Twin Towers at its peak. Of course, Ralph Sampson's career cut short with the injuries, but at that moment, I think there was like less than a second left. There was like 0.9, 0.7, just a little catch and turn midair kind of thing, and knocked it down. Yeah, I do remember that.
All right, so shout out to you guys. Get involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, always available for you. Let's go around the NFL now, and we will start here in Houston as a little kind of accounting, but I think it might kind of tell us a little bit of something about what this team is doing. Earlier, Jaime Fairbairn has a little bit of a reworked deal in order to create almost $3 million in cap savings, for this season. $2.78 million to be exact. Shout out to Texans cap for getting that. But they agreed to that restructured contract. And I don't know about you. Does this at all highlight that Jaime, there's not as much competition as maybe you once would have considered for him in this season?
Yeah, he's going to be their kicker. Like, we know what happened at late last season, but they love him. He's been damn near. Remember, middle all the way in toward the end of the season, we were extremely confident in Jaime Fairbairn.
Yeah, he won like two AFC special team players of the week.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, because he was just knocking down 50-yarders like it was his job.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he missed 6 field goals over the course of the season, and maybe the part that was more concerning was the couple of extra points that he missed, especially with the times that he missed those extra points and the kind of the pressure that they added to the Texans last year. But, I mean, he's still a guy that I think people have a lot of respect for and are capable of depending on.
And they will.
And yes, they will. So you hope that whatever happened last year was a momentary kind of step back, what have you.
Yeah.
And that you get back to the Jaime Fairbairn ways of before, where he's very trustworthy of a kicker, but obviously being trustworthy as a teammate, giving them just a little bit of cap relief today. Some other things around the NFL. I did want to get my Bengals first-round draft pick, Shamar Stewart. We've been talking about minicamp. He sat out his rookie minicamp.
What did I tell you about this cat?
What you mean, what did you tell us about this camp? Are you immediately, you're throwing your Aggie
I told you.
under the bus?
I told you.
Yes.
I told you from the start, it hurts me. But I've never really seen his numbers live up to what his physique shows you, and what his measurables are. And he may well end up being a Pro Bowler, but there's something about this cat that just doesn't sit right.
Yeah, he didn't participate. He has yet to finalize his rookie deal, or he hadn't yet finalized his rookie deal. And so the holdup was apparently that he was talks bogged down regarding percentage of compensation in future years to be paid as a training camp bonus. So, he was already into place. Now, of course, to be fair, it is the Bengals, and I don't give them any level of leeway when it comes to matters of money.
Yeah.
However, the idea he came in, and yes, you did tell us about the ways in which maybe the production was not there. Is even though you looked at kind of the physique and the tape, and you go, all right, he's a good player. What's happening?
Yeah.
Or the measurables at the very least. And it seems like he got a little bold with trying to make sure that he got what he wanted out of his rookie contract.
Yeah, and like I said, maybe this is all going to be forgotten, but I wanted to stay away from him from the very start.
Damn. just throwing your Aggie.
Now, was it on the field stuff
On
or
the
just
field.
kind of attitude
Well,
stuff?
see, now I don't know much about the attitude and off-field stuff and all that from anybody that I speak with. Feel sometimes, as we all know. So that was what I was wary of.
Yeah. So we'll see what he ultimately does. But he missed that first opportunity just because he wanted to make sure that the Bengals weren't doing shenanigans on the contracts. What did you make of this? Obviously, the big football news of the weekend. The Saints quarterback situation, in a way, got some clarity, and in some ways got less clarity, as Saints quarterback Derek Carr is retiring after 11 seasons. He had the shoulder injury that was kind of threatening his availability.
Yeah.
This is who I guess is become the NFL insider of In the Loop, because he's Figgy's favorite, and some of the other ones be reporting about all sorts of stuff. Here's Ian Rappaport talking about maybe the reasons as to why this retirement happened.
Reasons why, and this is, again, something that we have addressed many times over the course of the last month or so. Carr suffered a shoulder injury late last season. He began his rehab this season, began his work this season, could not get to 100%, tried an injection, tried rehab, tried to make it go, realized at that point it was not going to be 100% without surgery. Surgery was needed. If that was the case, he was not going to play again until 2026. Instead, he retires, and the financials are important. Carr gets the $10 million in a roster bonus that he got earlier this offseason. He gives back $30 million that was otherwise guaranteed to him, gives back $30 million, helps the Saints with their salary cap space, not this year, but next year, and looking like Tyler Shook has a real chance to be
out there. There's a lot there that that you can dig in on with Derek Carr. First of all, the legitimacy of a shoulder. I mean, shoulder injuries like that can and have ended quarterback careers.
Certainly,
just flat out. Can end your career. So I'm not saying there's nothing there. There's obviously a lot there with the shoulder. But then there's a couple of other things. Who gives up $30 million?
A dude who is a good guy for the most part. That's the fun thing about Derek Carr, is that I think as a player, he is so frustrating to me, and not just me. Apparently, Saints fans. Did you see Saints fans rejoicing when they found out?
They was outside barbecuing, man.
I did not. I was like, yo, you would think that it would be
a
some
national
level of
holiday.
split. They were so excited, like, dang,
Derek Carr Day.
I'm like, do y'all see who's on the roster?
They said, ding dong, Derek is gone. I was like, hey, yo, that's. But I mean, by all accounts, like a man of faith, and not to say that inherently makes you like a good or a good person or a person that gets along well with folks, but he seemed to do that, right? Like, and one thing that I've always respected about him is he seemed to have his convictions and really stand by them, which you can't always say about people, regardless of what their faith proclaimed is, or not, or what have you. And so that, I imagine that is like the good guy portion of it, him being like, look, I'm not going to take this money that I do not feel like I necessarily am entitled to in that moment.
Maybe I'm just not as good a person, but I've known.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I've known good people. I've known bad people, and they both want $30 million if they can get it. It's strange. Just real Figgy, wouldn't be surprised if this is like he's doing this and then somehow comes out of retirement.
I was just about to ask that. Do you think he's staying retired? I feel like he probably gonna get his shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
Rehab and all that stuff, and just be on the lookout for him in 2026.
Yeah, but if he was going to do that, he might as well do that on the paycheck, on the payroll. Like, I saw a video of his wife, who I believe is Hannah, if memory serves. I might be misremembering it, so apologies if that's the case. But the first day of retirement, Buddy was out here spending time with the kids, got a little date in with the lady, went and played some golf, played some video game. Like, I was like, nah, he looked like a dude who was entirely ready to get out of the game before the game got him necessarily.
And he is 34, but that's not ancient for quarterbacks.
Yeah. I wonder, do you feel like he was pretty happy in New Orleans, though, the way they kind of ran everything?
It seemed like, I don't know.
It seemed like it's kind of started getting a little messy towards the end.
Well, it got messy because of their salary cap stuff and all that. But
he knew that before he went in.
Yeah, he did. But I think he was pretty happy. So the first thing is shoulders can end a career, so this is very feasible. Second thing is, I don't know anybody, good guy or not, that will just give back $30 million.
Well, you know one now.
I guess
His
I did.
name is Derek Carr.
Third thing is this. Arch Manning.
Yeah,
Arch Manning.
I think I was looking at, what was it, Dane Brugler's way too early 2026 mock draft for The Athletic, and he has the number one selection being for the New Orleans Saints. And getting the next Arch Manning out of Texas. Of course, there's one thing that does indicate to some degree, and I would tend to agree. Hey, man, ain't nobody expecting the Saints team to be any level of good.
You don't have confidence in Tyler Shuck?
Not one bit, actually. I think I've been very clear about I'm not really liking.
Who are their other quarterbacks? They got
so they have three
Spencer
quarterbacks. Spencer Rattler, the guy who they drafted out of South Carolina, obviously played a little bit of Oklahoma as well, and then Jake Haener out of Fresno State. Who Haener? Or was it Fresno State? I might be misremembering that. I hope I got that right. But Haener is one of those guys that I like, but I don't think that he has the talent for the level. Spencer Rattler is wildly inconsistent, which you saw at Oklahoma, then you saw it at South Carolina, and the inconsistency becomes notable because the good is good.
Yeah,
but
hey, the Texans know. Remember, he came in with Atlanta. Remember that? That was Rattler, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah.
And so
when they lost to Atlanta, wasn't it Rattler?
No, he ain't played for Atlanta.
No.
You think about Riddler?
I'm thinking Riddler.
Riddler.
Yeah.
And yes, 832. Carr's boy was Dennis Allen. That was one of the reasons that people were speculating that he was bringing up the injury and utilizing it to try and leverage because he was not happy about Dennis Allen's firing. He might not be happy about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, you mentioned Figgy on the text on the group text, the idea of, hey man, Kellen Moore got to be sick right now. But he knew what organization he was going into. Like, even if they had Derek Carr, I don't know that I felt great about the way that thing was situated right now, and I guess some level of condolences to Chris Olave out there running routes for.
I feel like if they knew he was going to retire, they probably would have had a different draft.
Is the question
or not?
Because they drafted this Tyler Shuck, or kind of thinking he going to sit a little bit, or for my understanding.
But see, that's how you manipulate it without manipulating.
But see, maybe you would have got in the Joe Flacco business or something like that, some type of bridge quarterback or something.
Wait, I don't know that
maybe they would have traded up for Jackson Dart or something like that.
But why be okay when you can be good? You know
what you mean, like on the idea of be bad this year and try and get into what seems like very early on could be a really good quarterback draft. We mentioned Arch Manning, Lenore Sellers out of South Carolina is another name that's gotten a lot of love. Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU. Like, there's some guys that look like they could be coming down the pike that could be really good quarterbacks, especially above what this class appears to be. But yeah, it still feels like you would have done a little bit something different in the way that they went about it. However, there's still the possibility that they end up not going into the year with any of these guys as a starter. There's some names that are possibles out there. Immediately, one of the ones that comes to mind is Kirk Cousins, who is still there and available to be gotten. How do you feel about this as a potential?
If I were a Saints fan, I'd feel worse about that than Derek Carr.
Okay, very good.
I agree.
All right, so you mentioned Joe Flacco. With the Browns, remember, they have 4 quarterbacks that they're going to actually run through camp. And it is incredibly rare to carry 4. Is there any possibility that maybe they let go of one of those, especially if it's one of those veterans in Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett? Would that be something that you think they'd be interested in? Because they don't have a real veteran.
I think Pickett might be the one. Because Coach Moore, he coached Pickett in Philly. Mm-hmm. So I think that's probably might be more likely.
I agree with you. I think Pickett might be the one, and that way at least you have the semblance of a starting quarterback.
That's something. And honestly, you could strike gold. I don't think he's going to be that good, but you could strike gold. If you don't, it's not a big deal.
There's still a book to be written on Pickett a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Is it a picture book? I do not agree with that assessment. I think that we know what Kenny Pickett is. I was surprised that the Steelers went and got Kenny Pickett out of Pittsburgh when they did.
Yeah.
But with all due respect. Some other quarterbacks that are out there. So those are the guys that are maybe on rosters right now that maybe they could go get. Then there's free agents that are out there. Let me know. Stop me when there's a name that you find to be some level of any level of interesting whatsoever, okay? Carson Wentz.
Ooh.
Teddy Bridgewater.
Nope.
No, nothing on Teddy. Okay.
No.
Right. Jeff Driscoll.
Oh
no, God, no.
Oh, I thought that was an interesting. No, that's okay. All right, you don't have to. You're doing a lot right now. You're being real mean to a former Houston Texan. All right, C.J. Beathard.
Who? No, I know.
Tyler Snoop Huntley.
He might be the best one yet.
And your guy Desmond Ridder.
Desmond Ridder's the one I was thinking of. No. Huntley or Ritter, huh?
Yeah.
But I feel like that you're doing the same thing.
But you're forcing it.
You're doing the same thing with Ritter as you'd be doing with the other guys that you have on your roster. I just wanted to point this all out to say, hey, man, doesn't look like there's a great opportunity for Kellen Moore and his Saints to be particularly good this year, although Tyler odds jump up quite significantly on potential Rookie of the Year.
Oh, good luck with that.
I know at FanDuel,
Don't waste your money.
He was a 20-1. He jumped up to a
Rookie of the Year.
14-1. Some places had him jumping up to a 10-1. I think.
Oh, man.
DraftKings Sportsbook. So if you feel like maybe, just maybe, he could get out here and shock the world under Kellen Moore's tutelage, that is there for you. Some other things around the NFL. The schedule release for the international, the international games should be coming up over the next few days. In fact, we did get one official announcement when it comes to the schedule, and that's that the Eagles, obviously as the champion, will start the season off on Thursday Night Football ahead of, or I guess in week one, but like in that week one's area. They'll be facing off against a division rival in the Cowboys. It's Cowboys-Eagles to start the season. How exciting is that to get like a division game to start the year like that?
Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be absolute. That's a perfect way to start out the season. You got, obviously, Cowboys, we all know, and then the defending champs. No, I think that's great. What gets real interesting, and we're going to get some of these as we move along here. They have some official early announcements on some of these games that are out there, but we'll see. That's the first one, and then we'll see how the other ones play out.
Yeah, so we should be getting a few announcements over the course of today.
Here. Fox on Monday today is going to announce a game. Prime Video as well.
So Thursday Night Football,
yeah.
we'll get some of that, and then I think we'll get some more over the course
ESPN
of tomorrow.
America morning tomorrow,
and then of course Wednesday is when we get the full shebang, the full accounting of all of the games this season. Although again, I think it was Pro Football Talk that was giving us a little bit of what you could guess term a leak. They had some reporting that it looks like the Sao Paulo Chargers game is probably going to be Chargers-Chiefs, which is, again, a division game, which seems like they're opening up the possibility of playing those more overseas. But
they're trying to make it spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would take the Texans out of that running, as we kind of talked about. Feels like that'd be the best opportunity for maybe that being the case. So we'll keep an eye out for all of those circumstances as we continue on the show. That's Around the NFL right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said they must be crazy. Rookie of the Year, that Tyler dude won't finish the season. He'll get injured. Tyler Shuck, he has had some injury stuff, but maybe the age and the experience that he comes in with is what people are leaning on. I don't know. We'll see what that looks like. All right, coming up next, I've got a stat, and I'm interested on whether it makes you more or less assured about these Astros bats that have been ticking up in the month of May. Let's talk about that next.
Now that the draft is over, Nick Cassera.
Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Monday. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula. We were just talking about the Saints and the circumstance that they're in with Derek Carr retiring, and somebody was like, be inevitable. Could the Texans trade Davis Mills to the Saints?
This one might be a little more. This might be more on the table than we think.
I mentioned to Reggie, this has Nick Caserio written all over.
This one kind of makes sense.
It's got Nick written all over.
Now, I mean, the Texans did draft a quarterback, so I don't know how he gonna look.
Well,
if he looked decent,
and they're kind of looking at it like a redshirt year, kind of put him on the back burner for a little bit.
Yeah,
but nevertheless, I mean, it's got Nick written all over it.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
I wonder what you could get for him.
He would be a start. He'd be penciled in as the starting quarterback.
Yeah. But I wonder if it's like fifth. Yeah, I almost said fourth.
Yeah,
but fifth.
Yeah, but at that point, I mean, I feel like that would be like during the season in my mind, just because
maybe
I feel like what's the point in getting to Davis Mills, and I don't know that they'd be wanting to go with Davis Mills as their guy going forward, right? I don't think that'd be like a Matt Schaub type move, like when you acquire Manning. Right? I think that the idea is like you be kind of gapping, and if that's the case, why not just go ahead and be bad, or find found money in the guy that you drafted, right? One way or the other with Tyler Shuck. I just. Yeah. Oof. That's the luck there. But I guess we'll see, because I think that there's a level of camp that will give some insight into how they feel about all those circumstances. All right. Let's talk a little bit about this Astros team, because we talked about the start of this 17 days situation, and one of the really fun parts of it was that the offense really stepped up in a big way in a couple of instances. One was even in that loss, the offense, produced in such a way where they made the Reds have to keep playing in that game. They could not just salt it away. They had to keep going. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you had, both you had some really good offensive performances. And this is highlighted or highlights the idea that since the month of May turned over, this team has been hitting really well, particularly Yainer Diaz, who is 368 batting average in the month of May, including an OPS of 979, damn near 1,000 OPS. And so you're seeing this team really bounce up in the month of May. And as I was looking into what was happening for Yainer, which, I mean, just deeply encouraging, 9-game hitting streak since the start of the month. His OPS plus is a 200 up from 58 in the months prior, right? Just incredible uptick. And the number that I was looking at had to do with BOBIT. Are you familiar with the statistic BOBIT?
Vaguely.
It stands for batting average on balls in play. And in theory, it gives you an idea of how, quote unquote, lucky you've been when you put the ball in play, right? The league average this season is a 290, and in general, around 300 is considered average, right? If you put a ball in play, 30% of the time, you imagine that you'll get a hit off of it, right? Yainer Diaz, his BOBIT in this month, as you've seen him tick up, is a 387, which again, about 80, 90 points above league average. Christian Walker, who has ticked up in this month, he's been a 314 batting average, which has been great. His batting average on balls in play, 379. Again, 80, 90 points above league average. Isaac Paredes, been a 310 batting average. I know I'm throwing numbers at you, but the most important part, the batting average on balls in play, 409. He's 41% of the balls that he's putting in play are ultimately allowing to reach base. And then Jeremy Pena, the true steady Eddie, his batting average on balls in play is a 310. So it's a little bit closer to average. But those are some of the kind of key contributors right now, especially with Altuve, taking a couple days, Jordan on the IL, taking some days off rather. He's on the IL. He's on the IL. Sorry, I flipped those. Yeah. But those major contributors, those guys, and the idea being there's a little bit of luck here with these bats. So how much do you find a level of calm within that? Does this make you more assured about the bats that they're just finding their level and they're bouncing back from what has been a rough start for the Astros and getting themselves to level and it'll just kind of even out? Or does this make you go, hey, this uptick that you're seeing in hitting is just a stretch of good luck and maybe you could see that start of the season kind of production again.
I've never thought of this. This is one of those stats that I don't believe in, and I'm familiar with this one.
Okay.
Some of them, as you well know, I give you a hard time, but some of them I do subscribe, to that stat being very reflective of what that player is doing, whether it's pitching or hitting.
Yeah.
This one I've always been skeptical of.
Why is that?
Because a ball in play, you don't know if it's been squared up or if it's just luck. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like if I hit a dribbler that, well, we had a couple of these plays, over the course of the weekend. You hit a kind of softly hit ball that just finds a hole. That's not a good hit per se. It's a hit, so
right.
all hits are good. And some will also be that those numbers are jumping 80% or 80 points because they were squared up.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So I never have put a lot into this. So you almost believe what you want to see because you look at it and say, are they getting lucky? I look at it and say, maybe they're just really squaring them up. And that's why when the ball is in play, they have a better chance of getting a hit.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's one that I don't necessarily buy into. Not to say that it has no value whatsoever, but you can almost see what you want to see. So I am very encouraged over this last – I looked up some numbers just for the last 5 games, just a very recent sample size. And the same players are doing well.
Agreed.
Yonder Diaz and just go down the line, Christian Walker – you mentioned
Isaac Paredes and Jeremy Pena. Those are the main ones that I looked at. But even as a team, just to be fully evident and fully fair, when you look at the kind of splits that you get for the month of May, as a team, 340.
Right.
So again, about 40 points above or 50 points above league average on batting average when you put the ball in play.
Right. But if I hit a ball really hard right at someone, that's the hit probability thing and all that stuff. But if I hit a ball in play, we don't know if it was a hard hit or not.
No, I think the general idea is on average, whether it's hit well or not, eventually you'll find your level to around 300. And right now, they're hitting above that. And so it seems like just to kind of, again, the idea was to get your feeling on it. It seems like for you, you're in a place where you just feel like, no, this is where the Astros should be. Much needed, as we mentioned. That was what allowed them to win that series this weekend, and it really allowed them to kind of cover up what was a rough go of it on Saturday, in addition to a great go of it on Sunday for Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, and this is how I look at it. When this all started, and Jordan goes on the IL. By the way, I guess today's the 12th. Tomorrow he's available to come off the 13th. So we'll see. If he stays a little longer or comes off. But when this all started, and Jordan goes in the IL. And Altuve struggled a little bit, and now he's taking some time here and there. We needed 3 guys to step up. We needed Paredes to step up. We needed Walker to step up, and we needed Yonder to step up. They have. I'm very encouraged. No matter how you get to the numbers,
sure.
I'm very encouraged that those 3 guys did what you need to do, and obviously, with the 17 games in 17 days, you need that even more.
Yeah, and I think I am also encouraged. I don't want to make it seem like I was using these numbers to say that they've just been lucky. Because even if it is the hot stretch in what is the marathon of the season, right? We're going to see ups and downs. I think this is the perfect time for you to have that up when it comes to batting, because again we've talked about Hayden Wesneski going to the IL. You have a couple of guys that you typically look at as bellwethers for your team that are not playing, at least for short periods of time, where you talk about Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and then like we mentioned, you're going to a 6-man rotation. There's some nebulous things in there. Ryan Gusto will go again today as a starter. It looks like Colton Gordon will probably. You're going to get good or bad Fromber tomorrow, right? Those are all questions that you have in this stretch, and you don't have great offensive teams over there. And so you can, if you're hitting well in this period, even if it's just, hey, this team is getting lucky, getting hot, whatever you choose to call it, in these 17 games, you could find yourself on a run against a span of not good teams and running up to the Mariners, who is hitting well. And you might see yourself winning those 12 games out of 17 that you were looking at before, where I thought I'd be comfortable with you winning, going 10-7 during the stretch. What happens if you go 12-5?
I think I said 11-6.
Right. I think it might have been our guy Lacey on the text line who said 12-5. But if you're hitting well, like it feels like they are in the month of May, not even feels, the numbers point to they are. I think that this is the perfect time to get yourself on a run where, a 17-game, 17-day stretch is typically supposed to be a tough one that wears on you. If your bats are going, that might kind of, normalize what's supposed to be a stretch that you're just trying to get through and make it into a strength for you, which is a much-needed portion of this Astros season where they're just above 500 and they're looking to maybe make a little bit of run to try and close the distance and maybe even try and take back the top of the AL West.
And the Royals, a decent team. They're in kind of in the mix in the wild card as well. So you'll get a good test there. But then you've got the Rangers 4 in Arlington and 3 against Tampa Bay before you face Seattle. So if they're starting to groove, this Royals series should be able to be a good gauge on that as well.
Yeah. So Royals tonight, obviously through Wednesday, and tonight it's Gusto, as I mentioned, on the mound. Hopefully he does continue from Yainer and Isak and Christian Walker, all these guys, because that's going to be huge at helping this Astros sustain some winning and hopefully again put themselves in good position as the race for the AL West continues.
And Yainer has to hit. I mean, if he's going to be what he is, I think he gave up another 1 or 2 stolen bases the last couple of days. He's going to have to hit because the defense, especially throwing out runners, is not there.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a little bit more information on the NBA Draft Lottery and is Michael Jordan coming back to basketball? Anyway, we'll talk about it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, guys, and your new vehicle.
Terms and conditions apply.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, it's a Monday, and this Monday is important for Houston sports in one very particular way. NBA Draft Lottery is tonight. NBA Draft Lottery is tonight, and the Rockets have a pretty good chance at this. We were looking at the draft odds, and of course earlier today, it wouldn't be right if I didn't flub something. And you were asking like on the percentages of getting the number one pick, the number one overall pick, and the Utah Jazz, Washington Wizards, and Charlotte Hornets, by virtue of them being terrible last season, are all tied with 14% chances to get that pick. But as you go further, like the Rockets via the Suns pick that is there have the ninth best odds at that at a 3.8%. So a 4% chance of getting that number one pick, and probably about a 17 thereabouts chance of getting moving up into that top 4 area, which would put you in the play for the likes of Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper out of Rutgers, Ace Bailey is one of those guys out of Rutgers as well, VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor. There's some names of guys that can really contribute, but obviously Cooper Flagg is the ultimate prize in this thing. What do you feel here? Because the NBA draft in particular, lottery rather, is one of those places where people have the sports conspiracies, right?
Yeah, I'm always feeling that. Always feeling that.
Oh, so we got a full room of folks that are.
I don't bet on a lot of things, but I don't think there's no way in hell the Rockets gonna get number one, man.
You don't think so?
I just don't see it, man.
Okay, maybe not the number one.
That conspiracy mind, I just don't. I just feel like the NBA is back there like, you know what, let's give it to somebody who deserve it. Nah, I don't think the Rockets deserve it. Let's give it to this. I'm in that boat right there, man. I just don't see them coming out with the number one overall pick.
The big conspiracy theory is San Antonio, and they have a 6% chance. Because they, Wemby and then Castle, both rookies of the year, and then, throwing them a bone with Flagg. That would be problematic to say the least.
That's the funny thing about these conspiracies, that you can make them shake either way. In the same way
that's where I was going. Go ahead.
In the same way that you were like, I don't see, maybe give some teams that are more deserving. You could easily get to the place where if the Rockets were to have just that 3.8% hit in a crazy way, people would go, oh, there goes the league trying to build up a top, top market on the continent into a team that's going to be there for a long time. They're trying to put another young, talented player.
But have you seen like a team that made the playoffs that was the number 2 seed? And I know this is not their pick, but have you ever seen that happen like that, where they got the number 1 overall pick to a guy like a Cooper? I haven't. I haven't seen that storyline right there. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Here's where I was going with it, Reggie.
Yes, sir.
If it's not the Jazz, Wizards, or Hornets, all three have the 14% chance. No matter who gets the number 1 pick, if there's an upset, it's going to look like a conspiracy theory.
Well, maybe
like a conspiracy, because you can argue. Pelicans have a 12% chance. They're a little higher, but you can argue, I see what they're doing. They're trying to give New Orleans save the franchise kind of thing with Cooper Flagg. You could argue, obviously the Mavericks have a very small chance. They're trying to take care of Nico. They're trying to take care of Nico and give him something to fall back. Like, no matter who it is, if it's not the top 3, we're going to be like, there it is.
That's the beauty of it.
But see, those storylines make sense, though.
Yes.
Like, when you hear that if Dallas get the number 1 overall pick, you're going to be like, I see what they doing.
I know, no matter what.
Like, I just don't have that storyline for the Rockets.
Yeah.
Like, the
storyline is a young, talented team that need a little bit more to get over and hear that a little more, right? Like, I think that's how you could get there. But ultimately, it'll be decided on those ping pong balls and how they fall. But, when it comes to ping pong balls, it feels like you are talking about a lottery. Luck comes in. Mm-hmm. Do you know who, like, of the unluckiest NBA draft lottery teams of all time?
I saw
since they've been doing this. I went it because I was like, what are the chances, right? Like, if we're just going to use historical precedent on teams that might be able to fall and give the Rockets an opportunity to jump up. I know that's not exactly how it works, but rock with me. Only one of the teams that is ahead of the Rockets, right? Top 8 unluckiest in history, and it's the Utah Jazz who have some of the best.
I couldn't place it. Yeah.
So they have the number one best odds for the pick this year, as we mentioned, or they're tied for it with those other two teams. They've been in the lottery 10 times since they've been doing the lottery, and they've dropped 4 slots total. And so that they have a very low average. There's some other teams that have been even more unlucky, but none of those teams are like all those teams have managed to be a level of good, right? The Golden State Warriors have actually been pretty unlucky with the times that they've been in the lottery and the slots that they've dropped. They're not in that consideration. The Timberwolves have been pretty unlucky. The Knicks have been fairly unlucky. The Nuggets have been unlucky. The Mavericks have been crazy unlucky, which, I mean, woohoo.
Yeah.
The Pistons and then the Miami Heat have been the worst, have had the worst luck in the lottery, but none of those teams are factoring in. So I don't know if there's going to be very much opportunity, at least historically speaking, on the idea that the Rockets move up. But we will be watching, especially because Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon takes all of his great faith to Chicago for the draft lottery, and hopefully that will end up with the Rockets at least moving up. Because remember, last year you had the 9th best odds of moving up, and you got the number 3 pick. And if that happens again, you put yourself in really good territory, maybe even for something like this. Sports Illustrated put up a possibility, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the show. Would you be interested if they did get lucky again, got the 3rd pick, then trading back with that pick to, get yourself maybe a little bit more capital, continue to have that, and then also end up with a center? Maluak, to give you a little Steven Adams protection and be able to, especially if you are a stick with what you got type of player or person rather, end up with another center, great at rebounding. We saw that in these national the Final Four versus U of H. And maybe add that kind of player in there so that you can keep the double big kind of feeling going.
Absolutely interested. Absolutely would love it. I'm not so sure where they land with Steven Adams this year. And that guy, if nothing else, he can do what they need with the rebound.
Yeah. So I find that I was like that. All that should be very interesting. Yeah. Another basketball thing in what's popping. We just found out today that NBA on NBC, we know that that's coming back, and all these other organizations that are getting involved in the NBA product are bringing in various people to be a part of this. Obviously, was it Amazon or what have you that's bringing in who else were they bringing in? Dirk and Steve Nash and some of those folks to be on their broadcast. I don't know exactly what this looks like, but Michael Jeffrey Jordan, by many referred to be the greatest basketball player of all time. I know you have your gripes with that, and to some degree.
To a little bit, but not
because
horrible.
Will doesn't consider enough. He will be a special contributor to the NBA on NBC coverage. I don't know exactly what that means. However, Michael Jordan, who has been a little bit of a recluse when it comes to like NBA stuff. I know he showed up to the NBA 75, fashionably late, mind you. But seems like he will have some level of involvement in the broadcast of NBA on NBC, and that feels like that's going to bring all the nostalgia into it.
Oh, for sure. And of course, Mike involved with the NBA on NBC. He was the NBA on NBC. I like it, but I'm also very curious how it plays out. He's got studio analyst written all over him, right?
But that special contributor don't sound like a studio analyst.
Well, no, I'm not necessarily a regular studio analyst, but someone who's going to. Yeah, I think he's going to be more conversational than.
I feel like he would have been that.
Didn't want it.
But all of these years, and now you like, you know what? Let me dabble into the media part of it.
Yeah, no, and he doesn't need the money. He's still making a bleep ton of money. I think he just wants to stay involved at some level, and I could see him like popping in on the studio occasionally, maybe on Sundays occasionally, whatever it may be. I think that's where he would fit in. But I am fascinated, like Figgy said, like why now and how's he going to be?
I think they probably gave him a title and cut him a little check just to kind of bring that nostalgic feeling back to NBC.
Yeah. He just want to get a little extra money to slide over here to his racing venture because he's chest deep in.
I think they call him like, "Hey, Michael, would you like?" Oh, wait, me? What? How much? All right, I'll do it. I'll pop in.
I could take a little extra gambling money. Why not? Let me
a little gas money.
He loves it. Some other things that are popping. So let me get to this. We've been kind of following the Bill Belichick at UNC situation and continuing on with that. You do have this audio, right, Fig? This is Pablo Torre, who has been at the forefront of the kind of news of UNC maybe getting Jordan Hudson out of the Payne as far as like doing any level of real running things in that program. Supposedly, she is still welcome to show up or what have you, but maybe not as involved with all those things. Pablo Torre on the Dominique Foxworth Show podcast highlighted something that I had not considered. He was asked, "What's the likelihood, or maybe what's the possibility that Bill Belichick isn't with the program on week 1?"
I think there's a chance, an absolutely real chance, that he doesn't. And the reason I say that is because even before the Jordan Hudson thing became as public, even before it went from messy backstage to now obviously messy everywhere, the date that matters the most is June 1st. So when this contract was reported, Dominique, when the terms of Belichick's Carolina contract that made him the highest paid public employee in the state were announced, everybody who follows contractual language pointed out that on June 1st, the buyout of Bill Belichick goes from $10 million to $1 million if Bill wanted the escape hatch.
Man, I mean, I could see it.
You think he could take his ball and go home? Like, y'all treat my queen badly.
Can't you see this happening?
I could. And remember, when we were at Army-Navy, we talked to Nicole Auerbach, who covers college sports extensively, and she mentioned this. She was like, yo, this is a thing that is in there. But I think we were all thinking about this in terms of if
another
NFL job is up there.
Yeah.
I do wonder if, they go in addition to all of the weirdness and they realize, I don't feel like any of this is worth it. Do we want to ejecto seat this?
Well, the other thing is, I love how Pablo Torre has been they've been coming at him from the UNC perspective a little bit, and he's like, "That's cool." He is very confident in the information that he's getting. Like, he is very confident in it. You could sense it there. You could sense it before, and so I feel it's very believable and very plausible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, I think we talked about it last week. My constant view when it comes to the UNC thing, all this other stuff is fun and salacious because it's dramatic, and I think we all like drama to some degree. We might not admit it, but drama keeps going. Yeah, that is the notion or the idea of entertainment to some degree. But hey, man, I don't think that this is a good move football-wise. I think organizationally, this is going to be decently untenable. So I'm very intrigued to see how this continues to unfurl. And I appreciate Pablo Torre reminding us of that little contractual thing in there that could maybe maybe make it so that he decides to opt out and goes and does something like maybe just enjoying his girlfriend, like in a way that makes sense and that maybe concerns less of us on the outside.
But does he really want to hang out with a third-place finisher?
Second runner-up, sir. Second runner-up.
That's third place.
She is still competing
That's third
in
place.
Miss Maine competitions, and she did this year again, and she was second runner-up, which means she is falling because last year she was first runner-up in this. And
Belichick's like, third place? Really?
Oh, you think that's it?
Come on.
You think he was like, this is not sufficient for you to be better. All right, so yeah, there's that. And then, of course, circling back, one of the things that's popping, rookie minicamp happened for the Texans. I don't think not a lot of things. I mean, what are quick takeaways? Mason Tharp is really, really big, in addition to Ariante Ursery being even bigger.
Yeah.
And then Tay just like oozing all of the swarm. He is just taking the row the boat kind of apparently a necton philosophy or necton mentality, which seems to be what PJ Fleck has imparted in him. And we're just going to quickly do a little bit of light painting and just make that into the swarm mentality, and that'll fit in very nicely. LD Henderson continues to be a place to watch as Nick Broker's no longer on the team. But with all of this, I know we're not going to get this, but coaching is a part of the rookie minicamp, getting these guys into the language of this all and getting to this place. D'Amico Ryans was asked about working with Nick Caley, who that's my biggest curiosity with all of this, whether the offensive line is going to be good, everything. I feel like Nick Caley is a huge linchpin in this. This is what D'Amico Ryans has said about working with Nick Caley.
Nick Caley has done an outstanding job of really connecting with the staff, connecting with the players. He's done a really good job of making it his, making the offense the Houston Texans. Right, it's been a very thorough process, a very detailed approach, which was the same throughout his interview process. The energy is on 100 every single day. So I love the positive energy that he brings, the smile, the joy that he brings to work every day, and it rubs off on the players. So he's done a fantastic job of that. It's been great working with him. I know he's going to, that side of the ball.
All year long, the stories of this team, we know what the defense is going to be. So the story is going to be, what does the offense look like? What does the offensive line look like? Both those things fall in Nick Caley's lap. I don't have anything against his energy. I think it's a little bit overrated when you come to the professional level. But if it works, it works, and that's the story.
Yeah, but and I know that the fellows of the morning show were talking about this. Like, how much do you maybe look at that as a very clear line of demarcation from his predecessor, Bobby Slowick? And I don't think you could ever call him an energy guy. And maybe, especially when we talk about not necessarily even the ideas, but how the ideas are implemented. Mm-hmm. Execution was a word we talked about a lot. How much does energy then translate to better execution, possibly, especially in these types of situations where hands-on, with the rookies, but of course, once you get to OTAs, hands-on experience, getting guys a feel for what they need to be doing to the place where they have conviction so that when they get to Sundays, they're doing it with that level of conviction.
Yeah, no, I think, and especially on the offensive line, because Cole Popovich is going to be sort of the conduit, so to speak, between what Nick Caley wants and what the offensive line does. And I think also is the types of players that you have, are they receptive to that kind of energy, to that kind of coaching style? All we're seeing is guys like Ursary, guys, that have this Patriots sort of connection, or guys that are high energy, with the exception of a couple here and there, that could well be receptive to that, and that'd be very big if it works.
All right, there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got a little bit of an interesting dispatch from Kelly Iko of The Athletic when it comes to especially talking about that very high bar to clear for them to make some real offseason swings. Feels like they've shifted some of their direction on this. What does that say about Jalen Green? What does it say about the team? Let's talk about it next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're in a loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig. I don't think I heard you bring this one out before.
Yeah, it's in here somewhere.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I got like a rotator full of all type of random stuff. So.
All right, cool. Appreciate you. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Monday. Hope you're enjoying your time, especially if you're getting a little bit of a lunch break in. Definitely get a little something tasty for me because I realized that I'm hungry and I didn't bring
your snacks?
Didn't bring no snacks.
Dang it.
Didn't bring no snacks. You know, my snack is sports. That's all I need. Especially, I may need a snack, but it sounds like some of y'all hungry. So Brandon on the YouTube page said, we seriously need some schedule leaks by the NFL. Dying of thirst out here. Even preseason, something. I'm like, is it
got some more of those schedule leaks?
Man,
yeah.
He's scratching the neck.
Brandon?
He over there like,
Brandon's talking my language, and you know how I am about this stuff.
Tried to put it up this year for sure. They were like, we will commission some leaks, so to say.
There's been a few, and it really starts to heat up today and tomorrow.
And the tough thing about it is, even the leaks that we've gotten, they don't feel nearly as I don't know, illustrative as you might have. Like, they don't feel like they are definitely okay. We got an answer. It's like maybe, possibly. We did find out about the kickoff. NFL kickoff will be Eagles and Cowboys. So at the very least, there will be some entertainment in laughing at someone's sorrow in that, because that's how NFC East games go, right? Like one of those teams is embarrassing themselves, or both of them teams are embarrassing themselves, and that's usually entertaining for the rest of us in the National Football League. So we'll see that. Also, Ocho on the text line was like, you think we'll get Ahmad Rashad to go with Jordan as part of that NBA on NBC special contributor? And I'm
NBA inside stuff.
Yeah.
I sure hope so, because that's the
they
only
might as well bring that back.
That's the only way that Michael Jordan is palatable. Ahmad Rashad really makes him much more of a regular human being.
Yes.
All right. Let's get to this Rockets thing, because The Athletic put out an interesting piece kind of looking at the playoff disappointment and what that, how they moved that to the side to focus on the offseason. And it's a really well-reported piece, as you expect from The Athletic and Kelly Iko. And it goes through a lot of things, but one of the things that it gets to is a portion here where it starts talking about where the organization's focus might be, which is really helpful trying to get an idea. Because we've been working off of, hearsay or quotes that we can maybe position as posturing. Then maybe you go, all right, what is the meaning there? This is Kelly doing the report into what's going on here, right? So next few months, NBA players, stars like Zion Williamson, Kevin Durant, Giannis Antetokounmpo seem like they're going to be out there, and landing one of those guys is obviously something that maybe is a swing that they make. We go back to Rafael Stone basically pointing to the idea that I wouldn't bet on something happening. There's a very high bar is the phrase that I've been holding on to for this. And what I felt like is the top of that very high bar are some of the reporting that we've gotten in the past that maybe someone like a Donovan Mitchell or a Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker could be guys that they'd be interested in. But interestingly enough, some of the ones that in this reporting, Kevin Durant, he talks about being one of those most attainable, but according to his reporting, the Rockets have significant reservations, quote, about that possible partnership, in large part because of his age at 36. It'd be out of sync with the younger timeline. That seems pretty reasonable. A lot of people have talked about that. That's fair.
Yeah.
The Rockets have previously held, and I'm doing the thing. This is the segment I like to call reading. Quote, the Rockets have previously held serious interest in the Suns' Devin Booker, but team sources said that is no longer the case. Not only do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, who is 5 years younger than Booker, $66 million cheaper over the next 3 years, but also Booker's struggles last season have shifted the thinking on this front court.
That's the one that jumped out at me, because first of all, if Durant is going to be, and they have reservations about it, we get it. Devin Booker, if he was even a possibility, now all of a sudden it seems they no longer have interest, no matter what. That Jalen Green is going to be here, and he's going to be their guy.
If he's not a part of another move, but it seems like that'd be unlikely.
That would be, yeah. And then the second part of that is if Jalen Green is here, then they also know that he's not going to be, quote, the guy, or at least not in the immediate future. We saw that during the postseason.
Interesting.
And there was struggles. That means they might bring in someone else for Jalen Green to not be the guy, but have someone else possibly available to be that to fit that role.
Enter the name that we've kind of all been circling around, my Nigerian brethren, Giannis Antetokounmpo. And this is Brian Windhurst just this morning talking about what feels like it would be the Windhurst sweepstakes as Shams Charania this morning was kind of reporting that Giannis has made it known that, he would be open to looking at the possibilities of other teams, which is a very, very soft sell of go ahead and look at trades. Yeah, go ahead and look at trades. So this is Windhurst talking about the Giannis situation.
Two things you have to know about the Bucks when you consider a trade. Number one, the Bucks do not control their first-round pick for 5 years. That means if the Bucks are going to trade him, thinking that they're going to tank for the next 3 years and rebuild is not going to happen. They need quality players. And the other thing that you need to know is if you're going to trade Giannis to a team that's going to be a super team, getting that team's draft assets is not exciting because they're not going to be very high picks for the next few years. So you're going to look at teams that have players to trade and other teams' draft assets that they can trade besides theirs. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. Pay attention there.
I'm telling you, Giannis, because, we all have varying opinions on Jalen Green and what it could be, what it meant this past offseason, what it could mean in the future. I don't feel like if the window's open and you're a contender, you can just bank on Jalen Green being the guy.
Okay.
I just don't feel like you can.
I think that there's a lot of people that are in the same boat with you there.
You can't bank on it. You can maybe hope, you can maybe project, but you can't bank on it. What you can do is maybe keep him if he's your guy and bring in Giannis. And that I've been saying it for about a week now. That very much intrigues me with the double bigs.
So keep who?
See, that's the thing.
Because you said Jalen Green earlier. You keep Jalen Green and bring in Giannis?
No, I would not.
Okay.
I personally, I would move Jalen Green. But if they want to keep Jalen Green, then that changes the whole math because then Amen comes into play, and that would hurt. Şengün comes into play, and that would hurt. And as you just heard, they have other teams' draft picks. Just like San Antonio. So I think it gets really, really interesting if you want Giannis.
Yep. But one of the things that is interesting, as you heard Windhurst kind of alluding to, is these two teams, Houston and San Antonio, have the kind of things that Milwaukee would need in order to try and be some level of good in the next 5 years because being bad doesn't help them. They don't have those picks. Actually, the other team in that would be New Orleans because they could get their own picks back, but that'd be them acknowledging that they're just going to be bad.
Yeah.
What it feels like the Spurs could give them is like some young players, but really, picks. And I think that those are, they can give them some picks that you can go, hey, actually, and it's not New Orleans, it's Brooklyn, their picks. But you can give them young players. But it seems like everybody, when they talk about the Spurs, is him going in to pair with a lot of those young guys that they have. And I wonder how strong that would be, which brings me back to the Rockets. And I wonder if you would have to move off of, because I know that the Athletic earlier had put out like what the trade would have, and they put all three of the young guys, Green, Şengün, and Amen Thompson in there. And I just don't know that actually would be what it have to be with the ways that there's not a lot of suitors, at least in a way that would work for the Bucks. And if you give them one of these young talented players alongside
those other picks,
Phoenix Suns picks maybe that you're betting against their good, and then give them an opportunity to get some young talented players and some picks that they could actually utilize without being bad in the next few years. And that's got to be appealing, even though you're giving up a top 75 player in NBA history. Like, I think that competes in a way that's strong with San Antonio and maybe still gives you an opportunity to keep the likes of Jalen Green and Amen, which, I mean, again, I know you're not excited about keeping Jalen Green, but if the reporting is to be believed at its face, the idea of could you see a team where you go Jalen Green and Amen Thompson and Giannis Antetokounmpo with Alperen Şengün being at the center, especially for monetary reasons of that trade. I know that he was one of the guys that actually stood up in this series, but the Bucks would be happy to have that kind of player, I imagine, with some young talent and some picks.
Yeah.
Could you see a team like that's built for the Rockets as they move forward?
No, I absolutely could. I think the Rockets are I'm buying that they believe that Jalen Green can get better. So maybe they wouldn't in this situation. But, you have those other picks that you can move. All of a sudden, Şengün, that would hurt a little bit. But, it has to hurt. It has to hurt if you're going to make that kind of deal. Yeah.
Right. I mean, and this is going to be a lot closer to the timeline. And that's basically what has been alluded to or what's been discussed by Kelly Iko again in this piece talking about The idea that the cost would certainly be more exorbitant with a collection of draft picks, veterans to make it work, and a young talent or two likely to be in part of the package. But because of how Adetokounmpo's best operates as a primary playmaker in the hub, the prospect of him playing along Şengün in the front court is interesting. But also, he's considered one of the top 3 players, still 30 years old. So in theory, you probably have 5 years. I think probably is fair to maybe look more towards 4. Not saying I don't believe in him, but I just don't know for a player that does not have as much of a shot and has the the physical taxing. We'll see what that looks like.
The most intriguing thing for me has been the Şengün and Giannis, sort of double bigs. If it was that good with Steven Adams and others, imagine what it could be with him. That would be ideal. But I have to believe they would probably want, for salary reasons and others, as you mentioned, Şengün to be involved going the other way.
All right, so if it had to be either Amen or Şengün going in that trade in order to get him back.
If it had to be one of those two?
Yes, sir.
God, you're putting me in a bad spot. I would
that's
say,
the tough part about trading for a big player. I love these circumstances because whenever we get into hypothetical trades, the fan in all of us comes out and we're like, I will give you my least desirable portions. That's just not these words.
I'll give you Jabari.
I know. Jabari, Jalen Green, and draft picks.
Yes.
Like, all right.
Okay, I'm going to answer it. I'm not going to cop out. Şengün or Amen going the other way?
Yes.
Amen.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I was going Şengün, man.
Yeah. I think I might go Şengün
honestly,
as well.
I didn't even have to think too long on it, man.
I just think those two guys offensively, that could be sweet. And Amen, I saw B. Scott just tweeted, anyone but Amen. He said anyone but him.
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm with him on that.
He's a stud. That's why it's a hard question.
Yeah.
He's a stud for what they want to do,
Yeah, and I can easily see the team, especially, and I talk about, like, we've seen Giannis without shooting around him.
Mm-hmm.
I can see an instance where Jalen Green as kind of more spot-up shooter, not that that's the entirety of what he is, but having some of that, and then a development of Reed as well in the shooting. And you have some passable shooting, talk less of what you then add on top of that as you continue to go.
That's a tough question to answer, boy, for me.
But I'm starting to see a little bit more of the path if you work it that way. For how this team finds a way to step up in the playoffs.
How much does tonight's lottery play in?
I imagine it helps.
How much does that play in?
I imagine it helps once you get a real idea of if that's a 9th pick or if that's a 3 pick in a draft that's this solid. I imagine that changes some of this. So we'll see what the draft lottery looks like tonight, 6 p.m. When it comes out in Chicago. Hakeem is going to be the man with the hopefully with the golden touch for the Rockets, but ultimately, I think the big takeaways, one is that Giannis seems to be the look, obviously, and it felt like that was something that you could foretell.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're getting a little bit more solid evidence to that way. But also, they really still believe in Jalen Green. I think that if there's anything that would get the fan base to maybe look at the organization a little sideways, maybe doubt their organizational thought process, that's the one. And I'm interested to see how this plays out as we continue to look at it.
Oh, I think if they bank on Jalen Green and keep him and make him like a centerpiece alongside him, they're banking their own futures. Oh, they're putting their own futures on it. I'm talking about, Rafael
him as the
Stone.
centerpiece, or just him staying. Period.
Yeah, if him staying and you bring this in and it doesn't work and he's your number 2 or whatever. I think that could come back and affect their careers.
Yeah.
All
right, so we asked the question, like, if you were going to make the Giannis trade and you wanted, you had to decide between Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün going out, which would you select? From the 713, they said if Amen doesn't develop a shot, he'll be limited as a centerpiece. His shot is currently terrible, and it really is really bad. I think I asked you the question, what do you think he was shooting?
Yeah,
from
I thought it was a lot better than it was.
Because, people think, what is he shooting, like 33?
Yeah.
25% from 3. And that is also doubled up with, from the free throw line, he's shooting sub 70%. And typically, I look at the free throw percentage as some level of indicator of what your shot is, because that is a completely unguarded shot. It's as much of in a vacuum as you can get, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't get that repeatable motion down, I don't necessarily have a lot of hope necessarily that you'll get.
Yeah.
The threat is a concern for me on how much development there is, but what he is as a defender and what he is also as a slasher, I think matters in a big way, where I think I'd still be in the amendment.
And he's an Udoka guy.
That is a great point.
He's an Udoka
and
guy.
then I think with Amen, you kind of banking on the future a little bit. like
Big
what he
time.
could be.
Yeah.
I feel like Şengün, I feel like we know what he is right now. We know what it's. I don't know if he.
But
could,
he's still very young.
No, yeah, he's young and really good.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is probably him. He could probably score a little more and probably stop missing bunnies. But but I feel like this is what Şengün is.
But yeah, this is a space to watch, and I'll be interested. Like you said, I imagine that the draft lottery changes some things, and I imagine we'll also get some more insight into what the thought process is after tonight, when we see what those picks actually look like, and if the Rockets get so damn lucky that maybe because if they get the number one somehow, some way, by hook or by crook, all of this shifts. Right, Cooper Flag,
We're talking
man,
about
and we'll
something
just
entirely different tomorrow.
bleep all that other stuff. Cooper Flag in town.
So y'all drafting for sure if it's number one.
Oh,
100.
hell
You wouldn't look around?
Hell no.
Oh, that's a whole nother question that I need.
I'd
to
be
ask.
looking around like, hey,
If you get number one,
if I get number one,
go ahead and save it.
I'm gonna try to yeah.
Let's
All right.
talk again.
Go ahead and save it. We'll talk about that because I had not even gotten there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions as we always do. Next.
All right, let's sell your house here, guys, with the
questions? Play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so a confession and then a question for you guys. The confession is, obviously yesterday was Mother's Day. We hope everyone had a great one. Very, very important. I've always believed that, this is the confession, that Mother's Day presents don't necessarily have to be like, quote, romantic. Like, to me, it's...
because you're doing it for your wife?
Well, because it's more of a, hey, thank you for everything you're doing. Let me see if I can appreciate you. I want to appreciate you, and I want to help your life as a mom be better. Because a lot of times, like anniversary, that's romantic. Obviously, Valentine's Day, that's romantic. Birthday can be romantic. Mother's Day, to me, is just kind of like an appreciation. And at Father's Day, I think it's the same.
Father's Day is just say, hey, let's just hang out with Dad.
Yeah. Oh, is that today?
Oh yeah, that's right. You gonna cook on the grill for us?
So I say all that to say this: I got a little grief for the gift that I got my wife.
Why am I not surprised?
I see why he set it up like this.
No, I really feel like Mother's Day should
be romantic, right?
No, it should not be necessarily be romantic. Now it can be, but it's more of an appreciation.
I hear you.
Hey, Mom.
I agree.
Per John Lopez definition.
Hey, Mrs.
Mother's Day.
Yeah. I got her an ice chest. Okay.
Bro,
let me explain.
No,
you should have just took her fishing. You should have just took her fishing like you wanted to.
You got it. Did you even? Was it a Yeti at least?
Okay, so this is where it gets.
Is this
good.
something
Did you get a good
use?
No,
he got this from Buc-ee's now, didn't he?
No. She's wanted an ice chest for her car, for her SUV, because a lot of times she'll go to the and I guarantee I'm going to get a lot of support on this from the wives and mothers.
I don't think so.
713-572. She'll go to the grocery store. And then I always talk about add-ons, that they like to add, stops. They do it for themselves, by themselves too. Like she'll go to the grocery store, pick up a couple things, and then, I want to go get my nails done, or I want to go do this. So she's always wanted a nice ice chest for the back of her SUV.
Sorry, I'm supposed to keep that laugh in as I'm reading the text line, but it just
I know what's
out.
coming. But
from the 713, you got her the Honora box set on Blu-ray, didn't you?
No, I did get her. It was actually like a Yeti. It has the clips and everything with the ice packs. And it's logoed, because she likes to fish. I put the Bite Me podcast logo.
Oh, my goodness gracious, man.
That is a good Mother's Day gift.
You made it about you.
No, I didn't. It's for her car. It's for her little runs that she makes from the grocery store. I'm interested in what the response is going to be. I think a lot of the wives and moms are going to have my back on this.
I don't think so. And look, I think that you did put a lot of thought into this.
I did.
Like, I'm not the person who's coming through and like, oh, you did this for yourself. Because I do think that you came from a good place. Like, yo, this is something that you need. I quibble with your with the definition or the kind of the way that you framed it to start with, which is Mother's Day should be about getting a gift that helps you be, the best version of a mother. Whatever it is.
Or just help you out.
I think Mother's Day is about whatever makes that person feel special,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like that is the general idea is, hey, you are a mother and I appreciate you. In order to show you I appreciate you, whatever make you feel appreciated. And so I get you're being a little too logical and being like, I'm gonna help your life out, when in all reality it's just like what about to make her feel special?
Thing,
and if it is jewelry that day, then mama gets some jewelry. And
sure,
if it is,
I get that.
Right. And I think that you came from a place where you're trying to be helpful, and that's cool. But in that day, on that day, what she needed was something that made her feel special.
But here's the thing, Figgy, she wanted that. She wants that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said John's like Homer getting Marge a bowling ball with his name on it.
John is the guy. If she would have said, "No, I don't want nothing for Mother's Day," he'd be like, "Okay, all right.
I
you said
definitely
nothing."
would not. I'm that.
Shout out to the 619 who said it's like a Yeti. Good catch, because I didn't hear that. No, so it's not a Yeti.
No,
he got her an Arctic. Okay.
Oh, that's what you got. You got the Arctic.
I hear it.
It's down south, I think is what I got.
He got
didn't even get the Stanley brand.
The knockoff Arctic, bro. That's crazy.
Man, I'll send you a picture. It's great. I like it better than Yeti, to be honest. But she wanted it. It's an appreciation. It's making her life easier.
Okay.
Ladies, yes or no?
Lady T on the YouTube said, "Stop it." So I have a feeling, or rather the Twitch page. So I have a feeling that you're not getting defensive here.
I had to stop doing that with my wife too, because sometimes I just be talking like, man, you know what? I want to get a pair of these little headphones or something, like just small stuff that I will get on my own, and she would use that for my birthday gift. I'm like, dang, I was trying to get this on my own. I would have asked for something bigger for my birthday.
I was with you till you said ice chest.
Oh man, yeah. Go and find something special, right?
As long as she happy, then
man,
everybody should be happy.
Well,
but was she happy?
I'm not sold.
Yeah,
I'm not sold on that.
These are my confessions.
I tell you, I was happy this weekend, and I feel sick, sort of, about it, because it's a sick sort of catharsis. Seeing Steph's injury.
Oh yeah.
And again, I'm really and truly am not the person that wishes for people. Like, I know that.
I don't think anybody is, but when it happens, you're kind of like, all right.
Right, and it's the right thing to say, and I think we all know sometimes the right thing to say. Like, I sincerely mean it. I don't wish for anybody's injuries. Like, I'm the dude who gets a little squeamish at any injury, and I'm like, I don't wish that upon folks. However, there was a sick sort of catharsis seeing the injury probably tank what I've come to believe could be a championship playoff run for the Warriors. Like, I came into this being like, nah, I don't think the Warriors are that nice. Like, I think that they could be a problem for the Rockets. And as it's continued to go, and as we've seen the NBA playoffs, it's like, oh, okay, so that experience and just having a particular style of play, especially one that is solid defensively, as they have shown to be, they could mess around and go on a run, right? They're giving the Wolves a really rough go of it to the place where that series looks ugly.
Yeah.
It's not like the Thunder over there on the other side looking real good. The Nuggets, they are so-so.
There was an
Jokic
opportunity.
and so I'm like, yo, that could have been a playoff for him, except Steph Curry out here hurting. I'm like, see, now you know how I feel, don't you?
Yeah.
Y'all was out here dealing with the dude with the bad ankle, and then y'all went on a how many year run of success with him not being the dude with the bad ankle? No. You back to this. I want you to see. Injuries hurt some of us. I've been dealing with that hamstring strain forever, right? Like, that is still bothering me. So I want you to understand. I feel there's a sick sort of catharsis. Again, I didn't wish for him to be hurt. I really don't want that. However, I want you to feel it, Golden State fans. I want you to feel it.
Relate.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so on Saturday, my cleaning lady came over. Shout out to my cleaning lady, Leela.
Okay.
My first confession is this is the first time I met her in person.
What?
Oh.
How long? Yes.
Huh.
So this was the third time, and obviously Saturday I'm off. So I was there. So I met her for the first time. She was cool. She struggled with English a lot, but I pretty much understood what she was saying and all that stuff.
Yeah,
She was a very, very sweet lady. But my other confession is, I mean, I don't know how to take this, man. So a little backstory. Saturday, or not Saturday, it was Friday. I went to meet up with Ron and Clint as they broadcast live doing a crawfish tour.
Oh, you didn't know Sugarland?
Yeah, I was in Sugarland. Friday.
Yeah.
Yep. And met a lot of listeners for the first time, and they said, "Man, you sound taller on the radio." Or,
I keep telling
them. I didn't
them.
know you was this short.
I be telling them.
Man.
You know what my cleaning lady said?
What?
She said, I thought you was tall. I thought you was taller.
See?
In Spanish?
No, in English. No, I understood that. I understood that.
She said, I got the English for you here.
Yeah, she was like, oh, I thought you was taller than that.
Dude, how many times do you hear that?
Way too many times. I've been hearing it a lot lately, too.
Because you got tall man energy.
Man, I just don't get it, man. I mean, I've been hearing it. People always been talking about my height all my life, but it seemed like it was the past couple weeks where everybody man, you sound a little taller, man. I thought you was going to be taller.
Yeah.
I'm like, how?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like I got this Barry White type of voice where I just sound like a tall-ass dude.
See, that's the problem. It's not tone or tenor. It's gravity, man. Like, you carry yourself with a certain energy that typically be with a small, diminutive figure. You know what I mean?
I mean, whatever I'm doing, it must have been the last couple weeks.
I wonder what it is that makes someone sound taller.
Ooh, 713-572-4610. If you can find a way to characterize that, what is it that makes
it blew my mind when
taller?
she said that.
How does one sound taller? How does one sound shorter?
Well, sound shorter is get real defensive in ways that you don't need to. That's an easy one. Oh, you sound like you short. Yeah. Also, by the way, just before I forget, Ocho and Rocky, y'all on my bad list. They immediately went to cleaning lady look good. And I'm like, guys, that's not the point of the story at all.
What's she look like?
That's not even close to the point of the story. Oh, my God.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Also, I appreciate the folks who, shout out to the 936 who said for their wife on Mother's Day, swept, mopped, waxed the floors in the house, then detailed her car. She was very appreciative. See, that's how you make her feel special, Lopez.
I do that a lot. I do that all the time. I'm a big cleaner. Big cleaner.
Yeah, but it's not the clean. It's what would make her feel special, John. That's next time it's a gift.
A really nice ice chest for her car. Gosh. Yeah, really.
You could have got that on a Tuesday, man.
Someone said it's going to be in your truck in a month.
Where your fishing spot at? Where you usually?
Ramses Pass.
It's going to be there.
Somebody said deep voice sounds taller. Okay, maybe.
Mm-hmm. But I ain't got no damn deep voice though.
Nah, it's not as high as you might imagine.
Yeah.
All right. Apparently Lopez is just a lost cause. I'm trying to help you, brother. I am. But yeah, you're not getting any defense here on the text line. But again, a clinic for your lunchtime confessions. Always around this time here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's see what we do have when it comes to schedule situation, because it feels like the Texans have already caught a break, possibly in the scheduling situation, and we'll talk about that next.
All right, guys. How about the Low T Center?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, you're getting no love, man. And then
I thought I'd get a little more.
Nah, dog, none whatsoever. I think what really lost you points. There might have been someone who might have been with you when you said you put that sticker on there.
Yeah, the Buy Me podcast.
Sticker.
Yeah, man,
like,
that's
nah.
yours.
But she's starting to like fishing the last couple of years.
Did she say that she wanted that on there? That's hers. You made a decision for her. That's
branding,
not fair.
Baby, branding.
Did you get her some OG sauce too?
No, I did not. Put some in there.
Yeah.
Put some in the cooler. With a T-shirt.
Man. So some people said when it comes to sounding taller, confidence matters, and then tall people usually talk calmer and don't get riled up. They feel like so. I don't know. Okay. Maybe so. Maybe not. I don't know. But it was an interesting thought because Figgy, you do sound taller. You do. I can confirm. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know the science.
I don't see it.
Yeah. There's not really science to this as of right now. It's just trying to figure it out. Up until we get some more releases, and then Wednesday when the full schedule release party gets going for the NFL. But have the Texans already caught a scheduling break here, Lopez?
I think so.
You are the czar of schedule leaks.
It's my thing now,
as of right now. And so, are the Texans already catching a scheduling break here?
Yeah, no, I think they are because you remember last week we were talking like, ooh, there's a lot of things pointing to the Texans being the team that goes to Sao Paulo to start the year because a lot of other teams that already played or have been committed for games this year are reported to have been committed to other games.
I mean, just start with the fact that there was only 3 of the 8 international games that they could even be possibly a part of. Knowing
the charged opponents, a lot of them had already either been played recently or whatever. Anyway, there was a lot of things pointing to, Texans might be the team. One of the things that I mentioned, well, they're not going to put a division game there. I know it's not off the table, but it's very rare. Well, welcome to rare, because reports are that they are in fact going to put a division game there, and it's going to be the Chiefs at the Chargers in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Now you say reports. Who doing this reporting here?
Okay, so the exact report came out of San Diego, but Pro Football Talk reported, obviously that's Mike Florio, that the Chargers, you have a chance to protect some home games. Okay. You can put on the list, no, we want that. We want to play that one at home.
Sure.
They didn't put the Chiefs on there. So apparently they were willing to go ahead and play the Chiefs in Brazil. They looked for another couple of games to protect, so to speak.
That'd be a smart one to go, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, how much of a home field advantage do you think you actually get at SoFi Stadium?
Yeah, but I'd rather play it there than Sao Paulo.
Well, I mean, look, if we not getting the home field advantage at home, because I do wonder, Kansas City, their fans travel.
No, yeah.
And it feels like, especially with them being good for the length that they have, I do wonder how much of a national kind of brand they become. Because for some teams it happens. For some teams it doesn't. Like the Patriots, even for as long as they were good, that still remained a regional brand. Yeah. I do wonder if Kansas City is becoming somewhat national with, I guess, for a period of time, the likability that it felt like they maintained to where even in LA, when that game comes through, like I wonder what that stadium looks like. A city transplants us up, what that stadium looks like compared to, well, you're not having all these transplants in Sao Paulo now,
it might
are
be
you?
a road game in Sao Paulo because if there's any teams they know, it's going to be the Chiefs, the ones that have been winning Super Bowls and such lately. So anyway, the Texans, I think, caught a break. I think everything was pointing toward the Texans being the team, and all things being equal, I'd rather not go to Sao Paulo. It would have been fine to have it in the beginning of the year, as we talked about last week. But Chiefs at Chargers appears to be, according to reports, the game there.
Do you like the idea of the division game overseas?
No.
Well, especially because maybe the NFL might be opening themselves up to that just generally because we know that the kickoff, which is not the same as the international game, it's still going to be stateside and everything, but the kickoff game, which is obviously more often than not, and I believe every time, going to feature the champion, the previous year's champion. facing off this year is the Eagles facing off against a divisional opponent in the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And it feels like maybe they're more open to putting some of these divisional rivalries in some of these places that they previously hadn't done as much.
Yeah, but I think the NFL kickoff is a little more receptive to a division game.
Sure.
Simply because of the stakes and, are the Cowboys going to whatever.
But it feels like that game is going to have its attention regardless, and you wouldn't need to use the additional juice of a division game there, especially in where you might want to use that juice in other weeks where you don't know that you're definitely gonna get a juice in like a week 5 game that you could bring that juice to with a division rivalry game.
And I should have thought more likely now that you play division games, overseas international games, because there's so many more of them now. You have 3 or 4 in London, and you have Spain, then you have Germany, then you have Brazil, then you have Mexico's upcoming. I think next year's are going to go. So just by default, you're going to have to play some division games internationally. I mean, you're just going to have to. So that's a possibility.
Do you think that maybe that open, because you had kind you'd kind of cordoned off the 2 other games, the Jacksonville game the Jacksonville game in London, and then the Colts game in Spain?
Yeah,
Barcelona or Madrid, one of those. And maybe those are more open than we had considered as possible destinations if the Texans were to go international this year.
Maybe, but there also are some reports that those games are already being penciled in as well. So we'll find out for sure. By the way, I have the entire schedule of how things are going to be announced here in the next couple of days. 2 regular season games in London are going to be played, of course, and some of the others are going to be announced tomorrow, some early Wednesday, and then the entire schedule is going to be, Wednesday at 6 o'clock, is it? Or Wednesday evening or whatever. But I look, and the other thing that we should know is it's not just the Kansas City Chiefs that the NFL wants to feature. It's Taylor Swift. I mean, international in Brazil, she's going to end up being in there. It.
Is that still a thing?
Yes. Internationally, absolutely. She hasn't gone anywhere.
They've been kind of quiet.
Not anymore. She's still.
I forgot they was together.
Yeah, well.
Really?
Yeah, it's just been quiet. Like maybe it's my timeline, but they haven't been coming across my timeline like that.
What is going to be interesting to see, by the way, I think, yes, in Brazil, it's going to be enormous that she's going to be there. And Mahomes and the Chiefs and all that, for sure. The other thing that's going to be interesting is, like, you start to look at some of these early season sort of featured games. I mean, are the Texans going to be in any of those? Or just a regular old Sunday noon?
Hey,
well, that's a good question.
I'd rather go back to that, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Really? Oh, yeah. Just very personal perspective?
Yeah, personal. Like, not even just because, my schedule or anything, but it seemed like when they get those primetime games, I seen somebody on the text line text the same thing too, but them primetime games, man, they haven't really been all that well last season. So I'd rather stay low and build.
How many primetime games was it last year?
It had like 6. They had like 5 or 6.
I think it was 5.
It was a lot.
Yeah. It was a good amount. So let's go ahead and use that as some level of, because let me see. Obviously, you have Chicago, which was a prime time, and of course, this is not the way to do this, but you had a few prime time. You had obviously the Jets game, which that was unfortunate. Christmas you had as well. You had
the Lions.
Lions was a prime time game. Yeah, you had a grip of them. Over under. Let's see. What's a fair place to put the over under? Over under 4.5 prime time games this year.
I'm very interested in this because there's kind of like a new girl in class, with Jaden Daniels and some of these other new kids coming around. And then you look at the Texans. Now, I do think the Texans schedule is very conducive to a lot of primetime games.
Right.
Yeah, very conducive. You got the Bills at home. You have the Broncos at home. I'm not even talking about division games. Niners. Then you have.
I don't know if the Niners has that still. It still has that.
But it has the who knows? But it's possible. Chargers, Ravens, Chiefs,
and Ravens Chiefs. You can easily sell those, especially if those aren't immediately early in the season. Well, even if they're early in the season, they are rematches, right? Chiefs is a rematch from the playoffs specifically. Ravens is a rematch from that one time on Christmas. But then, there's other, if it's later in the season, you get a feel for how that team is doing, how this Texans team is doing. And then you get that level of build toward, and the quarterback matchup obviously is one of the things that helps. Yeah. From the 7-1-3, they go under 4.5. They say they're only getting 1. I cannot see that.
I'm gonna say
I can't see that.
I'm gonna say 3.
I'm gonna go right at 4. So just under.
Under?
Yeah, right at.
I'm gonna
4.
say 3.
Yeah.
It's tough because these primetime games are in some ways dictated by the steam or the energy that you're coming into this with as well. And I find that hard to gauge from kind of our outside world. Like, clearly this was a team that won quite a few games. They won their division. They won a playoff game as well. Like, there's big questions about the offensive line, and it seems like the larger NFL world isn't really that excited.
Yeah, they didn't make like a big splashy move this offseason either. Like last year it was Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon. So now this year, but
it's CJ there, right? Like,
but on the outside, people gonna say, "Oh, they took a step back because they traded their left tackle." I don't think that's the case, but maybe if you look nationally, they might be like, let's not give them 5 this year.
And plus, it's what have you done for me lately? I mean, would you say? Let's ask this question: who has more primetime games, the Texans or the Commanders?
It feels like the Commanders.
Doesn't it?
It feels like the Commanders. Someone is going with 3, a Thursday night, a Monday night. Oh, I forgot the Cowboys Monday night game, and a Sunday night. I mean, I could see 4. I will go over. I think that they get that 5 again because I think CJ is still also developing into that space where it's not the same shine. Because remember, he was doing the press tour, everything after the rookie year, where it was really pretty, and people were talking about sophomore slump. But I think that he's in that category of quarterback that people would consider that more a slump than, he's been exposed. Those are the two narrative kind of structures. If you have that as, he's been exposed, or is that a sophomore slump? Even if you don't agree with the sophomore slump narrative, which we know, on the ground why that would be something that you could kind of go against, I think you can still look at it and go, C.J. Stroud is a name that you sell. And anytime you see a football game, you see two faces in the quarterbacks of those teams, and I still think you can sell that based off of C.J. Stroud versus, right? Yeah. Patrick is whomever you want to put up there. So I still think that they get a good grip of those, and hopefully this year
4 sounds about right.
Hopefully this year they're better equipped to actually show out in those, because you had some good ones for sure, right? But I will never get over that thing.
Christmas.
Christmas.
Yeah. Not even Christmas. The Thursday night game was Halloween. There we go. The Halloween game.
That Christmas game got me, man.
I saw that Buffalo Wild Wings embarrassed.
No, I was at that Christmas game. I was walking through. Everybody was like, man. Obviously, it was the Beyonce concert.
Yeah.
And so you had some people that's clearly there for Beyonce, like, ooh, this team
crushed.
It was a group of girls, man. I'm like, man, they out here embarrassing us in front of the hoes, man.
In front of the hoes.
Really and truly, bro.
No,
and the
seriously,
thing about
it was a group of girls, look good too.
Yeah.
It was,
of course, it's Beyonce.
I'm like, oh my God, man, this is embarrassing.
This is the impression you're making?
It was like 28-2 or something weird.
Man, by the way, the Commanders, not only in that division, which gets a lot of national games.
Yes.
They've got the Chiefs. They've got the Lions. They've got, oh, my goodness, the Packers. Yeah, they're gonna be featured a lot.
Okay. From the 281, still want to text. I hate it that if you use certain words, it thinks you want to text, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
But anyways, appreciate you.
You must be using that old talk to text.
Maybe so. But yes, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm very intrigued now that that's been brought up, what the number of national games ultimately looks like. But we'll see. Wednesday is when we will know. All right. Coming winners of the weekend, there was a lot of folks who were winners and losers. Who did you see over the weekend that you thought was a winner or loser? 713-572-4610. We will do that next.
Area 45 with
present.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I like that moment where you can determine, oh, this is a sicko. And of course, I use that term endearingly because I call myself a sicko, right? The college football sicko. Actually, there's quite a few sports that I end up getting sick on. I think you guys believe I am a stats sicko, even though I know much more.
No, we don't just believe it.
But I think I figured out that listener Brandon, who's always there on the YouTube page, who said, "Call me crazy. I like to find out what preseason games we get." Oh, okay.
All right, that might be a bit much.
I was like, I see the sickness in you, Brandon.
That might be a bit much.
I respect you pimping.
Oh, you crazy.
You real crazy.
I respect you pimping there, brother. That is, couldn't be me, but I do respect it. I do respect it. All right. Let's get to our winners and losers of the weekend. Who won, who lost on the weekend in sports, and maybe otherwise if you want to go to there, right? And Brandon, I see cheap. Yeah, that's one of the things I've always appreciated.
That's fair, yeah.
I've always appreciated about a preseason game, especially for how costly it is to get into an NFL game now. Mm-hmm. You know, some people can't get into the building, so that's an opportunity to get the families in there a little bit.
I do like it for the simple fact you don't have to be tapped in too much into it. You could just kind of go with the family and just kind of joke around a little bit. You ain't got to be stressed out watching the game on the field.
You know, I didn't necessarily grow up with a lot of means. First 2 NFL games I ever went to were preseason games because that's all my family could afford.
My first ever preseason or game period was a preseason game.
Yeah, there's something to that part. I'll give you that.
Yeah, so some good seats too.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, we'll see what that looks like in the coming days. But let's get to our winners and losers of the weekend. First winner, I do want to do this because we talked to him last week, and I would like to think that we had some level of portion of this success, even though I know that we played no part in it. Mm-hmm. Giovanni Marquez.
How about that?
Gio Marquez. We talked to him Wednesday last week with himself and his championship-winning Olympic father,
the guy he swung going as a kid.
That's right.
Which never again. But Gio secured his first pro belt, which is the WBA Continental America Gold. It's not a major belt, but it's a belt nonetheless. Mm-hmm. Defeated Esteban Munoz by unanimous decision. In fact, he said that he probably could have ended it earlier. He was just kind of
playing with that guy.
He was trying to test himself. But really, what made him a real winner after that, he pushed his record to 13-0, was that he got into a war of words with what I presume is going to be his next opponent in the ring after the victory. This is what it sounded like at Red Owl Boxing Gym in Houston.
I never shied down to a challenge. I'm up for it. I've been wanting this fight since I was like 5-0, so I'm here for it.
Well, he's right here next to me. How bad do you want this fight, Scoob?
You don't sound confident. I'm going to break you. I came to Big Bear. I walked you down in your Houston, Texas.
No, you didn't.
I'm going to break you.
No, you didn't.
Break you.
You called me all buddy. You going to break. You ain't going to break.
Break you. You don't sound confident. I'm gonna break you.
Look at
break
you.
Yeah,
look at you. I'm gonna snatch that chain.
I'm
gonna snatch that chain.
I'm gonna snatch this.
I'm gonna snatch that chain.
There you go.
Don't snatch a man's chain.
Well, that's like how it sounded disrespect.
I like how Gio got a little more hype. He's like, you ain't gonna do nothing.
And
you ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do. He just took it up from 50 to 100.
Yeah.
All right, so
we're adopting him, right?
He's our guy. He's our guy, and
that's my man.
And that's why I'm gonna be real careful about the way I say this other part.
Yeah.
Do you believe Kurt Scooby that he didn't sound convinced when he was saying that in the first part?
No, the first part he didn't.
I was like, I didn't hear the convince.
It seemed like
then it changed.
You said who did sound convinced?
Gio didn't.
I was thinking the same thing, but it seemed like the other guy just came out of nowhere. Like,
hey, what are you doing
here?
He
just got up in his face, like right after the fight. Yeah. I'm thinking like, damn, y'all about to fight again? He about to fight another one?
Yeah.
And it's not wrestling. If it was wrestling, it would be. Wrestling is like, hey, you just don't want to fight. Here we go. We going again.
Right now.
Yeah, just put somebody else, and then somebody else fresh.
Yeah,
I called next.
Yeah, like what's up? And you're like, wait a minute,
hold on,
I'm tired.
Exactly.
All right, some other winners and losers of the weekend. How about this loser? Fresh legs. The Celtics hit back at the Knicks. winning convincingly at Madison Square Garden. That was like 4 minutes left in the game. The Knicks were still had their starters in the game.
Of course,
Tom Thibodeau doing that.
Of course they did.
So the series is 2-1. They'll play Game 4 tonight at Madison Square Garden, and I mean this is such a weird series because the Celtics have had a 20-point lead in each of these games, but obviously they held on here, and it feels like they might have found their level. Like, how much of a problem is it that Thibodeau's just got his guys running out here consistently like he does?
It's a problem now, and it's always been a problem. He's got what he's got going for him here is he's got guys that buy in and are willing to do it. But that doesn't mean it's not going to catch up to you. It's still going to catch up to you.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I do wonder though, because depending on how that particular series goes, do you wonder at all if the Boston Celtics, because we know that they're already dealing with trying to figure out how to handle the money. Maybe there's been kind of talk of the idea of trading a Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis to deal with their money. I saw earlier today someone talking about the possibility of even maybe trading a Jaylen Brown, right? If you feel like this does not work as constituted, especially when the way that they've gotten this done. Is Jaylen Brown intrigued you for the idea? Hey, especially if you get this number 1 overall pick, do you then just go shopping around and see who you can pick off? And would a Jaylen Brown interest you in that circumstance instead of like a Giannis or a KD or something?
I mean, he interests me, but not instead of Giannis. That's for darn sure. And there have been reports that the Celtics are going to, quote, blow it up.
Yeah, and see with that, man, I feel like if you look at a Jaylen Brown, I feel like you don't have to give up maybe a Şengün or.
But there's going to be salary.
Yeah, it's going to be salary, but I feel like you can make that work. I feel like Jaylen Brown would be the plan if you don't want to blow up the squad. Yeah. If you don't want to give up some of your cornerstones.
Yeah, I want to make it clear. I have no reporting there. I was just kind of throwing that out there.
Yeah.
A winner, the space cycle. Bryce Matthews, second base prospect for the Astros, obviously down there on the farm in Sugar Land with the Space Cowboys. On Saturday, 14-7 victory. He accounted for quite a few of those versus the AAA Salt Lake Bees, which is the Angels affiliate. This was him hitting for the cycle.
And that one is hit deep center, carrying to left, and it is a home run for the cycle for Bryce Matthews. The second cycle in Space Cowboys history, and it comes here in Salt Lake again.
So there you go, Bryce Matthews, the prospect. The only thing that would make me happier, I'm happy for him, but he's currently hitting, 230?
Yeah.
It would be really nice if he was the bat was in such a way him coming up and making a little bit of an impact. Obviously, you have Brendan Rodgers there kind of holding down second, but he's not been incredible. Bryce Matthews is one of those places where you really hope that relatively soon he could come up and take hold of that second base.
Yeah, but he's
space.
where he needs to be.
He is. He absolutely is.
He is absolutely where he needs to be. One thing about the cycle, it's always fun to see, but I've always believed it's more luck than skill. Even though you have to be very skilled to hit a single, double, triple, and home run.
Right.
I feel like it's just more like, okay, well, that worked out.
Yes. The circumstance absolutely factors in there. A loser on the weekend, officiating is what I'll say, because the Dynamo went down to 10 men on Saturday with a very controversial red card in the 38th minute. It was the young center back, Obafemi Awodesu, who is, he's had an interesting season thus far, being as a defender for the Dynamo. He scored the goal, the equalizer that made it 1-1, and then just a bad kind of handball call that happened. And so he leaves, and the bottom fell out in the second half for him. So they lost 3-1 in that match. I was out there for it, but
I didn't know you went. Tell me.
Yeah, real unfortunate circumstance for our guy Ben, who seemed like his guys were playing really tough. And
that was a decisive moment, right? I mean, you go down 10. I mean, and you were they up 1-0?
No, they were tied 1-1. They had conceded early.
Okay.
But
that's right. I saw you tweet something.
Yeah,
about
they had conceded early. They tied it up at 1-1, and they were playing good soccer up until they lose a man, and then it just kind of changed the entire dynamic.
Then you're done.
But if we're going to talk about some real exciting dynamics, how about a winner hockey buzzer up 2-0 in the series? And, with the third period ticking down, it looked like they were going to push this game to overtime and maybe see if they could go and make it 3-0 in that series and pretty much put it away, right? 3-0 in a series, a 7-game series is really tough to come back from. Hockey's a little bit different because you can see it happen a little bit easier, but The Vegas Golden Knights weren't really hearing that. The right winger, Riley Smith, did this with 0.4 seconds left in the game.
The boards, there's nobody to help him. A centering feed. Here's Riley Smith. Wade shoots, hit the post. Oh, he hit the post at the buzzer.
Referee was right there. Garrett Rank signaled no goal. As close as it gets. Stunning way to end a hockey game if that's the case. It went off the camera in the middle of the net.
It went off Draisaitl's stick.
And then off the camera there.
After video
it's a
review,
goal.
at 0.4, the puck completely crossed the line. Goal.
Wow. You believe that?
Wow.
That's sick.
That's crazy.
That's
How many
a
of those,
crazy way to end the game.
How many of those have there been already? And then the one that came off the skate, you see that one?
I didn't even see that one.
There was one that came off a skate earlier, and they were like trying to determine if it pushed through because you can't push it through with your foot, but if it bounces off, you can. There's been some wild finishes.
Yeah, real wild finishes in the world of sports. So yeah, man, the hockey playoffs have continued to be really, really fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a fun time tapping in where I can. A team that is not fun to watch at all, at all, is the Colorado Rockies. And so they have historic futility going on right now.
Man, they've won 7 games.
Man.
7 total out of 4.
We should even mention the White Sox with them.
Dude, it's another level.
Yeah.
It's another level of bad.
We disrespecting the White Sox, putting them in the same category as the Rockies.
Bro, the Rockies got beat by the Padres on Saturday. Get this. 21-0, which ties for the second largest shutout since, you want to guess the year?
Oh.
Guess the year. Second largest shutout, 21-0 since.
I'm going to say, does it have an.
Is it in the 2000s?
I was going to say it was like 1900 something. I'm going to say 1908.
Okay, close.
I'm going to say in the 2000s.
It is not in the 2000s. It is 1900.
Oh, wow. I knew it had to be a long time ago.
Man, I tried to get it.
21-0.
21.
Hey, who wants to pitch?
To nothing.
We have a fan appreciation day. You get to pitch an inning.
20. By the way, through 37 games, which is through the before this weekend series, the 20 you were mentioning, Figgy, that we shouldn't put them in the same space as the Rockies. 25 or as the White Sox rather. The 2025 Rockies through 37 were 6-31 with a -109 run differential. The 2024 White Sox that we were talking about as one of the worst teams we had ever seen, 8-27. A -88 run differential. They have literally been atrocious. 2 fewer wins through that time period and about 19 fewer runs, which led to who I actually am going to term a winner, Bud Black, the 67-year-old manager fired after 40 games.
I'm sure he was probably like, what took y'all so long,
That's
man?
what I was just going to say.
9th season as the manager for the Rockies. Colorado hadn't won 70 games since 2018 rather, when they lost in the NLDS. So like some of this is his fault. However, there's been no investment in that team, and I'm just like, what is he supposed to do over here?
Well, I'm looking at his profile now because what I was going to say is it's not as if he doesn't have a resume. He was
really good when he was with San Diego.
Yeah, it was in San Diego, 2007 to 2015. So you can't necessarily put it on him. I was just going to say the exact same thing, Figgy. Like, hey, what took you so long? I want out. He wanted out. He's wanted to get bought out.
And they were bad last season.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, right, even if you're like, yo, Bud Black, you stunk up the joint, you don't have to keep doing this, right? Sometimes just like you're free from this stink, from this nasty, you can go.
Yeah, I've been here 9 years, man. Y'all can let me go as soon as possible.
Yeah. I don't want to be here anymore. Is ultimately what it looks like. But yes, man, I want to say best of luck to the Rockies, but they need much more than that. That is very, very nasty business. And how about this? I mentioned Warriors T-Wolves, a series that has been interesting to watch, but I won't say it's been pretty to watch by any stretch.
This last one was ugly.
It really was, and there was a loser in addition to the people who were just trying to watch a fun-looking basketball game, which you didn't get, NBA playoff bettors, because that Western Conference semi-game 3 between them carried a lot of importance, right, for the arc of the series, because Minnesota was able to, take the lead 2-1 in the series, as opposed to going down 2-1, which, that's a decent swing. However, the ticket holders would have had Minnesota -5.5 game as the game was ticking down. Jonathan Kuminga, who, mind you, shoots 30.5% from the three-point line, 31%, hit a meaningless 3 with 5.3 seconds to change a would-be 8-point loss to a 5-point loss. And the wildest part about this is that if you Zapruder the film, you can see Draymond Green coming out of a break, seeming to tell his guys 5.5.
No way. I didn't see that part.
Look,
I saw the finish.
I saw, and I'm like, look, man, I don't know what I'm looking at right now, but I feel like I see.
You're going to get me.
Which, if there was a reason to, if you didn't have enough of a reason to not like Draymond Green, I imagine if you were holding that ticket, you like, I swear to God, if I catch you. Can you imagine? Because, like, I don't know. What do you do if you're the NBA and that, like, this is actually a thing where Draymond Green is, like, mouthed 5.5 as if to say, hey.
I saw how it ended. I didn't see that. If that's the case, that's not a little thing. That is a very big thing.
Right, because these teams are not supposed to play like they have any level of
even knowledge
of it.
Wow.
We have too many video cameras.
And show you all of these players, they go into the game knowing that the spread and all that stuff, man.
So yeah, I imagine
if it's right there.
I imagine those people are very, very sick. Are you looking at it right now?
I'm looking at it right now. Oh, he put 5 fingers
You
up
see it?
too.
You see it? I'm not going crazy, right? So
look at this. He goes 5.5. Wow. That's good. Talking about something. If there's anything we know about Draymond Green, he's misunderstood.
That's true. That's true.
He's an angry black man.
He's not an angry black man.
Last time I checked.
He's a very smart and intelligent and good player, and people need to remember that when he's kicking people in the nuts. And from the 325, I appreciate this as a loser on the weekend. Aaron Rodgers, still a free agent. There's reporting that, he's still in a place where he's either playing for the Steelers or he's retired so
he ain't looking at the Saints.
Yeah.
Why would you? Would you? So, serious question. If you were Aaron Rodgers, would you look at the Saints?
I'd look at them. Hey.
Yeah. I'll try to see what kind of food they got.
I'd be 100%. You could miss me with that 10 times out of 10. All right, those are the winners and losers of the weekend here in the Loop. Coming up next, let's get into Figgy's mixtape as we often do. Figgy, what you got for us?
Yeah, speaking of losers, man, we got some losers on Mother's Day weekend, man. All the deadbeat dads.
Sorry, Jan.
In Long Island, New York. Plus, Phillip Rivers might be making NFL history years down the line.
Oh, man. I love me some Phillip Rivers. Let's get some of that next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone had a wonderful Mother's Day weekend. And it's never a good Mother's Day weekend unless you get some talking to about the deadbeat dads. Now, people always bring up the deadbeat dads. Me personally, I feel like there's no need to bring that up on Mother's Day. Don't bring all that negative stuff up. Let's just focus on the good right now.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, is it Suffolk
County?
Yep, Suffolk County, up in Long Island, New York.
Mm-hmm.
They were on a mission to point out the deadbeat dads, and they released a press conference. And they put everybody, all top 10 deadbeat dads of that county on that Summer Jam screen.
On large poster boards, the Suffolk County Sheriff lists what he calls the top 10 deadbeat dads. One allegedly owes $209,000 in back child support. Another, $371,000. And the top man, $422,000.
And today, in preparation for the Mother's Day weekend that's coming up, to capture the top 10 deadbeat dads here in Suffolk County.
We are talking about thousands of dollars that could have went to food, clothing, doctor's appointments, or school supplies.
He's asking for the public's help.
If you recognize one of the individuals on the list, do the right thing. Call us. Let us help these children get the support they deserve.
If caught, the men face jail time as they repay what they owe.
I got to tell you, I don't mind it.
You'd be on the snitch line?
No, I get the other side. Hey,
I seen him at Walmart just yesterday. Go get him.
I would. Because, I mean, that would help the moms. That would help the moms.
See, the thing,
maybe you think,
but see,
if they get the money.
But see, the thing is, are they going to get the money?
That's always the thing.
Because it's a loophole that, and I hate that this loophole even exists. But the loophole, I'm not getting a job then, so I don't have to pay.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I think that's why my boy over here is up to almost $500K in back child support, which is ridiculous, man.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, at that point,
working cash jobs, is that what's happening there?
Yeah, working under the table.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is. But that is a shame. But hey, salute to them for putting.
How do you feel about this? I'm
kind of
with it. I'm kind of down with it.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about it. Ultimately, like it feels very. I mean, it's clearly something that has been put together in a way to try and be a little bit of a publicity stunt of sorts. However, I understand what you're coming from. Like, hey, man, if you owe this debt, if not, we can come catch you. It's hilarious that they were like, let's put this on the news because we'll get them that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Recognize any of these?
Well, I guess if there was ever a time where you feel like you could take that public sentiment and use it to, hey, salute your mama, and then here we go. If you also want to help somebody else's mom, snitch. Get out here and snitch. Get snitching.
I need you to snitch on them. All right, somebody else that he ain't got no problem taking care of his kids. Phillip Rivers, former NFL QB who has 10 kids.
Did he stop at 10?
I thought, is it 10?
He just got 10, I want to say, back in 2023.
Yes, because I remember he had 9. I was like, they could put together a football team with the parents, and then they added another one.
So he currently got 10 kids right now. His oldest is about to be 23 years old.
Okay.
So check out where I'm going with this. So she got a 6-month-old son.
Mm-hmm.
Phillip Rivers he just had a kid in 2023. So that kid is 1 year older than his grandson.
Oh, wow.
So we could possibly see Phillip Rivers' son throwing a pass to his grandson.
Well, I hope we do.
Or to Phillip Rivers' grandson.
Yeah,
that would be his nephew in a way, right? Because we've seen this happen many a time.
Kid, yeah.
We've seen like the nephew uncle relationships where they basically the same age. Like we saw it Amigos.
Have we seen it in the NFL though?
Seen cousins. I don't know.
Not only could he be throwing passes to he can go to school with him. He can go to college with him.
No, seriously. He could be his teammate.
The age difference, you've always seen like this guy throwing to his, whatever, but there's like an 8 or 10 year. These could be like classmates at wherever university.
Yeah. So here is Phillip Rivers. So John Gruden, our good guy, or Sean's best friend.
Yeah, that's
John Gruden.
Sean's man.
Yeah. He pulled up to Phillip Rivers' home, and
tell him about Migos.
I don't think he told about Migos, but he did want to know more about his kids and all that stuff. And this is what Phillip Rivers had to say about that whole son to grandson moment.
How old are your girls now? So the oldest is about to be 23. I got a grandson. I got a 6-month-old grandson. No, that's you and Tiffany? Yeah, That's number 10? He's 1 year older than my grandson. So we're going to have, in 16 years, we're going to have a son throw a touchdown to a grandson. How about that? That'll be something you got to only think about when you're in Alabama and Fairhope talking to Phillip Rivers.
He's talking about high school, 16 years. Like they could be high school teammates. That'd be wild.
I do love that he's like, hey man, let's focus on high school. We can't assume that everybody's just going to be making it to college and NFL, but we can make this happen in high school. I got enough juice. Phillip Rivers can make some things shake.
Hey, if it's good, if they good enough, that'd be wild to see.
Still a little weird in high school. Your son throwing to your grandson.
not in all the high schools.
No, this is the weird part. So Phillip Rivers up to the school to pick up his son, and his grandson, hey, grandpa, and then his son is just, hey, dad.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a little crazy,
to say the least.
Go get me your uncle from in here.
Yeah,
go bring him in here.
All right, speaking of craziness too, so how do you feel about a wedding with 95 bridesmaids?
Oh, come on.
You're doing a lot.
Not
only are you doing a lot, you're doing too much.
All right, so a woman who just got married in the UK and had a bigger wedding party than most had 95 bridesmaids, and it was only 8 groomsmen.
Oh, wow. How did they do that? They had like 3 on their arms as they're walking in, 4, whatever it is.
Yeah, so apparently all of them walked down the aisle. So the total amount at this wedding was 250 people.
And it's what?
And 100 and plus were just bridesmaids and groomsmen.
Yeah, 103 was bridesmaids and groomsmen.
I'm not coming to your wedding. You playing with my time.
Yeah.
I got to sit here and watch all these people. That's what, 15 minutes at least?
Yeah.
Just watching people walk. You're a jerk. That's what you are.
Now, how about you? My thing is, are you friends with 100 or 95 people, or however many people you got 95 friends?
No,
like close friends like that.
No,
that's the problem is she don't want to be an adult.
95
and make some people uncomfortable, make some people mad.
That's
hey,
exactly what it is.
You don't get to be a bridesmaid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I guess. Well. Like
it's the college football playoff.
Somebody out. Yep.
I knew her. I mean, we went to class together.
It's the college football playoff. No matter where you draw the cutoff, it's going to, like. Did you hear that they're contemplating
16?
Going to 16, and that 17 team is going to be like, no, we should have gotten it. It's always the same.
How about the introductions that they do, like they do at some weddings? 95 introductions of the wedding party.
That would be crazy. I know the 8 dudes on the side probably like, damn.
Although I imagine wedding crashers are just dudes that came through solo dolo are like, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got more stock.
Well, this is true.
There's a lot of hoops to shoot at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
Like, hey, I respect it.
Target rich environment.
That's exactly the way to go about that.
Yeah. So do y'all think this is a world record or some type of record?
You're saying that as if it's not, but I'm
I'm glad you said that because that is not a record. So a crazy American woman named Tina Ackles.
Wait, was it the article that called her crazy?
Yeah. Okay,
I was about to say, that's quite a judgment.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that is kind of crazy though. Mm-hmm. I feel like you got to be a crazy woman to have. How many? Let me see. 168 bridesmaids.
Ain't no way.
Come on, man.
Ain't no way.
So I think this article is pretty accurate by calling her crazy.
Yeah, I would say so. And then the worst part is there's somebody out there thinking, I can beat that. I'm going to get 170.
Yeah, this lady
her daddy's like, I'm not paying for all that.
Hey, this lady in the UK should have went on and beat that. I would just be like, you know what? All the women in the wedding, bridesmaids, come on down. By the way, that happened in Tampa, Florida in 2015.
Of course it happened in Florida. Of course it did.
Do we know how many people were at the wedding? Because, like, at some point, the ratio is just...
Yeah, I have no idea. They didn't give me those numbers, but
plus you're making these people buy dresses and they're all the same and all that stuff.
Yeah, if I was one of them, I would have just been like, I step out of this. She ain't gonna notice I'm gone.
Yeah.
Like I ain't got time to be dealing with 100 more people. Also, did y'all know that it is a World Video Game Hall of Fame?
Day? Like that's
makes
today?
sense. I didn't know
it's a Hall of Fame. Just a Hall
it just
of Fame.
exists?
Yeah.
I think I did know that actually. That there was a World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I did not know that. So real quick, the class of 2025. I want to see if y'all know these games are familiar.
Okay, all right.
So Defender, which is a 1981 arcade game.
100%.
Yeah. So
it sounds familiar, but I can't picture it in this moment. Like
the little airplanes. If I'm remembering it right,
yeah, it's kind of like Space Invaders.
That's what I figured. Okay,
like
cool.
Space Invaders.
Yeah. So that's on the list. It's a game called Quake.
Heard of Quake? I've heard of Quake.
Yeah, it was a 1996 follow-up to Doom.
Yep.
Okay.
Number 3, we might know this one. GoldenEye. 007.
Classic.
Yeah.
That's only just now going in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
And the last one is Tamagotchi.
Wow.
Unfamiliar with Tamagotchi.
Yeah, so it's the digital pets.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a little
like the Giga
90s or
was it
early odds maybe? Egging kind of
it was
plastic
an actual
device.
thing.
It was a little plastic device. And
it
then
wasn't like a video game stand-up. I think I do remember that.
But I mean, it was digital and you had to like
you
keep
take
it alive,
care
whatever.
of it.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, I remember.
I was picturing like a stand-up game.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't have that one. I had like a what'd you call it? Gigapet, I want to say.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I don't think I had a Tamagotchi either, but I was familiar with the concept clearly because I lived in that time and I watched commercials on these on these Nickelodeon and children's children's television shows. And Lady T on the Twitch said, "Is it a bad thing that I'm getting Tamagotchi from Temu for posterity?" Nah, you getting? I shouldn't say that. Anyways, yeah, you might be getting a knockoff there, friend. But do what you got to do, man. Especially if you can get it for the low.
So the games that did not make the list this year is Age of Empires. I'm not familiar with that one.
That was a big one. Yeah,
I wasn't familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Angry Birds,
of course.
You got Call of Duty 4.
They're breaking these up into like individual releases. I feel like Call of Duty, just go ahead and throw it in as a staff record label and crew and just be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Some might disagree because they might say, "Oh, Call of Duty 3 wasn't good."
Right.
But Frogger, you got Golden Tee, Harvest Moon, was it Mattel Football? Mattel Football, and NBA 2K.
So how did Frogger and Golden Tee and what was the other one? NBA 2K not make it?
Yeah, that was the question. I was like, Frogger feels like it should have been in before any of these ones that we talked about.
And Golden
going
Tee.
in this year. Golden Tee, I could hear the argument. We very much sit in that demographic where Golden Tee might mean a little bit more to us, like sports bar type joint. But Frogger is a classic.
Yeah.
Frogger done crossed over into all sorts of different places. So the Tamagotchi went in before Frogger.
Yeah.
I call shenanigans. I need to talk to the committee. The committee's wrong.
Yeah. Maybe they get in next year. I don't know. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. I kind of want to take Lopez off a little bit. So the Knicks are up 2-1 against the Celtics. And in game 3, Karl Anthony Towns, he hurt his hand. And you could clearly see he was kind of holding his hand and all that stuff. And I think he continued to play. He ended up playing. Of course, it's Tom Thibodeau, so he ain't sitting you down for no damn injury.
It didn't fall off, did it?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. If it did, he'd still be playing. But here's Karl Anthony Towns talking to the media, and they asked him about his hand.
I know your hand, was that a re-injury from something you were doing?
It is what it is. It is what it is. So I just want to do whatever I can to be out there.
The Liberators on Twitter were saying, what you said, that you broke something.
It is what it is. I'm going to keep finding ways to play, so I ain't tripping.
Did you get an x-ray or anything?
I'm going to let them tell you that.
It is what it is.
See, that's I want to thank you for playing that, because that's the perfect example of it means nothing.
I will.
It's a cop out. I don't want to answer.
I will say he used it wrong. That's not the way to use it.
It's a cop out.
You only supposed to use it when you know what it is, where everybody know what it is. That's the way to use it.
That's fair.
Because nobody knew about the hand injury, so they was asking him about the hand injury.
And he copped out.
Now, if we all knew about the hand injury, and he said it is what it is, I'm dealing with it, it is what it is, that would have made sense.
Now y'all are parsing. Now y'all are trying to figure stuff out.
He just used it wrong.
It's
a right way to use it.
I've been incredibly consistent on how I view this. And wow, I just got distracted by the television in a squirrel moment. This is real navel-gazing right here. ESPN reporting on Chris Berman signing an extension with ESPN. All right, guys. Really? That's what we're doing here?
Let's tell you what we're doing.
It's real navel-gazing there.
I actually have a hot take on that.
Oh, okay. I'd be interested in hear that.
Yeah.
That is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand it over to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. And I kind of want to hear what this hot take is that Lopez has. We'll do it next.
Area 45.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, I hope you've had a good Monday to this point. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellows of The Drive, Clint and Ron, here shortly. And again, happy Trails High School own Derek Carr. Derek Carr, who retired after 11 years this weekend. So happy trails to him. Hope he enjoys running around with the kids, playing golf, all that type of stuff.
Literally running around with the kids on that video that his wife posted.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, sincerely.
Living his best life.
Indeed, living his best life. The money is what it is. Like, I didn't talk about this when we were talking about this earlier, but I keep thinking about it with him. Like, man, a deeply disappointing career for me. And I don't want that to be the primary thing, because obviously, like, I genuinely think that he seems to be a dude that stands on his morals and everything. But man, with the arm talent that he has, I was just so sick of watching him check down in instances, especially big moments, and like not be aggressive, because it feels like if he did, he could have been a significantly more impactful player over those 11 years.
And it sounds vaguely familiar for Houston Texans fans with David Carr, his brother. Incredible talent.
Well, Derek's the better of the two.
David Carr had incredible talent.
Oh yeah, but we're not talking about the talent.
To a pulp.
Yeah, sure.
He got beaten to a pulp early, so who knows how much better he could have been.
Agreed.
I
used to defend, like,
I
used to defend up and down. I was like, no, he's just too much pressure.
But the career was clearly a lot better for Derek Carr, but the talent was very similar.
Yeah, no, I agree. So happy trails to that man. We continue getting more and more information as we head towards the NBA draft lottery that's happening tonight in Chicago. Hakeem Olajuwon will be on hand representing the Houston Rockets as they hope to the top 4 picks, maybe even get the number 1 pick. And I believe that's at 6 p.m. God's time when that goes on. And the question kind of arose organically for us. If you did get the number 1 pick, would you then kind of change your mentality, or if you are in this place where would you rather have Cooper Flag or Giannis Antetokounmpo? And of course, it's also worth noting with Giannis, in case that you're wondering how real this might be. Earlier today, Shams Charania got things cooking with the idea that Giannis would be open to exploring the idea of playing outside of the Bucks, which is a soft way of launching the idea that he would be open to a trade. But then on top of that, Sam Amico, not Sam Amick, different dudes, similar names, but Sam Amico also covers the NBA, apparently has said that Giannis is open to playing in a state with no income tax.
Yeah, state income tax.
And hey, what do you know?
I wonder what state that might be.
Texas has that, and there's a couple of teams that might be able to be in the running for that. So, going back to the question, if it's Cooper Flag, if you happen to get the number 1 pick, and now you're having to make the conversation, a Cooper Flag, Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? Cooper Flag, the young guy, rookie contract out of Duke, really has a lot of upside. Looks like he could be one of those generational prospects that we feel like we talk about all the damn time, but like really for real this time.
Yeah.
Or Giannis, who is indeed a generational type guy, top 75 player of all time, 2-time MVP, NBA champion. Like, how you feeling?
I'm going Cooper Flag. I don't know how you guys feel. Because a lot of times you have to project on how good it's going to be, how much is he going to fit in. I don't think that's going to be an issue at all.
With Coop?
I think he's going to be good right away. I think he's going to be excellent right away. I think he's going to be able to fit in with wherever you want to play him, because he can play all over the place, inside, outside, the whole 9 yards.
Mind you, he is 18 years old.
And he's a baby. He's a baby. Like, he's the youngest player in the draft.
Correct.
I mean, that's nuts.
And that's the thing that gets me, though, because my natural inclination is to say Cooper Flag, but as I get more logical with, like, the places that I've thought about with this Rockets team, the reason why I've been open to the idea of making a trade is it feels like, hey, you're opening a window and you want to strike while the iron's hot. And getting a young player like that who has to, get a feel for the NBA game feels like it's counterintuitive to that, because, like, hey, next year you want to be able to hit hard, and Cooper Flag would be learning the league and figuring some things out and having his body continue to develop as he turns 19 or what have you, right? Like, I think that those don't feel like the same thing. However, I just am enamored with the idea of a player who has a lot of runway, who you'd have on a relatively cheap deal, right? Because that's another thing.
Yeah.
If you were to get Giannis, like you're talking about a max extension here relatively soon as well, on top of the fact that you're going to have to trade and match salaries to begin with. So you're sending out one of those high-level players that you have. It feels like that'd be the easy way to just go, nah, now we have this guy who, especially offensively, can get some things done, and you run with this. That feels easy, but it also feels like it's counter to that Giannis thing where it feels like you have that more immediate, hey, we're here in this time period, which is this is your opportunity, and it feels like the window is wide open, but that thing shuts really quick.
I just think the floor is so high already.
Right.
I mean, the floor is so high already that what about you guys? You're Cooper Flag as well?
I think so.
Yeah, with this one, yes, like over Giannis. But my thing is, I'm a little worried. I was telling Reggie this in the break. I thought Reed Shepherd was going to be more than what he is right now, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if the Rockets are at that place where they need somebody that could come in and produce right away. And maybe Cooper Flag will, but I'm just kind of wondering if they need that star right away rather than another rookie.
I think he is going to produce right away. I mean, obviously, maybe not an MVP level like Giannis could, but I think he is going to produce right away.
Yeah,
because if you would have told me that Reed Shepherd wouldn't be getting no playing time like that, now I would have thought you was crazy around this time.
Those are different. Those are also different caliber players. With all due respect to Reed,
and
it really is a size.
No, I get it, but I'm like, damn, if that was the biggest issue, we should have traded that pick last year then to get somebody that can bring in. So that's the only reason I'm a little bit skeptical about that. Like I would shop around. I was telling Reggie this. I would shop around and see who I could get.
If you got that one, you'd be like, hey, now let's take this.
What's up with Jason Tatum?
Oh, okay.
I hit a Boston like, what's up with Jason Tatum? Y'all ain't make it to the finals.
Jaylen Brown is the situation there. If you were to kind of try and poach, because it feels like Jaylen Brown would be the one that they might be more willing to move. I don't know that for certain. Yeah. Assuming that they don't get it done and that they'd be interested in kind of making some level of blow up outside of just moving on from Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday, which is more just salary cap, massaging. Yeah. Seems like a lot of people are with the idea that you would run with Cooper Flag rather than trying to go and acquire Giannis, who seems like he's the more obvious of the stars that are out there, but somebody else like you're talking about, parlaying that into something. Adam on the YouTube said the Rockets need an established star who can score in the half court, and Flag isn't a sure thing, even as great of a prospect as he is, which, hey, I hear that. But Adam also asked, what's up with Booker? And this is where I'll turn back to Kelly Iko of The Athletic in his reporting. And eye-opening, the idea that they had viewed Booker as that desired kind of piece.
And then got off it.
And now they're no longer there, especially with a less than stellar season for him. And I guess maybe just the development that they believe is still possible with Jalen Green. So this Rockets thing is very, very interesting. And it'll get even more interesting if they do indeed win this draft lottery that happens tonight. But we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to talk with the fellas of the drive. Ron, what's happening, man?
I don't mean to barge in.
No, please do.
But I will.
Always.
Look, man, we can do all of this speculation.
That's right.
If Cooper Flag, if the Rockets get the number one pick, they're not going to go Nico Harrison this thing. They're going to draft Cooper Flag. And I think something about it. But I just don't think you're going to have and he's young. He's a young 18.
Correct.
They're not going to have the guy that is, I mean, honestly, how many prospects have been touted in the last 25 years more than Cooper Flag?
Well, Zion's one of those, and that's one of the interesting ones. Wemby is also in that place.
Yeah. Wemby,
but those
LeBron,
are kind of the ones. Braun is a wild back.
Right,
yeah.
That's a short list.
Like, think about Ant Edwards. He's like, Ant wasn't getting this
not even
call.
close. No.
I think he feel like it feels very Zion-like. Zion, remember Zion had the videos and we were seeing his crazy dunks, and then he got to Duke. Actually, R.J. Barrett was a higher recruit at the time.
Correct.
When he got to Duke. But it feels in that range. Better than Cade, like more. I'm talking about more highly. I don't know if he's as good as if he's going to be as good as those cats. It's
Flag.
Yeah.
Oh, we could have that discussion. I think he's going to be a stud. He's 18, man.
Yeah, I know he's 18.
His floor is higher.
But you're talking potential.
No, I'm saying I am talking potential, but his floor is already that's way higher than
that's a different.
Yeah,
and because of what you're saying, and all of that, you're not going to be the guy that trades him. To Phoenix for somebody who's going to be 29. Did you know Devin Booker was that old?
Yes,
he was going to be 29 years old. I mean, I swear that Final Four against Wisconsin just felt like
it happened.
It wasn't that long ago. Not 11 years ago.
Yeah.
Him and Carl Anthony Towns are almost 29 years old.
Yeah.
That just caught me off guard.
And that's even still feel a long
11 years.
Yeah. I'm very. It's so weird to think about how many of these guys jump into the league at 19 and 20. And you're like, oh, man, he's 27. You're like, he feels like he's been here forever because he has.
Yeah.
We hadn't seen Jahlil Okafor for about 7-8 years. So you're probably right. But, no, they're not. Like, if they get that, Cooper Flag is going to be a rocket.
Yeah.
Well, look, I would love to have that discussion tomorrow. That's the thing that I'm looking forward to tonight, seeing if that happens.
We'll have to explore that.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Clint, how you living, brother?
I'm good, man. How y'all doing?
Doing all right, brother. Doing good, man. Excited to hear what you got. Like, I know that you got
great Mother's Day.
Yes, it sounds
my wife
like
had
it.
A great Mother's Day.
All right, so I need you guys to weigh in here.
Well, I heard.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So if you're just now listening, joining in with the fellas, John Lopez, in his bid to try and help his wife, with her everyday living, making sure that he appreciates her for being the mother that she is.
She gets what she wants.
Okay, that's debatable in this instance. He got her a cooler for her car,
a small one.
But it's like one of those 20-liter Yeti type,
so that when she goes and gets groceries, they don't get cold or they don't get too hot.
It's one that I like better. It's down south.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. I just like that brand better.
Is this an issue that you've been having, or is this something that she's expressed?
She says she's always wanted a cooler for the back of her SUV, so when she goes and does her nails after the groceries or goes here after, she can keep the cold stuff cold. I said I can fix that.
When she's out there running, getting groceries for you. Getting groceries for you.
He has really thought this through.
I can fix that problem.
Good Mother's Day gift.
Hey man, if he knows her, I can't tell nobody what's a good or a bad. He knows her.
It's either a really good one or a pissy poor one.
Yeah, and I'm leaning. I know which way I'm leaning here.
If she's really been going on, like if she has a habit of getting cold groceries, getting milk, and then getting her nails done after, and the milk spoiling or something in the car.
That felt like that could have been done on a Saturday. But listen, you know what I'm saying? But again, you in your space.
I don't know. It's either exactly what she wanted, and she is head over heels, or she is like, y'all ain't gonna. She's right now. We're going.
But he got a top of the line,
believe what John did.
It's top of the line. Almost went to Austin.
Even put the podcast logo on it.
You see why I had concerns?
On it.
You see it though, right?
Hey,
you understand?
This reeks of a Bite Me podcast sponsor. Number one.
Wow.
Sponsor I
shit. Yes.
He got this for the low?
Yes, absolutely. And if you put the Bite Me podcast sticker on it, you can then immediately write it off.
I see what you're doing.
You see what I'm saying there? Yeah. So he's just getting write-offs for a small business. It's the way you're supposed to use an LLC when you crank that thing up.
Text line in. What did you get her last year, Lopez? A vacuum cleaner.
No.
A real nice Dyson. We're not gonna go.
Last year was when she was really getting back into fishing, and she got a big, nice rod and reel and tackle box with the Bite Me podcast.
There we go. One that he could use too. Yeah.
Hey, that's not a bad business plan right there. Everything you give away to all your people, make sure you got to Bite Me one up.
Don't encourage him.
No, I'm just telling you. That can save him a lot of money. Hell.
Some OG sauce.
That's right.
I was about to say, I can't believe it didn't have an OG sauce sticker planted on there too next year.
Well, I
don't want to get it too crazy.
Well, I don't even have to hope. I know y'all handle y'all ladies in a way that would not come up in such a way like my guy John Lopez. Excited to hear from you fellas. Always am. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow, where hopefully the Rockets will have the #1 overall pick in the 2025 draft. At least it's wishful thinking. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And there it is. You hear Clint Stoerner, and you can see him if you're on YouTube and Twitch. You can see myself as well. There is Tyler Milner holding it down. There it is, waving and doing his thing on YouTube and Twitch. Someone else texting in. I bet you gave her a case of the only special OG sauce is what you gave her. And an autograph on the top of that bad boy, right? I'll autograph every one of these bottles for you. Put that on whatever you want right there.
Hey, I'm pretty proud of myself. I didn't even think about that write-off deal until we sat down and I was looking at him. I was like, Lopez, he's writing this thing off now. I mean, he got him. I bet that's a $200 cooler at least, too. If he's comparing it to Yeti and saying one he likes better, it's at least a $200 cooler. Can't allow any kind of drippage back in that back of that D&M auto leasing car she drives. And there ain't no doubt, man. He's writing that joker off.
Feels like talking it through. It felt like you got ideas.
I'm thinking very seriously about it. I mean, that is a hell of an idea.
Say that's an easy one.
That is a hell of an idea.
There it is. You got an idea right there, courtesy of Clint Stoerner on the drive.
I mean, I've always tried to figure out how to write things off. I mean, that's the way to do business ultimately. I've never thought as simple as, hey man, slap old bumper sticker on that joker, man, and get it moving. It's advertising, baby.
Clint Stoerner's Passing Academy, right?
That's it right there, man.
Right, that sucker off. All right, appreciate you stopping in with us on a Monday, and hopefully you ride with us and have a good time, as there is a lot going on, obviously. First, happy Mother's Day, a little belated Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, and for me, on the way to church yesterday, I was given a real Mother's Day talk from my wife, who said to me yesterday, is that a splinter you're trying to get?
Yeah, it's a big old stuff, isn't it?
God almighty. All right, yeah, get that. You better get some tweezers somewhere.
The splinter, though, is like when you find it, you can't let. Like I can't just. Every time I put my hand down,
you want to get it.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
I saw it, but yeah.
Tell me how Courtney set that ass straight this weekend.
Yeah, we're driving
on the way to church. On the way to church, she wanted your mind to be in the right spot.
She said everyone in the car want us to listen to this. The Royals are playing the Astros this week. We're not making any bets at all in this house. Nobody's making any bets.
That's the blind tips came from. Was that a year ago? I'll be damned.
Well, it was less than a year ago. Well, they played later in the season, but she said, we're all agreeing to this. No crazy bets. Nobody's hair's getting no.
I thought we were gonna run it back.
Shaving heads. None of that. Nope.
I'd put blonde hair on the table again. I'd risk it.
No risk it, no biscuit.
I'm not putting blonde hair on the table.
Damn.
Not doing that. No.
Damn it, Courtney.
Man, listen, hey, man. We did putting that on the table the last time they played. Let's just enjoy it. I will be there for 2 out of the 3 ball games.
That's good thinking.
Oh, she can't. Yeah, it must have been on her mind. And it was Mother's Day, so I had to agree to it.
I mean, we got to at
really
least
disliked your blond tips.
Yeah, that's true. But we got to at least have a little something on the table when we're in the house for the game on Wednesday.
Now, listen, I mean, hey, sorry, man.
Are you going Wednesday?
I'm going Tuesday and Wednesday.
Tuesday? You going back-to-back days?
Yeah. The whole fam's going tomorrow.
I'm still trying to decide on Wednesday.
Well, hopefully I have better luck with my family than Lance McCullers did this weekend with his.
Oh.
Sorry, that was there for me. We'll get to that, whoever those yahoos are. But, no bets. So people texting in, no, man, I'm not doing it. Told her, damn, would have put some money on them. I was open to put some money on the line too, Tyler. And damn, sorry.
We'll revisit whenever Courtney's not around.
No, she's not around right now. Hands are tied. Sorry. Hands are tied. Damn it.
Damn.
Boy, I would have done it too.
That's no fun.
You know, man, I'd have thrown 100 on the table. Now, two hands are tied. Promised her on Mother's Day.
Good 200. I don't think she was talking about the bets that involve money. I don't think
she said
Court may be worried about a few things, but I don't think money's one of them.
Yeah, she better be. Got the floors coming. Got all that. No, we can't do that. But listen, they are taking on the Royals starting tonight, and it may have been a potential turning point this weekend, Clint. I know these guys have been swinging it a bit better, but obviously we know the Altuve injury. That is something we're going to be watching all day, right? If he misses the lineup, what would this be, 3 straight games? If he's not in the lineup today, that's something to watch. That feels like a real retroactive IL stint, regardless of what Dana Brown says to us to make us feel like it's any different. 48 hours. He feels he might be back. That sounds very similar to other things we've heard, like Yordan Alvarez or anything else injury-wise over the last several years with the Astros. But Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz, guys that we have talked about, really, really had maybe what could be, Clint, a turning point series for them. As Christian Walker in that series, he goes 5 for 10, 2 walks. He was hit by a pitch, sacrifice flies in there. He had 5 RBIs in that series. And then Yainer Diaz right behind him, 5 for 13 with a walk. He hit a big homer, 5 RBIs as well over the weekend. They were on base, got hits in all of the games. Clint, those two guys are huge, especially we know Yordan is down. Weird conflicting reports on that, too. We'll figure out what that is. But they're out of the lineup. He's out of the lineup right now, potentially Altuve. And just overall, they needed those guys anyway. That's a big series they had against a Reds team. They're not awful, but that's exactly what you need to see from those two guys in particular.
Absolutely, man. If the supporting cast, I don't want to call Christian Walker another, but the reality of it is he's not Yordan and he's not Altuve, and if all these guys can swing it well, and are swinging it well once Alvarez does get back, which again I hope those conflicting reports aren't too bad on a negative slide, but. Yeah, if those guys are swinging it well, man, it's going to be a game changer for the Astros. I think there's a real chance for the window, the World Series window, the locker room or the clubhouse with the amazing chemistry and what the Astros have been able to do more with less over the last 10 years. You keep that alive possibly if the others, but the others got to swing it well. For him, with Pena swinging it well, Yainer coming around is the big one.
Yeah, and I think for me it's because, Jake has swung the bat well. We talked about it last week. Brendan Rodgers has had moments too. But Clint, you kind of got to squint a little harder to make yourself believe those things are sustainable. Hell, even Jeremy Pena, I feel better about Jeremy Pena than, Rodgers or that you can depend on throughout the year. But even with those guys, even with Pena, you got to, with his history, you kind of got to squint a little. With Walker and Diaz, those are two guys, Clint, that you look at it and you feel like that can be sustainable. Yeah. We've watched, obviously, Christian Walker's career got him the contract here with the Astros. Clearly, we've seen him be a 30 home run guy, a big time run producer, over 100 RBIs a year. We've seen that. We've seen Diaz the last 2 years finish third in the Silver Slugger Award for catchers last year. The year before, hit 20-plus bombs and be one of your big offensive threats, in a part-time role the year before. Those guys feel sustainable, and that, I think it's a different feel than you feel with Jake. Like Jake, you're like, man, how long you gonna ride this out?
Right.
Man, you're still doing it. There is, maybe they're not Yordan or Altuve, but there's an expectation from Christian Walker and Diaz that they're going to be guys that you can depend on offensively. And
absolutely.
Like those guys, you weren't getting nothing from them.
It's not expectations that you can depend on. It's got to have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, when you're talking Pena, Walker, Paredes, and Yainer Diaz, those you're just not, Altuve and Alvarez can't carry the entire crew. It's a bonus for Jake and Brendan and all those guys to contribute. Hopefully one day Jake works his way into being something that you can actually depend on. Right now the four you mentioned though are definitely gotta haves. They've got to swing it well. They've got to put up numbers that they've put up before, if not better. And we've seen Pena doing that. Paredes is in the middle of doing it. He's been good all year long. Now all of a sudden Walker and Yainer come around, then it's a good sign. And like you said, it was a good series for them. We'll see if they can keep this thing rolling.
Yeah. So big for them as they need that as they roll into the Royals coming up over the next 3 days, and then a big series with the Rangers following that. By the way, we talked about it a little bit. The Lance McCullers situation, I can't even. I just can't even understand. If you are not aware, Lance had a god-awful performance Saturday night. Was able to record one out before he had to come out of the game because the Reds were just all over him from the entire time he was in there. But that sure as hell don't give no damn reason for nobody to be getting no death threats over performance, over anything, right? Like that makes – I can't even think about – and I've been a sports fan since I can remember. I can't think of nothing on it or off it that's made me say, well, I'm gonna do this to this person. I'm gonna call it, like even angry, even in the ballpark of it.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna show up and fight somebody. All right. I mean, I wanted to give Roy Williams a piece of my mind when he decided to leave Kansas to go to North Carolina, but I sure as hell didn't want to take him out or his family out or even think to even put that on his mind. Here's that situation over the weekend. Tough performance, but then completely overboard with how some people react.
It's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually one or two people from other issues around baseball actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the to the equation, threatening to find them or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
Trash human beings, man.
Ooh,
trash human beings.
I'm so glad you stepped in, Tyler. I don't know if you knew it. I didn't.
I saw your face.
I didn't have the words yet. I didn't have honest, like you were, and I feel bad for him. Obviously, his wife. I don't know how much his kids know about this, but his wife. That's got to be driving her crazy. But also for the city because. It's not fair, and I hope this isn't the case, but I would imagine it's probably going through. Hell, they may not even look at Houston the same. There may be, obviously, it's just one idiot or however, their head may be on a swivel. That's something that you don't get out of your mind. And for one dumbass person to come out there and do something like that over a damn game. I don't care if he gave up 26 runs. I don't care how many runs he gave up. I don't care. It's for you to even get to that place. Ooh, yeah. Boy, it's just
for starters. Let's not bunch all of Houston or all of Astros fans into this coward that would do something like that. It's bad enough. I mean, it's cowardly to even go at the man himself when he's out there putting it on the line and playing a sport. But when you go at somebody's kids, somebody's wife off the field. You are the most coward of all cowards out there. I mean, it's just I don't know. To me, because the point here, I think the big thing here is it should be investigated, it should be pursued, and they shouldn't accept.
Police were involved.
Yeah. I mean, the HPD got involved, and Major League Baseball's involved, and what you spoke of, Ron, is exactly why this should be pursued to the fullest. Because here's the deal. Whoever did it, whatever coward out there did it, I don't know how they did it. I don't know if it was on social media. I don't know how it all happened. But that person should come forward and say, "Hey, man, that was stupid. I'm just a fan. I shouldn't have said what I said. Obviously, I wasn't being serious." They
ain't got that.
Well, they should be able to find him. Whether he comes forward and does that, or you said the important part. For Lance and his wife and his kids to go about their life moving forward and not be looking over their shoulder, not worry about a crazy fan. In today's world, the only thing that would keep them from having to look over their shoulders if you find the guy that did it or the people that did it and hold them accountable, or they come forward and hold themselves accountable. Otherwise, you got a whole damn family that's gonna every time they go to the ballpark to watch their dad play or their husband play, they got to be looking over their shoulder like
she
that.
might be out on that.
Yeah. I mean, it changes their life significantly, and the reality of it is more than likely it's just some idiot that's spouting off. It's never going to do anything, but it changes their life for significantly. So I just hope that they find and hold accountable whoever's responsible. And I hope that people don't minimize it. I hope people don't wrap all of Houston in on something like that, or all sports fans in on something like that. This is one coward out there that took it too damn far.
Real quick, and I know we got to roll. How often from your career playing ball from high level college, and how often do you think athletes run into this?
With kids, not very often.
But threats to them, like threats.
Oh, a lot. A lot. I think it. I mean, hell, back. I'm just thankful there wasn't social media back in the day. I mean,
imagine now.
I had. I mean, thousands of emails to my damn. I don't know that anybody was like, I will kill you and murder you, that kind of deal. But
I mean, we get it here. Yeah. I mean, I've gotten it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just it happens way more than it should. Obviously,
because I just said it because Lance was saying like this isn't the first time I've had. It's usually just me. I wonder how many times Lance has had like athletes run into that.
Yeah,
like man, I'm gonna find you.
Well, I just think it's one thing for me to come to the ballpark or come to work or drive down the interstate and look over my shoulder, but when it's kids and a wife, that's when it gets to me that it's all unacceptable. But when it goes there is when it's like, now we got to get the police involved. This has got to be investigated. This nut job's got to be held accountable.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, we did get some NFL news early, which we will get, and it will be a big week for that in terms of schedule. But it does have a Texans tie. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Underdog is one of the leading sports apps available right now. Guess what? It is available, and we can play it in our great state of Texas, man. During basketball season, playoff basketball.
Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as Clint, the first two games of the NFL season have been announced. And this should be exciting. The Eagles, of course, won the Super Bowl, so the champion has their banner night or whatever, and the ring. There you go, their ring ceremony, and they usually host the first game of the season on that Thursday, and they will, of course, do that, and they will host the Dallas Cowboys. They getting that sucker, boy. I bet you Fox fought like hell to try to get that game. They must be guaranteed that second one. But they are playing the Dallas Cowboys, who just got George Pickens, who feel like a better team. By the way, Washington's still the second best team in that division right now?
Yeah.
Still right now. We'll see what happens. But Dallas and Philly, as you know, Clint, one of the biggest rivalries in all of the NFL. They will start Thursday, September 4th, and then Friday, the next day in Brazil, September 5th, the Chiefs and the Chargers will play. Just very similar like last year, Green Bay and Philly played on that Friday after the first game of the year. So we got Eagles-Cowboys to kick things off, and Friday, Chiefs-Chargers from Brazil, and then the rest of the slate will get going. But it got me to thinking, fellas, and those of you on the text line, YouTube and Twitch, as you can participate in this thing. I wonder how the NFL will view the Texans this year in regards to standalone games, putting them in prime time. Because last year going into it, we knew there was going to be a jump, right? The Texans and we found out that the Texans, or the new rule that the NFL doesn't have to put every team in prime time anymore. The previous year, CJ's first year, the Texans played all their games at noon, it felt like, except for maybe a couple that they played on the West Coast. But then last year, Clint, they had 6 standalone games. When you count that little series that happened between them and the Ravens and the Chiefs, they played 6 standalone games where nobody else was playing at that time except for the Texans and their opponent. What you think it's going to be like this year? How do you think the Texans are going to be? You think the Texans are going to be looked at as a team that they feel like, ooh, like last year, we got them 6 different times. We got them on here.
No, I think we've lost a little bit of the shine. I think we talked about CJ losing a little bit of the shine last year. And look, it's all relative, right? I mean, the reality of it is when they got those 6 standalone games, coming off of a year rookie of the season on both sides of the football, a guy that should have won
Coach of the Year. No, he did. No,
should have won Coach of the Year. That's right, Stefanski did.
Twice.
But so there was a lot of shine in Houston last year, and so I think all parties involved have lost a little bit of that shine. And last year was, I think, an extreme year. 6 standalone games. That is more than anybody could ask for. So. Yeah, no, I think we fall well short of that. I'm looking in the 3 range, maybe.
Yeah. CJ is still. I know some of because I think a lot of it is driven from him, right? Like,
absolutely,
the quarterback. I think, and a big market. I think CJ is still positive, has a positive feel nationally, and I think maybe they still feel like people want to watch him. Yeah. So I don't think it drops completely. I think they get 4 because I feel like that's what the Packers were around last year.
I'm anxious to see kind of the national narrative around the Texans once they crank up day in, day out talk. Because like what you just said, I'm interested to see because I don't know where I stand. In turn, I just wondered what are the thoughts around C.J. Stroud? Is C.J. Stroud still viewed as must-see TV like the top quarterbacks in this league? Is the jury still out? What level of shine has CJ lost, if you will? Because there's no doubt, and I'm just basing it off of my love for the game of football, and I'm gonna tell you, after his rookie year, I'm looking at it, I'm going, man, I'm not missing a game of C.J. Stroud's. I mean, I enjoyed watching
the way that I think people are going to be looking at Washington this year.
Yes, yeah, I'm trying to take the fan as much as I can, take the fan out of it, and just go from a X's and O's, appreciating the game being played at a high level, at an elite level. There's certain quarterbacks you just love watching, and CJ jumped into that group immediately. And for me right now, CJ's lost a good bit of that shine. I wonder if that's the case nationally.
Yeah, I think some, but I still think, as we talked about it, I still think there's a lot of, well, the other stuff around him just fell apart.
Yeah,
man.
Sure.
But here's the thing is, we know the Texans are going to be good, right? And I think that's the feel a lot of. The Texans are going to be good, so it's a good football team. And then what are a lot of this is, Clint driven. What are the quarterback matchups? And I think he's got a lot on his schedule that, like, he's got him and Lamar. Maybe they should stay away from that as a primetime game. But they've got him and Lamar, right? They've got, him and Mahomes. They've got him and Josh Allen. They've got him and Justin Herbert, right? Like, those are, him and Baker is interesting. Those are some games. I think Denver's quarterback matchups, right? Like, I think him and Mahomes and him and Josh Allen, I think those are probably primetime games.
Yeah, but I'm just going again. I don't. We talked about it a lot with Deshaun. I think rightfully so. We talked about it a lot with CJ after that rookie year of who's next in line to be prime time when those guys are on the field.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I think 3 to 4. I think 4.
I'm going 3.
Yeah, I think 4. I see some people rolling in with their thoughts. I just think they've got enough quarterback matchups on the schedule to where that's going to be a sexy look, right, for them to put them together. All right, coming up as we continue right here, live on the drive, a big night. A big night, even though the Rockets season has ended with a lot of news coming out in the NBA, a big night for the Rockets. We'll discuss what that means coming up next right here live on the drive. But before we get there, fellas out there, if you have been one of those
is in Houston, Texas. Storm damage, call 3 new lawyers. Better get Dick.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron and Clint, I think CJ has dropped to the level of Brock Purdy equivalent unless he plays this year at a higher level. I just think let's not. Like, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful to Brock because Brock is a good quarterback, and I don't think we've gotten there. That's a tad aggressive. I mean, I think when you think about the San Francisco 49ers, I think you want to watch the entirety of the team. That's what comes to mind is the Niners, the whole crew. I still think it's CJ. Like I still think it's CJ with the Texans and then the rest of the crew. I still think they are a team that you look at and think about them being really, really good because of the quarterback. First and foremost.
Look,
I just think that at least national.
No, yeah, I can't get there. I can't get there, and I'm one that I do everything I can to. I mean, I think highly of Brock Purdy, but for the sake of the conversation, the context here, I can't get there. I mean, Brock Purdy is he's in a system where he's just got to play efficiently and let the system work. System where I think C.J. Stroud, whether he is or he isn't, we'll see what Nick Caley does. But the only way the Texans are ever taken serious as a Super Bowl contender is if C.J. Stroud is hitting on all cylinders, and he is the reason why this team goes to a Super Bowl. Look, I don't think as good as this defense is going to be, and let's say the offensive line hits, you're not going to a Super Bowl. You're not going beyond the second round of the playoffs unless C.J. Stroud's the reason. Yeah. You're not getting a serviceable quarterback that just doesn't turn the football over. I'm not disrespecting or minimizing Brock Purdy again, but he's just got to do, if he can just keep it between the lines, that team can win a lot of football games. This football team's not built like that. I think there was a time when they thought they were and thought they could be, but this team's not built like that. This team is going to – offensively, you're only going as far – and really, let's be honest, as a team, you're only going as far as C.J. Stroud can take you. Just like the Bengals, they're only going as far as Joe Burrow. Can they protect Joe Burrow? They've paid his receivers. Can Joe Burrow get the ball to these guys? Can Joe Burrow stay healthy? Then the Bengals are a problem. If not, they ain't scaring nobody. Ultimately, the Texans are only going to go as C.J. Stroud can, as far as C.J. Stroud can carry them. And he's going to be the reason. And so, yeah, I can't get with the Brock Purdy part of it. But
I'm not there yet.
I think
there's a different feel towards him this year. I don't think it's there.
No, it's not. I mean, not for anybody with sense.
Yeah, last year was like, he's gonna go toe to toe with Mahomes and Lamar and all those. I don't know if that's the thinking as much anymore. All right, tonight is a really, really big night, Clint, for the Houston Rockets, as the draft lottery will happen tonight on ESPN, and we will see where the Rockets will be drafting and where their pick is. Now, they have the Suns pick, so they've got the ninth best odds to get the number one overall pick. Almost 4% chance, Clint, when you look at teams like the Wizards, the Hornets, and some other terrible team. They've got 14%. They've got 14% chance. The Jazz, the Hornets, and the Wizards have 14% chance to get the number one pick, and the Rockets are there with a 4% chance. And can I just be honest? I know this may sound a little crazy. It would not be the worst thing in the world if the Rockets did get the number one pick.
I'm gonna need you to explain that.
I know that means Cooper Flag. Listen. I think, and I said this to the fellas on In the Loop when we did the crosstalk, if number one pick is taking Cooper Flag. And I'm just simply saying for the Rockets, I think they are primed and ready with all the assets they have and where they are and the hunger of this team to go and make a big move, and a move that would say, hey, we are serious contenders, whether that's Booker, that's Durant, Giannis, whatever, that we are serious contenders. Speaking of Giannis already reports our breaking news earlier this morning that he is now open to moving on from the Milwaukee Bucks, something that's different than other spots. And listen, I say that because to me, I wonder if Cooper Flag is the guy, if that puts a potential wrench in that plan. Because you're going to keep Cooper Flag, but then you also don't want anybody to be in Cooper Flag's way that can take his role, sometimes that limit things. I just wonder, does that, because to me, I think it changes your course.
Boy, I've been thinking about that a lot since you brought it up earlier. And, you know, I think it could change your course, but in a positive way, obviously. I wonder, I know the minute that you get that pick and Cooper Flag is a Rocket, then all of a sudden the pieces that you're willing to deal change significantly. Boy, that's hell. I'm you. I guess isn't hoping that the Rockets.
Here's my thing is, one, I think Cooper Flag obviously has been one of the most hyped prospects in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I wonder, is he the star? Right. We understand what this team is missing, right? You said it. They finally did it. Hey, get your 2 through 5 ready, and they got them. And I think the one thing we know that they need is that one dude.
Yeah.
And is this the way, if he is the number one pick, they sense and say that is him? Then we're gonna do that. That's my. I'm not saying they would, but that is my concern, Clint. Is if that's the one. That's how we got the one instead of potentially going to get it. And I think it just maybe slows them down. I think next year there's a move to be made where they could be contenders right away. I wonder if you get Cooper Flag, if that changes your outlook and say, well, hey, that's the star. Let's let all of these guys grow together.
Well, I don't think any of that would be the path forward for the Rockets. If you get Cooper Flag, one, I think Cooper Flag by nature, instinctually, is a good fit for this team. The physicality, the hustle, the defense, the willingness to do any and everything that he's asked to do. He's not doesn't seem to be a prima donna. So I think he would be a really, really good fit. The question is, if you get a Cooper Flag, does Amen Thompson all of a sudden become somebody that's a trade?
See, now I didn't even think about that. See, that's what I'm talking about. I don't even want to know thoughts.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the answer to that question is, though, Ron. But it gives you more pieces to play with, and I don't. Obviously, to your point, it's not gonna be Cooper Flag, but it all of a sudden makes other guys, them being trade bait a real possibility. And so, if Cooper didn't fit, if he was a typical number one overall that was this long-term development, which I do think he's a developmental player, but I think right now he fits who you are and could fit right in and do the same things that we saw a lot of guys do this year. And you're betting on him being super special down the road. Now can you all of a sudden move Jalen, Amen, whoever you want to move, and are those pieces?
But fellas, could you see them sitting here and saying to themselves, all right, we got Cooper. He fits in, Clint, to where you really don't have to move any of those major pieces. Right? Like Cooper Flag.
You think he's enough just to make this team?
I'm just saying
a move has to be made.
If they're in their mind saying, all right, we can still have Jalen on this team and Cooper there. We can still have Cooper and Amen Thompson on this team together because they're so versatile. And obviously we can still have Şengün. Like that is my thought. If they think this is the group we'll rise together.
No.
That's my concern. Is
I think that as a Rockets fan, for me, it's simply all it's going to do if the Rockets do end up with this luxury. All it's going to do is less painful. Like when you trade for that superstar player, whether it's Durant or Giannis or whoever, all this move is going to do is you're going to feel the trade less if you mess around and somehow end up with a guy like Cooper Fleck. The trade's got to happen no matter what.
I'm nervous right now. We see what the clear option is right now. And hey, they slip up there and get the 7th, 4th, 6th pick. All right, but we know we're going to include this sucker in here. They get Cooper Fleck, Clint. I think it potentially changes and it slows it up, right? Like if Cooper Fleck is expected to be one of your guys immediately, maybe the timeline shifts and changes to where, hey, maybe you're 2 years away.
Nah.
Like I don't know, like someone just texted, trade the number 1 pick regardless if it's Fleck for Giannis, and I'm like, I don't think you're going to be the one that says, I'm going to trade Cooper Fleck. That feels different than when the Cavs traded Andrew Wiggins. This feels different. Like, I feel like you're not going to Nico Harrison yourself into, I'm going to trade.
Well, Nico's got everybody gun shy, don't he?
I'm just saying. Like, you're not going to say, this guy was a better prospect than Anthony Edwards. I don't think you're going to trade that guy.
Well, you just end up looking like a full-blown donkey if he pans out to be that.
Trade him.
And as y'all talking about how young he is right now, and he's already doing what he's doing, he's already built the way that he's built.
12 years younger than Giannis, and 11 years younger. I don't think you're doing it. All right, listen. I know it. I understand some people saying, show you crazy on that one. I get that one, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. If they
got my boy Ron.
If they were on track,
it'd be great.
If they were it'd be great for us. Yes, if they were on track.
Well, we get Cooper Flag and a big draft in the same year. Yeah, we'll talk Rockets.
I'm scared to say, Jalen Green, he can still play. Now pressure's off of Jalen. Jalen doesn't have to be a 1 or a 2, but he could just be All right, coming up, the Texans core, that young core now that used to be the young core, they're no longer the young core. Are they ready to take this thing over? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. I don't
You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive. As we talked about just in the last segment, a big night tonight as the Rockets will be closely watching the draft lottery. They've got a 4%, just below a 4% chance to win the number one pick, and we'll see how high they can get, because the higher they can get, there's a chance. Well, there's a small chance, Lloyd. The higher they can get. Even if they want to, package that thing, because, again, there's a lot of things. Boy, they've had a lot of first, top 5, top 10 picks right here. They got loaded up on the roster that you're like, boy, they got to turn some of this into a great player here. But that'll be a big one tonight. The Royals and the Astros get started in a series tonight, as the Astros are coming out of taking 2 of 3. From the Reds. They'll try to keep that going against the Royals, a pretty hot team as well. After their 2-game losing streak, they had won 7 in a row before that, so it should be a fun series here in Houston. By the way, hopefully Akeem Olajuwon, who is supposed to be representing the Rockets tonight for the draft lottery, hopefully he is allowed to get in tonight, and he'll have his credentials. He has his credentials.
He better
allow him to get in, because he knows
a few things he better do. Have some credentials and duck when he walks through the doorways.
That's right, because visual for him not enough anymore. His look, his face, that's not enough.
I'm not sure if that's
can't let you come up there. He didn't have his credentials. It's just going to be a Rockets basketball, with nobody sitting behind it representing the Rockets if they get that pick. So a lot going on as well, and a lot with the Texans, too. They just had the rookie minicamp that's going on, and this season is getting closer and closer. We'll know the schedule this week as well, and how that is positioned, which will be fun to look at also. But, Clint, I look at this, and I know Nico Collins had spoke this weekend at a camp he was doing, and really talked about, Clint, the next step for him is in a leadership role. Really taking on a leadership role. And I'm telling you, Clint, I think, and the folks here too, and we'd love to get your opinion and thoughts on this as well. I think that's going to be the next step for this team overall, right? There is no more Laramie Tunsil. He is out of here, a big voice in the locker room, however you look at it, right? Stephon Diggs is gone at this point now, a big voice. I think a guy like a Jimmy Ward's probably role has been diminished a bit. And this is now year 3 and 4 for some of the young core coming in, Clint. And it feels like it is now time for guys like Nico to step forward. CJ, who we've discussed, Derek Stingley, Will Anderson, who we've already heard a lot from this coaching staff about. about them. Mount Clint is their team. It's year 3. They've been around here. They know the system as well as anybody. And it is now time for them to step through. And D'Amico and Nick, to me, have cleared the way for those guys to step forward. Danielle Hunter is not he's more of a lead by example thing. He's not somebody that Will Anderson has to kind of lay at the feet. I think Azeez Alshire is still there, one of your leaders. But it is a point now, Clint, that these young guys that have been here 3-4 years, that it's their team now. And my thought is, do you feel confident that this young group of core players, you know who they are ready to take over the lead to lead this team?
I think how you phrase it matters, Ron. I think the young group as a whole, yes. The team, yes. The defense, yes. The offense, no. And that's the scary part here for me is I think the team is going to be a defensive-driven team. I think when it all boils down to it, I think you got guys like Jalen Petrie. I think you got guys like Will Anderson. I mean, Derek Stingley from an actions perspective more so than a vocal leader, but still a leader in his own right.
But you need some. But it's time though. I think that's a step.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think on the defensive side of the football, and I think as a team, you've got plenty of voices. Now you mix in some of the veterans that you just mentioned. I think you've got plenty of team is going to be okay. The question mark here with the Houston Texans. And I said this 1,000 times. People snickered when I said it, and I'm telling you, the C.J. Stroud, I want to be your friend and I'll pray for you. That's fine and dandy, but there's going to come a time when he's going to have to be a little different, right? The Nico Collins, I'll put my nose down and grind and outwork everybody. That's fine and dandy, but there's going to come a time when he needs to be a little bit different. Joe Mixon can't handle it all by himself on the offensive side of the football. And unfortunately for us as fans, we're not going to know what strides have been taken until we see action on the field, adversity on the field, and then you see those guys kind of step up. I'm going to tell you, man, there is when Will Anderson walks into a post-game press conference, a post-game show interview with me and Sean Pendergast in that studio down there. There is a man walks through that door, but there is a different aura. There's a different vibe. There is an it factor. There is a leader in his energy that you immediately feel. It changes the room. If you're having a bad moment or you're tired or the game was long or whatever, when that man walks in the room, there's a smile on your face. You're happy to be there. There's energy. It's a different animal, right? That's the kind of leader that this offense needs.
So I don't mean to put words in. As I said, we talked about this young core. I threw out a few names, right? And the four that come to mind are CJ and Nico on the offensive side of the ball. I didn't even realize I did it like that. But and then Stingley and Will Anderson. Christian Harris was somebody that you thought to be talked about, but, he can't get on the field right now. But those two, those four, to me, it feels like it is cleared away now for them year 3 and for some of them year 4 to take the role of this being their team.
Yep.
This being their team. And it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I see some people rolled in talking about Nico. He cannot be a leader if he's not available. He hasn't proven it yet. Tunzel was not a leader. He was a cancer, and I'm glad he's gone. Sure, however you phrase it, I don't think they viewed him as a cancer in there, but I do think he had a lot of say-so in there. But regardless of that, it is cleared. The deck is cleared. It is cleared because they want those guys to take over. And it sounds like to me what you're saying is you feel like on one side of the ball that Will Anderson is ready for the defense to be his and the team ultimately to be his, but it doesn't feel like you feel like on the offensive side of the ball with a CJ or Nico that they are ready to take it on their side.
The only pushback I would have to your thought there, Ron, is it's not a are you ready? It's either you have it or you don't. And that's the concern is I don't know. I'm not saying they do or they don't. I'm just telling you I absolutely know with Will Anderson. I absolutely know from a leadership perspective, maybe not the caliber player, but a leadership perspective, I absolutely feel and see what they're talking about when you're around Jalen Petrie, when you see Jalen.
He's another one.
When you watch these guys, when you watch them deal with adversity, handle adversity, I mean, Will Anderson should Will Anderson should be the person that steps to the podium when bad things happen with this team. Like, he should go up there with D'Amico Ryans. He should go up there with D'Amico Ryans and stand next to him, and when Coach gets done, let Will have some words. I mean, it's that powerful. And that's why the defense is in great hands. That's why the team in general is going to be fine. But when they break up and the offense goes to the offensive meeting room and the defense goes to the defensive meeting room, who in that offensive meeting room is going to be the one that holds people accountable? We absolutely know that Joe Mixon will say it and do it, and he's a force, right? Is Nico in that same range? Does he have the ability? Because even if he can try all he wants, if he doesn't have the ability, it's going to fall flat. Does C.J. Stroud really have that ability to lead in that manner? I don't know. I don't know. But to your point, this is the year offensively where I think we're going to have to find out. As you said, no Steph Diggs, Laramie. So I think the view, it better be. Dalton Schultz better be viewed differently. Shaq Mason is no longer here. Yeah. You got a lot of youth over there.
On the offense, it should be CJ
absolutely
and Nico clearly there.
But you can't.
But maybe right now it is mixing. Maybe, as you say, maybe it is.
Well, you just don't you just don't. It can't shoulda, coulda, woulda, expectations, the timing, all that stuff. But when to this day, hell, most of the listeners, at least ones that are involved on text line, YouTube, and Twitch, and all that. I mean, y'all listen as much as we do. When you hear Nico Collins step to the podium, when you hear D'Amico step to the podium and talk about Nico Collins, do you get the same vibe that you get when Will Anderson steps up there? Do you get the same vibe that you get when Petrie steps up there, when Azeez Al-Shaair steps up there? Do you get the same confidence, the same feel of, hey, man, this position group or this side of the ball is going to be held to a certain standard, a certain bar, set a certain level high? I don't. Right? So, do they have it or do they not? That's the question. Yeah. I think they're leaders. I don't think that they're not leaders. I'm talking about build around, win because of, hold other guys accountable, type of get down. I know Will Anderson has that. I know Petrie has that.
Yeah.
I know Azeez Al-Shaair has that. I think Daniil Hunter has a certain level of watch me play and get raised to my level, right? I think it's a different story offensively with Nico and CJ. Those are the two guys
and I guess Titus you would throw in.
Titus ain't got a chance.
I'm just saying that the guys that have
Titus
been there,
ain't got a chance. Dalton ain't got a chance. Joe Mixon is already there, but again, now you got a guy, Joe Mixon, that's not on the field on third down. You know what I mean? And he's been injured a few times. So it's it's the two that are on the field every damn down is 12 and 7.
Yeah. Someone texted in a good thought. Maybe Christian Kirk is somebody that can add some of that, a veteran that's been around.
Maybe. Yeah. But again, depending on
what you know who they want it to be.
Yeah.
We know who they want it to
be. The opportunity is there for C.J. Stroud to be the MFer, to be that dude, to take this thing over and this be his team. We all want it to be CJ's team because of how talented he is and how great of a guy he is and how the organization has embraced him and how D'Amico has anointed him. We all want it to be his, but is he capable of taking the team over the same way Will Anderson has?
As we're talking about, do you think these guys, Nico Collins, he specifically spoke over the weekend at his camp. It was a step. Got to be able to lead these guys. Got to push. He was talking about his receiver group because there are a lot of young guys around. I got to push them. They got to push me in taking that next step. And we've talked about it with CJ on the offense, and we looked at it. They've cleared the way. Like, of the veteran guys, I would say with the exception of Azeez Outshire and Mixon, most of them are more lead by example types, which clears the way for, hey, let them roll and let them.
The other part of that too, Ron, is the guys you mentioned, because you're spot on. The guys you mentioned are also huge fans of 7. Yeah. They're huge fans of C.J. Stroud.
They want you to.
It ain't like they're guys that are out there like, hey man, get the hell out of the way. You know, this is my squad. This is or don't, you know. No, I mean they are huge fans of trying to boost him to get him to do
and guys things. That those other guys don't have to, that can feel comfortable not having to defer to.
Yep.
Right. There's some about like, yeah, man, Diggs has been around for a long time. If I'm Nico, or
it's easy to sit back and let him handle it.
You know, and look what he's doing with Tank and all.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see that. I wonder if you agree with this. Somebody from the text line, real quick. Your offensive leader can be no one but the quarterback if you have championship aspirations. Name a team who has won it where the offensive leader was not the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great point if we're just talking about championships. I mean, if you
Russ.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, but Ron, look, I mean, Brady won 7. I mean, so he's in 3/4 of the. I mean, a third of the championships we're talking about, and again, that's why I'm so the point that the texter's making is, you know, that's why it is something that it's a talking point right now with the Texans, is because it I don't know if it's I don't think that Trent Dilfer and Joe Flacco and all those guys.
I bet Trent was a leader on the offense.
No, I think they're leaders, but I don't. They're not why they were winning. They're not. No. But you're right. They were. I would bet they were.
I bet you. Think about that offense. Jamal Lewis. I bet you he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, look, it's a good thought. It's a good point.
Fair thought. Yeah.
But that's why the conversation is relevant, right? Is that you got to do more than just play well. You got to do more than just put up good numbers. You got to. There's a bar that needs to be set on the offensive side of the football, and now it's whoever sets that bar, that position is there for the taking. Who's it going to be?
All right, we've got a big an answer to one of the biggest stories and things we were going to be watching throughout the show. We got an answer to that, and we'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Astros will take on the Kansas City Royals coming up the next few days. By the way, me and Tyler, we'll be out there tomorrow. Or no, Wednesday. I'll be out there tomorrow with the fam. But we'll be out there checking it out. Should be a fun series as they played earlier in the year. I believe, the Royals took 2 of 3. Last year when they in Minute Maid. Maybe it feels different if it's Daikin now, but last year when they played at Minute Maid, they swept the Royals 4 games in a row, and then my hair turned blonde.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, that took a long time to get out of there. I mean,
it took a lot longer than I anticipated.
Went long, and then it went into the tips. Then they wouldn't go out. Then I just had to cut them. I just had to get them to cut them out. cut that thing down.
And you broke my heart and started the show today by saying we can't run back.
Yeah, man, it's over. Yeah, no bets. Wifey yesterday, Mother's Day, said on the way to church, no bets. Not doing that. Not doing that this year.
Not this time.
That's all she asked for Mother's Day, huh? Just don't go dyeing your hair.
But, yeah, she made that very clear. But I will say,
must not have been a Cisco fan.
I think she would have done platinum. But that dirty blonde that damn near orange that I went for, that was maybe not her favorite. But some news though that we were going to be monitoring throughout the show, and that was what's going on with Jose Altuve, because I am not going to lie to you. And Dana Brown was on the flagship yesterday talking about Altuve, and I'm not alone. Now, some of y'all may call me a hater or whatever, but you know good and hell well, anytime you hear them jokers say something positively, oh, yeah, it looks good, injury-wise, you're a little nervous. Like Dana, I'm thinking maybe in 48 hours he should be fine. Getting back soon is definitely on the radar.
Makes us all nervous.
Just like they said about Jordan a couple weeks ago. Oh, hell no, I don't need no x-rays.
Astros ain't loyal.
He's all good. Day and a half later, that joker was on a plane back to Houston on the IL.
Jordan.
Getting an MRI. So when they said that, I was a little nervous. But the lineup is out today, and Altuve is at second base, batting second. So he is back in the lineup today after missing 2 games. Tight hamstring. Said the hamstring's a little tight, missed the last 2 games, but he is back in the lineup tonight.
Really, really happy.
Yeah, batting second. And me too. Obviously I'm pulling for who I'm pulling for, but I do want to see Jose Altuve at the game. It's always fun to go to the ballpark and see one of the greatest to ever do it. So good to see him back in the lineup. And the Astros, listen, that would have been to have him and Alvarez out of the lineup. That would have been a tall task. All right, and it's good to see him still back in that lineup because it feels a lot better. I know they had some success. Really, the last 2 days offensively, as they put up 9 runs on Saturday, trying to come all the way back, and then obviously yesterday. But you don't want to go too much without Altuve and Jordan in the lineup together.
Well, and now that Altuve's playing left field, boy, that hamstring may be a little bit more of an issue if it ever gets serious. So it's left field. You lose one of the top 2 hitters on the team, and obviously one of the leaders. It'd be a problem if he went down and it wasn't just a little strain of the hamstring. If it were more than that,
and I would say I think it's even a better sign that he's going right to the field. Right. They could have – now, Victor Caratini is the DH tonight with Yainer Diaz catching. They could have very easily put him in at DH and just said, hey, we're going to slow play it. But they're putting him at second base and putting him in the field where, you'll really get that hamstring tested. So they must feel really good about where he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, hell, it's absolutely playing him in the field when you could have DH'd him. Yeah, there's clearly there's very little to no worry about that hamstring.
Yeah,
that was
hopefully it doesn't bite him in the ass.
Yeah, so good for him tonight as they look to try to get this win tonight against the Royals. The other injury update is, I'd say, right on brand with the Houston Astros, and that's Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez, obviously we know he is on the IL with that hand issue, inflammation in his hand. And also on the flagship yesterday, Dana Brown. This was Dana Brown's take on Yordan Alvarez. With Yordan Alvarez, it looks good that he could get back here at least before the Rangers series. So the Rangers play the Astros on Thursday. They will play the Royals the next. That he could get back here at least before the Rangers series. The captain, Joe Espada, his response is, Alvarez is now able to grip a bat and could hit off a tee tomorrow. I mean, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm off. Those just sound like two different takes on where these guys are.
I kept it real as a
you are not
myself.
Am I you are not tripping. No.
One hit, they could get him. He looks good, and they could get him back before the Rangers series, which would mean the Royals series. And the other is able to grip a bat now.
Yeah. One
could hit off a tee tomorrow.
One says we can get him back inside of 3 days. The other one said he may hit off a tee tomorrow. Here's the one positive with this, Ron, is we now know it wasn't Dusty Baker. I'm going to tell you, clearly it's Dana Brown and the manager of the Astros. It seems like there is on the injury front, most organizations put that at the top of things that they handle with some kind of consistency and some kind of togetherness.
Maybe they're all in this meeting together. They're all getting the same report.
Yeah, no, I mean it doesn't seem like it. Seems like Dusty, Joe, and Dana Brown all got different reports. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me one bit.
No, that's a good call because I thought Dusty was always just being close to the vest, the HIPAA stuff.
Yeah,
but no, my man said he could hit off a tee.
Yeah,
which lets me know how do you know if it's looking good? Like if he's just now hitting off a tee, according to the captain, how do you know it's looking good? It is just, and we've said this before, Clint. It is so wild that they can be what appears to be so far apart on the same thing.
Well, the baffling thing to me is that it's because both guys are just saying what they believe. I don't think any of them are lying. I mean, are trying to throw the other under the bus. But the thought that there is clearly in baseball, there should be a daily 15-minute, whether it's a Zoom, phone call, or meeting in person of, hey, people that are going to talk to the media. Hey, man, here's where we are with Altuve. Here's where we are with Alvarez.
Especially if you got some sort of a hit. Right.
Which they do every damn.
Well, Dana knows his is coming each week, and Joe knows his is coming damn near every day.
Yeah,
we got to be on the same page.
No question.
Right.
The head trainer, the GM, and the head coach should have it could be a 5-minute call. I mean, it's a 3-minute call every day. Here's where we're at, just in case any of you guys talk to the media, so we're all on the same page. Here's where we're at.
And again, this isn't Brendan Rodgers who we're talking about. It's Yordan flipping out.
It's the only damn chance you got. It's the only chance you got.
The weirdest thing. I don't know who to. So who are you more likely to believe? Are you in more of the Dana camp, or are you in the more of a?
Oh, I think Espada knows.
Yeah.
Like I doubt very seriously that Espada's got it in him to go against the general manager. Just.
I'll believe anything any of them say.
You don't think either one of them?
That's the truest point, right? Best point, right?
Oh, yeah. It's probably a little bit of this that Espada says, a little bit of that, or what Dana says, maybe nothing.
It could be Yordan saying, man, I've been hitting off a tee for about a week now.
Shut up, Yordan.
Yordan's checking in with Dana Brown instead of Espada.
Yeah.
That'd be a hell of a deal.
I was just saying, it's like, are they literally getting two different? Is there a trainer having fun? Like, all right, let's come up with two different. Let's go with two different things.
It's the damnedest thing because everywhere I've ever been, at any level, like injuries was the one thing. Like, don't talk about it. Yeah. It's got to get it right. Whatever gets out of the building's got to be right. He, not with these guys.
They get it. All right, coming up, weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll get to that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here for Low T Center, man. Look, it's not if, it's when, man. If you're near.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can join in on us as well. We each do it. Monday, our weekend's best, weekend's worst. Everybody gets a weekend's best, weekend's worst. And let's start with the best. Tyler Milner in the building. Who gets your weekend's best over the weekend in the sports world?
Man, I think I got to go with starting arm for the Astros in yesterday's game, Ronel Blanco. Obviously, we all saw what happened with Lance McCullers. Was not ideal. A lot of runs in that first inning in Lance's start. And something like that can very quickly kind of demolish your bullpen for the games to come, those games that week. And you needed something strong from Ronel Blanco. He went out there, gave you 8 innings. Only the first time he's gone more than 7 innings pitching for the Astros in a start outside of that no-hitter that he threw last year. So Ronel went 8 innings, only gave up 2 hits, 0 earned runs, 1 walk, 11 Ks. My best of the weekend's got to go to Blanco because he may have saved that bullpen for the Astros. The day's coming.
Yeah, I didn't know O'Neill still had that kind of performance in him. 11 Ks and everything. Like, yeah, he was
strong.
And to the point you made, they needed help because they didn't need it because he has been a what? He's been like a 5-inning dude,
probably on average.
And they needed that. They needed that big time. So yeah, that's a solid one.
He went 8 innings and didn't allow any of those runs. And, I mean, that just brought his ERA down to 4.04. So it hasn't been a tremendous year for Ronel Blanco, but that was an outing they needed.
No, he's been fighting it. Yeah, Ronel Blanco, well-deserved weekend's best. Who's your weekend's best, Clint?
The state of Texas, baby. You know what they announced this weekend?
That's every weekend.
You know what they announced? Good point. You know what they announced this weekend?
What did they announce?
We're getting a new team.
What sport?
Banana ball.
Oh.
God bless Texas.
Banana ball. We're getting a new team, the Texas Tailgaters. I'm just getting wind of their logo, too. It seems like it's going to be a pretty solid logo. I'm excited about this. Have you boys been to a game yet, a Savannah Bananas game yet?
I have not. I see it a lot, but I have not.
Yeah, I've seen clips, but that's about it.
They put 70,000 butts in seats in the Titan Stadium this
I believe it. They've been making them some money with that thing they got going with the banana ball.
Well, they're expanding, and they've got teams. There's 2 other teams other than the Savannah Bananas, and now there's 3 other teams, and it's the Texas Tailgaters. They'll be opening, I think, up in Frisco coming soon.
Ooh.
So, yeah, the state of Texas, baby. I'm into this. I've been meaning to go see a banana ball game when the Savannah Bananas came through. I be honest with you, I dismissed it, as y'all are right now. I dismissed it until I had some friends go check it. They were cloud 9 about it, and they're not easy to entertain.
Yeah, my friends that have kiddos, they swear by it. They say it's a hell of a time going out there to those games.
2-hour time limit. You know exactly what you're getting in, getting out. It's fast paced action the whole time. So it's kid friendly, obviously. Now they got a team with a little Texas twist to it. So yeah, I'm here for it. So the state of Texas, man, it's the sporting world in the state of Texas. I'm gonna at least give it a chance.
I'd rather us be getting a hockey team in Houston, but it is your best.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't even think it's Houston. I think it's just Texas. I don't know.
Where they play their?
Well, they're in Frisco, which is Dallas area. San Antonio. The schedule has so far. They've got one more somewhere else, but I can't remember exactly where that's at. But I think it's just a Texas team. I don't think they're necessarily Houston or Dallas, which would be the smart thing to do, is just be Texas-based and travel the state.
Travel the state.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What's your best of the weekend there, Ron?
My weekend's best is Rafael Devers, who is now the AL Player of the Week.
No.
And fresh off of, I mean, you talk about digging your heels in. Old Devers is. Now they want him to play first base. I'll be honest with you. I'm not saying Devers is right. I kind of understand where he is coming from now.
No.
But my man said, nah, dog. They don't need me to play first base now. Nah, you told me my glove was put up. Said, I think something's up against the president or whatever has something against me. You know what they did? They flew every city where the Red Sox were to have a sit-down meeting. The owners, the general manager, the president, Cora, they all had a sit-down with Devers. Following that sit-down, Rafael Devers went 6 of 7 with the home run, 5 RBIs, 2 walks. On Saturday, the day after they met with him, he did not get out. He was 4 for 4.
He got the wake-up call, huh?
He told that he had no wake-up call. He said, I'm up. I've been up. This is on y'all asses. He hit a ball in center field that still is going right now. I mean, he hit it to Fellowship of Christian Athletes that's located right behind the damn stadium. That ball never – and he stood and looked at it. And then he took that play first base and shoved it right up their ass to the AL Player of the Week this week. So I give mine best bet, even though he's probably not being the greatest teammate of all time, but I give my best bets to Rafael Devers for sure.
Hey, he's in a bad spot, Ron. He's in a bad spot.
No, I'm telling you, Clint, I know how people say, oh, they pay you all this and that, you should do whatever. I'm just saying, I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot.
They done told him to put his glove up, and now they want him to come play first base.
Yeah, now go play first base and DH. They're just yanking him around after he thought he was in a beautiful spot, and many people that cover baseball thoroughly year-round thought he was in a really good spot. He is waiting on an Alex Bregman IL stint. Well, I mean, look here. Good. Hey, Bregman ain't never been more thankful for not having one of them Astros slow starts in Boston, which I didn't see his numbers yet. I'm sure he's not still as hot as he was.
I mean, it's pretty close. All right, what's your let's start with you, Clint. What's your weekend's worst?
Derek Carr.
Damn it.
The news dropped.
Derek,
did that drop Friday or was it Saturday?
It was over the weekend.
But anyway, just Derek Carr. Look, I'm not a huge Derek Carr fan.
I'm just pissed off.
I am I thought he was a guy that would take a team to a Super Bowl. Unfortunately, he never did it. After the way things went south in Las Vegas for him, I was looking forward to him hopefully rebounding and having at least a couple of good years in New Orleans, so he didn't leave the game with a bad taste in his mouth. But you hate to see somebody go with an injury due to injury, and especially with the kind of money that he has left on the table. Even though I'm sure I didn't see what the guaranteed amount, but I'm sure it's 30-some-odd million left on his contract, so he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But to see him have to bow out at least this season. It's never a good day to see that right there, man.
No, it's tough.
Hopefully he second opinions this thing and it's not necessarily career ending, but right now it looks like it is.
Yeah, so Derek Carr done there, and as you said, man, both of his stops just didn't ended funky for some reason. Both of his stops. All right, I'm gonna go and do mine. We'll save Tyler's for last. I'll do mine. My weekend's worst is Charles Barkley. If you missed it, Charles Barkley, they asked him, the Nuggets were struggling after they lost Game 4 at home to OKC. This was his response.
I think two things. Number one, I thought what the NBA did to them was unfair. Making them play late Friday night, then an early afternoon game, I thought that was unfair. I truly believe that.
Both teams had to do it, though.
Yeah, but they got more depth. They got OKC got 12 players.
Well, play more guys.
No, well, that's on Denver. And they're younger. But also, Denver has never addressed their backup center situation or their bench. I think that's one of the things that hurt them last year, because he gave out a gas last year against Rudy and Big Cat. So I don't think it's fair to blame everything on the Joker, but he has not played well, and I think he's wearing down.
Oh, hell no. I know Charles didn't just give the best player in the world an excuse of, they played Saturday, or they played Friday night and made them play Sunday in the afternoon.
Oh, no.
Oh, hell no. I know you ain't doing that, Charles. Hell no. No, you ain't never gave no other star, and I know there's one in my mind that I can bring in my head that came up. You would never do that for James Harden. You would never do that for KD. Now he's tired. He's tired. That's it. I know a 40-year-old man that played on a Friday and a Saturday 2 weeks ago that you didn't give that to. I cannot believe he did that with Jokic. Oh, it's unfair. It's unfair with you are one of the main ones talking about these guys are soft. They need to play we played 82 games. Now Jokic can't.
Well, I tell you, Ron, he's making excuses for the big fella, but his observation is spot on.
Oh, of course. I'm not saying it ain't true. They ain't never.
I don't know about how. I don't know how often it happens. I know I turned that game on, and that big joker. No pun intended. That big joker looks like he is having a hard time. I mean, it's still first half.
Yes.
And it looks like he's having a hard time getting to the floor.
That happens with some of the great ones.
Hey, man. Wow. I was like,
that happens.
Wow, what is going on here?
Yeah,
and then he hits a running three, and I was like, well, I guess he's not too bad.
Yeah, let Luka labor up that court like that. Nah, it's gonna be, he didn't get his ass in shape. No, they ain't get that excuse. All right, Tyler, what's your end us here? What's your weekend's worst?
Yeah, I have a feeling a lot of folks in the Drive family will concur and agree. It was an easy pick for me. We talked a little bit about it in the first hour of today's show, but whoever just these trash human beings are making death threats and the like to Lance McCullers Jr. and his family, or any athlete because of a freaking game, just be better. Just be better, man.
That's good, man. That's all you had. I know it.
It's sickening. It's sickening. So I thought the weekend's worst was having to hear that from Lance and everything he's dealing with after that rough start. Be better out there. Stop being a clown. Don't be a troll. And definitely don't be threatening people's lives and their children's lives.
Yeah.
Trash human beings.
Yeah, Lance knows he's got to perform better, but your ass.
Well, we're gonna dig into that trash ass human being that Tyler Milner was just talking about, Lance McCullers. We do need to discuss, boys, the outing itself. Nobody needs to be threatened, but we do need to discuss the outing itself with Lance McCullers. We'll break it all down and cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. For over 8 years now, y'all, QC Kinetics, they're the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. Man, over 50,000 satisfied patients nationwide. People with knee and back pain, they're now living pain-free, man. Shoulder and hip pain, it's gone, y'all. Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics. What QC
Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. Appreciate the folks over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, always supporting No Dirty. If you ever injured in an accident, I'm telling you, Mokaram Injury Lawyers is the way to go. Also want to encourage everybody out there to download that Odyssey app, man. AUDACY. Take us everywhere you go. We may give away $20,000. We may give away airfare and hotel in Vegas for $4. Hell, we may have a segment that you want to rewind and go on back and listen to. Odyssey, AUDACY. Keep us, download the app, keep us on your hip, take us everywhere that you go. We greatly appreciate everybody out there. Astros Royals tonight at Dyken Park, 7:10 p.m. first pitch. Heard this, boys. Nico Collins is throwing out the first pitch. You think it's going to be all right? You think it's going to be smooth? You think it's going to be 50 Cent worthy?
No, I think Nico is. He seems like I think he's played multiple sports. He seems like a well-rounded athlete.
Yeah, I've told you before. I'm interested when I see guys that have played this sport and you see him try to throw something. You're like, good gosh, did you ever play catch growing up? Nico, obviously, I've seen him play catch with the football. I think he does have the ability to at least just step and throw objects. So I think he'll be fine throwing out the first pitch. But Nico Collins.
Have you ever thrown out a first pitch?
I've not.
Really?
I think I would go with a curveball. I think I'd try to start right about your chin and break it back across the plate.
No. Just you would take a chance of throwing.
I tell you what I do.
When's the last time you thrown a curveball?
Last time I threw a fastball.
Okay, well,
it's been a minute. But I tell you, if they call me right now and say, man, we need you to throw the first pitch, me and you go down in that parking garage and play catch before I left.
Hell yeah.
There ain't no way in hell I'd walk out there. I'd be a lot more confident doing it. I feel pretty good throwing a baseball, though. I can let it rip. The thing with throwing a baseball is, for me, it would be the nerves. Because of having not done it. If I would just get out there and if we went out there and just played catch and I was just ripping it at you.
In the middle, if you got a couple of warm-ups.
I'd be fine. But just, hey, here's a ball, go out there, run out there on that mound in front of all these people, and you got to throw a strike. By the way, don't be a dumbass and try to throw 80 miles an hour.
I'm surprised you ain't never thrown one at Arkansas.
I ain't never thrown one out, no, man. Hell, took me 25 years to get in the Hall of Fame. Hell, I can throw out a first pitch. I don't know what I got to do.
I still want to throw one out there in Sugar Land, man. It's my dream.
That's your dream?
My dream, yeah.
Not Dyken?
Well, I mean, you gotta get to one before you get to the other.
He's trying to set attainable goals, Ryan.
No, F that. He is the number one executive producer in this city. Top 6 across the country. He should definitely.
Why did he jump around right there so much?
I don't know. He likes House of Payne. Listen.
Well played.
I'm
well
sorry,
played.
That was
That
good.
was Tyler S. right there. No, Dyken Park is attainable. Hell with that. That like Dyken Park's got to be the dream. Like, what is that park called in Sugar Land? That's got to be the. All right, I'm gonna do that.
Constellation.
Yeah, that's
Did you
gotta
really
be
not know what it was, or did you just not have?
No, I couldn't remember what it was. I couldn't remember what it was called.
Didn't know.
I was gonna call it Space Cowboys Park, but I
Cowboy Park.
Cowboy Park.
Astros Royals tonight, Dyken Park, 7:10 p.m. Nico Collins throwing out the first pitch. Also, the 2025 NBA Draft Lottery is tonight at 6 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. Rockets, we got a 4% chance to land that number 1 overall pick, which would be the Cooper Flag Stakes, if you will. Boy, that would be nice. Boy, that would keep things good and interesting this offseason around these Rockets for sure. It'd make the potential trade of bringing in a superstar even bigger. We'll break down, cuss, and discuss all that goodness that is the Astros and the NBA Draft Lottery throughout the rest of the show. But, boys, we got to get this Lance McCullers. Tyler hit on it right there at the end. And I love passionate Tyler. I love passionate Tyler because he is spot on. I don't know if anybody out there has heard, but Lance McCullers Jr., he pitched, what was that, Saturday, boys?
Yeah.
Ported out in the first inning, gave up 3 hits, 7 runs, all 7 earned runs. He walked 3. It was not pretty. It was a rough outing. And I do want to get to the thoughts of, boy, how painful is that for the Astros. But before we get there, we need to address one thing that's happened. Apparently, and I did some digging, boys, apparently it was all on social media. There were death threats levied on not Lance McCullers, but I think it was his kids, which is awful. See, it's worse than if it were Lance. But here's Lance McCullers talking about the death threats. He was in the post-game press conference when it came to light.
It's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually 1 or 2 people from other issues around baseball actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the equation, threatening to find them, or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
Apparently, and it'd be tough to exist and go on with your normal life if you're Lance, if you're his wife, if you're his daughter, his kids. Does he have 1 or 2? I think he's only got 1 right now, doesn't he? Or does he have 2?
I think it might be 2.
He did put an S on in there.
Kid. Yeah.
But nonetheless, a couple of things here. One, a little update. HPD, the detectives within the Major Offenders Division are investigating this. HPD and Major League Baseball are obviously aware and investigating. Number 2 here, I do want to speak for Astros fans. This is, in all due respect, Lance, but this isn't about passionate fans. This isn't about being passionate here in Houston. This is not an Astro fan. Astro fans are a lot classier than this. Astro fans got a little bit of sense. We don't all have a ton of sense, but we got a little bit of sense. This isn't about an Astros fan. This is a sick human being. This is an absolute coward that would do something like this towards an individual, much less that individual's kids, over being a fan or a poor performance in a sport. So I hope this, boys. I hope that this isn't minimized. I hope this isn't swept under the rug. And if anybody out there knows who did this or has any information on this, I would encourage you to speak up. I mean, this is about really Lance, but his wife and his kids and their ability to live life as normal as they possibly can. And I'm not talking about as being the kid house, go to the grocery store, not look over your shoulder, go to the ballpark and watch your team, your husband play, do the normal things that moms and kids typically do. Like, this changes their life drastically. I mean, these are the kind of things that if they would have happened before I had kids, it would just kind of be out of sight, out of mind, move on from. But when you have kids and your wife actually takes the kids to the park and does things like that, boy, this stuff gets real quick. So I hope, Ron, that HPD, I hope this isn't taken lightly. I hope they find the coward that did it. I hope they hold him accountable. I don't know what that looks like, but whatever they can do, I hope they do. And in fact, I would, whoever did this, whatever idiot did this, like, I would encourage you to realize how bad this impacts, or how negatively this impacts their life, and hell, turn yourself in and just say, hey, man, I was made a stupid mistake. It was piss poor. I shouldn't have done it. It's the only way. Think about that, Ron. It's the only way. They can investigate it as long as they want, right? But unless McCullers and his family know who this is and that it was just a joke, or it was just taken out of context, or whatever it was, unless that individual steps forward, it's always going to be in the back of their mind like, ooh, yeah, I wonder if somebody's following me.
I get the feeling that what'd you call it? Say coward?
Yes, absolutely.
I get the feeling that coward, when I use that word, to go do that. because I would imagine that they don't give a damn that they made them feel that way. I don't that's not like I can't see how a person could get to that place and say, well, this is like some sort of a joke, or I'm not like oh damn, man, I didn't mean for it to get like that. Like there's no, when you say I'm gonna kill your children, that person is not I'm gonna turn myself in type of person.
Well,
that'd be nice. I don't think that person is.
But here's the reality of it, Ron. Unfortunately, everybody doesn't think the same damn way.
Oh no.
There's a lot of folks out there.
I just don't know how you could get there.
I don't know how you could either. I don't even know how you can shape your mouth to say those things. I don't know
what fastball he threw, what run he gave up that said, let me go tell him I'm gonna harm his children.
Yeah, I hope they catch him, man. I'm sorry to Lance McCullers and his family. I hate they got to deal with that. Hopefully they get these cats and get it all handled and squared away where your kids and your wife can live their life as normal as they possibly can without having to look over their shoulder. I mean, that'd be a rough deal. Hell, it'd be tough on because Lance, these baseball players have spent so much time out of town. I mean, hell, that's. I
hope athletes, because I'm sure it happened a lot when you played. I'm sure it happened. You saw it with others. I hope, because listen, I'll be honest with you. I've had people text in or hit me up. I think Tyler may have hit me up to say they're going to come to where we are or something, and they're going threats to kick my ass or something over my sports take. And I haven't really been I just kind of throw it off, and I've never even reported any of it. I probably should be a little bit more serious about that, to be honest with you, when that does happen. But I hope athletes start to not just keep this in and just say and let it become a normal part of their everyday. I hope they start turning people in or going to people about this so people will stop doing stuff like this, potentially. Now, some people are just crazy, but to at least give a, if there's a deterrent of, hey, man, dude may have had to do some time, or chick may have had to do some time because I think most of you guys that played probably just, I'm sure you and Emmett and all the guys you played with, I'm sure you all probably got threats before, but probably didn't really go to authorities and tell folks. I think that should be a thing.
Well, the truth be told, Ron, the access in 2025 to people in general, to anybody, the ease that comes with finding out any amount of information, address, contact information. I mean, any information on anybody is what's so scary. You know what I mean? The instant access to somebody, the instant ability to find somebody's wife and kids, that's what makes this so real. I just hope HPD doesn't take it like these scumbags and handles them. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. T. Mill is behind the glass. You listen to Sports Radio 16, Houston's sports leader. Boys, Mother's Day, how'd it go for y'all? How'd we make out Mother's Day?
Solid, man. You had a good time, man.
I know your birthday was good. I mean, did you reciprocate? Did you handle business?
Listen, man. Hey, man. Kiss and tell.
The showman.
I wasn't trying to get in your bedroom. I was just talking about on Mother's Day. How'd it go for you?
Oh, no. Yeah, man, it was a good time, man. We had a good day. She said she really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed her day. And, yeah, man, we had a good time. A little brunch action. Some gifts here,
Yeah.
She went to the movies by herself, which she enjoys to do. I took the kids.
Wait, on Mother's Day, you took the kids and she went to the movies by herself?
Yeah, she wanted to just have, some time with herself. She wanted to go see Sinners by herself. And, I took the kids to the park. We got a little ice cream.
Okay.
It hung out, so she didn't have to worry about them jokers.
Tyler, what did them pups get from Megan?
Oh, nothing there, but it was a good Mother's Day.
That would have required you to do something.
Had some. Remember, it was weird. We brought up catfish on Friday because that's what was on the menu. It was nice. Had a little fried catfish with mom, little brother. Got to see my little nephew, little Mill. And it was a nice afternoon.
Well, good.
It's pleasant.
Good. I got to say, the mailing system let me down a bit.
Oh, USPS.
Yeah, man. I mean, not too bad. I literally, I had ordered stuff on time. So I had a couple of, not backups, but a couple of other little gifts that I'd purchased before. And I've got one really cool gift and another one that is specifically for Mother's Day that didn't make, still not here. And I ordered it 11 days in advance. So it's really not on me. But it's
11 days, that should be enough.
Still not here, Ron.
Should have gone expedited, man.
Bro, I did. I expedited the creation and the mail.
So when did you break it? Like, hey,
damn.
Did you have any additional things?
Oh yeah, you know me.
Okay, all right. She got something on Mother's Day.
Yeah, let me tell you the one I'm pretty proud of, boys. This one's and this was a makeup. I ain't gonna lie to you. This was a makeup. This was I realized that stuff wasn't gonna come in, so I said I got to have a little something. She's a big wine drinker. So what I did was I got 3 nice bottles of wine. 3 nice bottles of wine. And I wrote a Mother's Day message on each bottle. One from me, one from Liv, one from Lainey.
That's nice.
Yeah. And check this out, Tyler. You can tell you what else happened? HEB saved my ass.
They do that.
Saturday, wifey says, "Hey, will you pick up my groceries? I got a what you call it? Grocery pickup or whatever."
Oh, yeah. Curbside.
Curbside. There you go.
You always be trying to do sneaky stuff.
Hey, I pulled up in there, and on that, you know where?
Yeah.
You got to text them, let them know you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Right below it, it says, "Text this to this number. $15 roses. 15 rainbow roses. $15 each.
Clutch.
$15 each." So I literally, because I'd already got the wine, I was going to do one rose just with a card and to not over. She's not a big rose guy, so not to overdo it. They bring me a dozen rainbow roses out there, T. Guess who paid for them joints?
Tell me.
Wifey, credit card.
Got her.
She don't know it. She ain't seen it yet, boys.
Great job on your own Mother's Day.
HEB came in clutch, baby.
HEB.
All I had to do was text it, and old buddy brought them things out there.
That's the Lord's work.
Oh, hey, bro. Hey, and guess what? Hey, she got up, Ron. I got up and cooked that breakfast. I got up and cooked that real colorful breakfast. It was tremendous. And she seen them that wine, that card, and them roses
that she paid for.
Hey, she's over there peeling that paper off them roses, gets out a vase, she's putting them in that vase, cutting stems.
Loving it.
I'm over there like HEB.
Yeah, baby.
HEB and me, baby. It was beautiful. And she paid for them. Oh, man. It was great. What a Mother's Day. I love you, baby. Oh, and Granny got some Razorback red J's, some high-top Razorback red J's.
She may wear those.
Yeah. Oh, she wanted to wear them last night. She wanted to go to the restaurant just so she could wear them. I said, "No, Mom, you don't need to wear your Razorback red J's."
Well, now you can't tell her when she can and cannot wear them.
She asked me. First of all, I told her they're expensive. Don't be out wearing them in the pasture.
I hate to tell you.
Did you get one? Her first pair?
No, I've actually bought her red ones before. Not like these. These are high top.
These are
it's the red one, the one she had with that red sports coat on at the Hall of Fame deal.
There we go. Good for her.
That's mine.
Go ahead, Linda. All right, coming up, maybe a turning point. Maybe a turning point this weekend for the Astros. We'll discuss what we mean by that coming up next.
McCarran Injury Lawyers, y'all. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Look, they've been serving the Houston area, Houstonians, if you will, for 30-plus years. Y'all, look, that's commitment, man. That's a lot of success.
Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Should I say the Astros?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got to go to the text line here, 4610. Clint, that's on you, Clint. LOL, 11 days is not enough. He had plenty of time.
I
would have thought 11 days was enough. Well, hold on. What
I mean, I clearly
depending on what it was.
It's all clothing.
And then how long did they say it was going to be?
Well, I mean, it says ships in 3 to 4 days, and so that gives it 6 to 7 days to get here. The problem is it doesn't ship in 3 to 4 days. That's the problem. I mean, they tell you
that's a lot. Yeah,
they tell you 3 to 4, and then it doesn't. I paid for as high shipping as I could. Bottom line is, I thought it was enough time, and it's on me. It wasn't. It clearly was not enough time. I've been bit before.
Damn it.
One of them, it's inexcusable. It's not my fault. It's inexcusable. I would return it all and cancel it all if I acted emotionally the way I used to. But I'm going to wait on this. And then the other one was more of it's a creative little deal that I got going on that I may or may not have had to make some changes. The artist didn't listen the first time. It was not on me.
And I know how meticulous you are about that.
Man, you got to get it right, Chief. Got to get it right.
Or get it tight.
So one or the other, and they have done neither. So we'll see. I'll keep y'all posted, man. Yeah. It was going to be one of them was going to be a huge hit on Mother's Day. Not real sure. Might fall flat on just a normal day.
But
it would have been.
They needed it.
Oh yeah, but we'll see. I'm married. Well, she'll say thank you and at least act like she likes it. She may stack it. She may stack it beside the.
Okay. No. Bring that back up. I was trying to get that Gary Pettis stop sign in front of you, but you run right through it.
Update on that. She hadn't moved it, so she must not have been listening to our segment.
Clearly, and she hadn't brought it up to you, so she was not. She was.
Every morning I see it.
Okay.
Every morning, Ron. Oh man. Oh man. It wasn't nothing but $250.
Just it. That's something you thought about hard through.
It ain't nothing but
if you missed this
in my heart.
Well, we might as well put it up. You missed it. Clint got a gift. How long ago this gift?
I'm pretty sure it was. What is today? May
12th.
I'm pretty sure it was
2025.
It was last year sometime. It's been sitting there.
So a year. So a good year. 12 months at least. It's a gift he really. It was a thoughtful and
her
pricey.
Birthday, November the 15th was her birthday. So it's been there that long.
Yeah. So a thoughtful, for me, pricey gift. $250. Thoughtful gift that is just sitting right there in the same spot he sees every day.
I may be stretching. Maybe it was Valentine's Day, so maybe it's been 3 months, but nonetheless.
Well, that's a big difference, Clint. Than like
3 months or 6 months,
even that. Or
I feel like it's been over a year. But I'll have to look back. I can look at my receipts. But it is a beautiful piece of art.
Just sitting there looking at you every day.
And boy, I thought she loved it, man. And it is slid beside the bar, beside a little bar area with about 2 or 3 other pictures that aren't hanging on the wall. Right there in the dining room every morning when we eat breakfast, man, I'll walk right by it. Hard-earned money in my heart, right there on the floor.
Okay, all right. You don't have to. Yeah, let's get off this. I mean, you're in a tough place for me. Like, you're not only in a place where she could be listening, she's got a lot of henchmen that could be listening to and reporting her.
I'm thinking about
about
confronting her about it.
Candace Parker.
They got you.
Those henchmen of hers. Huh? Henchmen.
I'm thinking about confronting her about it.
Well, okay. I think maybe confronting her about it than laying it out right here every day. That might be a better
confronting private
every day. Nothing but my heart and my hard-earned money on the ground every day. That's probably not it.
That's it.
Well, the Astros, they took 2 of 3, did what they needed to do against the Reds over the weekend, but could be a turning point here, Clint. When you look at 2 guys I know you have spoken about a lot, saying, hey, man, these dudes, they got to pick it up. And that is Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz. And they had big series that you could look and say, all right, is this the turning point? And they've been swinging it pretty good, but is this the turning point to a place that I think the expectations are? And that is those guys to be, 4 and 5 in the lineup behind Altuve and Alvarez to really get the best that they can out of this lineup. Because if those 2 guys aren't hitting, those are the 2 other proven guys in the lineup that you feel most comfortable about, and they have struggled big time this year. Well, over the weekend, Christian Walker goes 5 for 10 with 2 walks, had a hit by pitch. Yesterday, he had a sac fly as well over the weekend. He had 5 RBIs, hitting .500, which is big time. Diaz behind him, 5 for 13, had a walk as well. Big home run, big 3-run shot he hit yesterday, and 5 RBIs, Clint. That is exactly what they need from this team, because these are the guys that you most look at around. Maybe you throw Paredes in there, but I would probably put these 2 ahead of Paredes and Pena. But these are the 2 guys that you look at the most outside of Yordan and Alvarez. I'm sorry, that's the same person. Outside of Yordan and Altuve, and you say to yourself, I believe those 2 can be sustainable. I believe those 2 that I can look at them and say, all right, if they get hot, it's a real thing. Not a Jake, you over there saying, all right, man, just give me mid-May.
Yeah.
Or whatever that is to Tyler. Give me a little, just hang in there. Just hang in there.
Yeah, Ron, look, I think all the guys you mentioned are on a different level than Zach DeZenzo. Cam's unfortunately still not in the category. Brendan Rodgers, Mauricio Dubon, all of those guys when they're Chaz ain't even in that mention. Those guys, the supporting cast, if you will, the others, if you will, you got to get something from them. But boy, when you do, you feel like you're going to be unbeatable, not just in the running, right? I think Christian Walker is he's one that has no excuse, right? Really, to be honest with you, Pena, Yainer Diaz, and Christian Walker, all 3 of them have no excuse. Now,
you put Pena in that group?
Yeah. No, look, I put. Here's what I do. Here, in my opinion, this is where I'm at. Like Christian Walker, there's no excuse. You were brought here to do something that you've done before. We have PTSD because of what's gone on at the first base position since Hughley's next to last year. Like, it's unacceptable for him to not come in here and perform at a for him, an average level, whatever his average is. The other 2 have to play better than we've ever seen them play before. I believe that. I mean, and I'm not talking about spurts here or there. I'm talking about they have to take the next step individually. Pena, I think, is doing that with the regular season the way it's rolling right now. Yainer Diaz has some work to do. He got hot this weekend. He's been swinging it well over the last, 10 to 14 days. But he's got to do.
Yeah. No, they definitely do, and this could be the turning point. I think if I put Pena in that group, you're right. Former ALCS MVP, World Series MVP, and a guy they've put in the top of the lineup. He certainly, to me, feels more sustainable than the other guys back back in there. But yeah, they desperately got. You said it earlier. These are gotta haves.
Yeah,
they gotta have these guys for them to be, because you're not gonna pitch like this to be able to win through.
Yeah. I mean, look, if Paredes, Christian Walker, veterans that were brought in here don't do what they were brought in here, expected to do when they came in here, then the Astros aren't going to win. If Pena and Yainer Diaz don't take the next step and be a more well-rounded hitter, whether that's for average or adding power or whatever it may be, then the Astros aren't going to win. I mean, you can't win on Alvarez and Altuve alone. The rest of these guys have to step up, and that middle tier of guys, they're gotta-haves this year.
Speaking of gotta-haves, do you think the Texans are still viewed by the NFL as, hey man, we got to have these guys as one of our premier teams being watched in our big games? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I know for a lot of y'all out there it's happening. Your hair's thinning. Your crown's disappearing.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Let's get it on, baby.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Big one tonight as the Astros and the Royals get going in a 3-game set. We'll also give you the latest here on the injury front with the Astros. Some good, some really, really good. Yordan Alvarez will give you an update on that coming up in 5 o'clock fire. And Altuve is in the lineup. We'll give you the full lineup coming up, but he is indeed in the lineup today, back from missing 2 games with hamstring. You know the latest about that. Clint, this will be something that's big during this week. We will find out the Texans schedule. We will find out who they're playing, when they're playing, where they're playing, what stretch they may have that is going to be potentially the one. You know, it's always 1 or 2 each year where there's a stretch where you're like, ooh, that's the one you gotta look at, that grouping of games they have to play. So we'll get all of that coming up. We already know the teams, but we'll find out the order and the times, and we'll find out how many of those primetime games they're going to get, because we know the first 2 of the year. We know the Eagles will host the Cowboys, and the Chiefs will play the Chargers. That Chiefs-Chargers game will be Friday, September 5th from Brazil, and the Eagles will host the Cowboys as they are the Super Bowl champions. They'll have their ring ceremony and banner night or whatever there as they host the Cowboys to kick off the season. By the way,
Eagles-Cowboys on Thursday night.
Those are a couple of good matchups, ain't
Yeah.
Divisional matchups.
I mean, the Super Bowl champ versus this, this Cowboys offense that has Pickens now. That
they've made some changes.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's one of those where that's a monster game just to kick this thing off. That's going to be fun to watch.
You can learn a lot about a lot of people. Learn a lot about old Booker as he'll face them. Them big fellas in the inside, Jordan Davis and Carter. That'll be fun to watch that. See him right off the bat. See Pickens and all that. Yeah, this will be a fun one. You know that had me thinking. That's why I said this on the tease. Is I truly wonder how the NFL kind of views and looks at the Texans, because last year coming into it, and I think the Washington Commanders are going to get a lot of this. I think Green Bay got a lot of this last year, too, with how Jordan Love came on and won, a playoff game just like the Texans did, and we saw them really, really become a go-to spot. Now, I don't know that they're going to be the Cowboys or the Chiefs or the Eagles in terms of, those teams are going to probably be around the most teams, maybe some of the New York teams as well. But last year, they got six standalone games. 6 games where they were the only game happening, Thursday nights, Sunday nights. They had those Saturday games, that Christmas Day game. They had 6 standalone games. I don't know if I think the NFL views the Texans, Clint, in the, six is up there with putting them on the only show in town. I don't know if they view the Texans quite that way again this year.
I can't wait to see. I mean, it sure feels like to me that a lot of the shine is worn off with the Texans, which would be it's understandable, right? You went from D'Amico Ryan's first year up for Coach of the Year. You went from having Rookie of the Year on both sides of the football with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. And so, coming at 110 games, new guy on the block, and then the second year, you still win 10 games, but it doesn't go according to plan. You end up having to fire your offensive coordinator. You end up cutting ties with Laramie Tunsil. Diggs getting injured. So I do wonder how much of the shine is worn off on this team, which I think particularly for me personally is on the offensive side of the ball. The shine that is on the team, the shine that was on C.J. Stroud seems to be significantly less this year than what it was.
Significantly?
Yeah, I do. I think 3 is the right number in the context of what we're discussing here with primetime games. I think we see 3 with the Texans this year instead of 6.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be 6. And I think naturally you got to look at, all right, well, what are the other teams? Like, what teams do you think jump the Texans of becoming more interesting, right? I think Washington is probably a team that a lot of people have interest in. I do think the division hurts the Texans because there's just, like, if Trevor were better and the Jags were better or Anthony Richardson were better and they were better, I don't know that, the matchup of the number 1 pick Cam Ward's going to reel it in. So that hurts them a bit because you can look at it like those first 2 games. Those are division rivals. You can see it, Mahomes versus Herbert. Like, you thought there could be the Stroud versus, Trevor, but Trevor's kind of dropped off, and I don't think he's viewed the same way. And to your point, CJ may have a small drop. I do think they have enough quarterback matchups to where I think Mahomes and him could be a game that is on, national TV. Right, Baker is in there. Could be an interesting one. They play Josh Allen, who they beat last year. Could be interesting. Lamar, maybe they stay away from that game. Those haven't been great football games lately between them. But I think there are enough quarterback matchups where we can, there could be a storyline and you could see them going up against them.
Yeah. But that's the other thing, Ron, with the whole thought of the shine, shrinking significantly. I think it's significant, but we'll see what nationally they think. I wonder, with DeMeco Ryans being the head coach and the moves they've made on the defensive side of the football, I wonder if the matchup they're looking for isn't Mahomes versus the defense.
Instead of not really CJ?
Yeah, instead of the
CJ in the backdrop, maybe?
The quarterback will always be part of it, but I guess the better way for me to couch that would be, I wonder if the DeMeco Ryans defense factors in and could carry a little bit of the punch for the Texans, whereas you got a lot of these teams, whether it's Buffalo or Kansas City or Baltimore, you got a bunch of these teams. I think Cincinnati's that way, where the quarterback just carries it all. I think even in Washington right now, in very, very similar situation that CJ was last year, where, boy, the spotlight is on him, man. Everybody, the eyes are on him. He's the next great matchup for the top guys in the league. I wonder if DeMeco's defense will help pack the punch and keep him in a little more prime time than I feel. For some reason, I just don't feel like it's going to get that respect out of the gate.
We will see. And I'm with you. I am excited to see how many, because they had that run, man. They had a run. I know they were Sunday Night Football against the Bears. You clearly see the Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud matchup that they kind of pushed in week 2. But then you remember they were on a run where they, in the middle of the year, they played about 3 straight. I think a Monday night game, a Sunday night game, and a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
I know you remember you had to do post-game all night long for those things. And then
late night.
The Saturday games, that thing where they played Baltimore, Kansas City, Christmas Day, and that Saturday. So I don't know. We'll see. Someone says, think the Christmas blowout hurts them for national games this year. I don't know. We'll see. I still think that nationally, CJ is still. I do think guys like the kid in Washington has kind of passed
Jaden
him
Daniels.
up. But I still think there's still intrigue.
But Ron, it's probably unfair for, and I think we're dancing around it. It's probably unfair for us to hang it all on CJ. Like you look at Dan on the play. That's whether we want to like him or not. The NFL likes him. He's exciting. They just signed Deebo Samuels, brought Deebo Samuel in to add to Terry McLaurin and company in Washington. I mean, there's a level of excitement there around him around the quarterback as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and you think like, all right, well, what teams will jump? Because I do think they'll get 3 or 4. But you look at it like, I don't think the Titans are a big one. but I do think Cleveland might be.
Yeah,
I could see. I could see a Cleveland finds itself, getting some TV games that you wouldn't think a team like that would get in the middle of the year because they may be trying to time Shedeur, right? Who's even bigger than.
Right.
So but I'm more inclined to watch them than Tua and the Dolphins. Like I'm more into
the Texans.
I just look at some of these.
I agree with that.
Now, if Aaron goes to Pittsburgh, there's another one. That's one that will jump up. But I'm more inclined to watch them than Denver. That's a good team. They went to the playoffs. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I think what it is that they view them. But we'll learn. They had 6 last year. I wonder how much that falls off. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros and the Royals from Dyken Park. Also, we'll get you an update on the injury front with Yordan Alvarez. And not only is it a big night in the NBA, but some big news coming from one of its stars. Potentially on.
Look here, you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, man. You need that peace of mind and the program. You got to get those trees the care that they deserve to make sure that the second most valuable asset on your property stays intact, stays healthy. And I'm telling you, Louis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts, he's simply the best in the business.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
H-Town, I'm back.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill. Hey, he really came back on Friday. Really came back on Friday after just a devastating week.
Showed some fight.
Saw that.
Yeah, showed, what was it, 5 for 5 or 6 for 6?
5 for 5 on Friday.
5 for 5, yeah. Came back, so maybe that starts off just.
It's the only Green Day we had last week on Best Bets.
Yeah, that was one you, right there. You just I don't think you rewatched the film on that one. Throw that tape out. Just get on ready for on to Cincinnati, I guess, is where you go with that. But he's ready to get this week rolling and started right now. So be ready a little bit later on T-Mill's Best Bets. As hey, you had a bad week. Can't always hit 80%.
We dust ourselves off and get back up on that horse.
You like to avoid 30, but yeah, you're always can't always hit 80.
Yeah, you lay down there, you bleed a while.
Then rub some dirt on it and go to work.
Lay down there, bleed a while, man. Get back up.
Dust yourself off and try again.
Yes, sir.
Dust yourself off and try again. Try again. Sorry, Elise.
Pick yourself up and try.
That's the voice that was coming. But let's get you ready for tonight's matchup. But before that, a little injury note. Yesterday, it was thought kind of conflicting reports from the general manager and the manager. The GM, Dana Brown, on the Astros flagship said that Alvarez, it looks good that he could get back here at least before the Rangers series. The captain, Joe Espada, however, the same day said Alvarez is able to grip a bat and could hit off a tee tomorrow, which would be today. Well, fast forward to today, fellas. According to the captain, Joe Espada, Yordan Alvarez, who is eligible to come off the injured list tomorrow, hit in the cages before today's game, according to Espada. Does that mean he hit like off the tee, or did he hit like I'm assuming when I hear hit cages, like he saw some kind of pitching. I would imagine this is more than off a tee. Maybe I shouldn't guess, but this is more than off a tee. But he is eligible to come off tomorrow, so he's hitting in the cages. That feels like a good sign. Maybe somewhere in the middle of where they were yesterday. So,
I tell you what.
It's hard trying to keep up with.
I mean, just keeping up. As I said earlier, man, the one thing we know, it ain't on Dusty. I mean, this wasn't on Dusty. This is a Dana Brown issue. Whoever the manager is going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, he's hit in cages. So, potentially Yordan gets back soon. So, that's the latest on Yordan Alvarez. And I'll be quite frank, I don't know what the hell this means. I mean, he hit in the cages. Who knows? There could have been a tee in the cages that he was hitting off of.
Soft toss?
Soft toss, I was going to say. Maybe, who knows? But hopefully he is closer to getting back for the Astros. But tonight, they will take on the Royals. Micah Waka, who has had pretty good outings his last two times out. And then Ryan Gusto returns to the starting rotation as they're going to go a six-man rotation coming up today. The lineup is out, and the big news in that, Clint, the lineup that is out, that means Altuve has returned. He had missed the last two games of that Red Series when he came out early with a tightness in his hamstring. He is now not just playing, but back in the field as well. Pena will lead off at short. Altuve back at second base tonight in that two spot. Paredes bat third. Walker, who has started to get hot here of late, he is at first base. Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. He is starting to swing the bat better. They're putting Caratini in as the DH, which to me makes an interesting deal here. Of Altuve's coming back with tightness in the hamstring. They could have lightened the load and put him at DH, but no, they're putting him in the field, which kind of lets you know they feel pretty good about him. Myers in center, Zach DeZenzo. These nuts. he is in. Cam Smith is in right field, bat ninth. So, a big series to try to continue what they've done. You want to just kind of win series at this point, winning a series against the Reds. And they have, until they lost the last 2 games against the Red Sox, one of the hottest teams in the American League. They'd won 7 in a row prior to dropping those last 2 against the Red Sox. So a big series against a pretty good team for the Astros.
Yeah, big series. Ron, I think the Altuve thing shouldn't be minimized, right? The fact that there was some hamstring tightness, man, and when you hear hamstring, you get nervous, especially with a twitchy player that runs the way Altuve does and has played left field and been asked to cover more ground out there. And, the fact that the minute he comes back, to your point, he's back in the field. They very easily could have made him the DH, but he's back in the field. So it appears that there's minimal concern about Altuve's hamstring. It would be a crying-ass shame if you lose Altuve and Alvarez in about a 10-day span for any extended amount of time. So the fact that he is in the field and he's playing, assuming that this is coming at the trainer's direction and not Dana Brown's, hopefully that means we're all good.
Okay. What the hell's on television right now?
I don't know what's going on, man.
I'm sorry for this.
I missed it. Was it lingerie football or something?
No, we're in a game show where there are a bunch of pasta noodles on a table. And this
y'all are not on ESPN.
Mid squat position, and she's got a tiny stick in her mouth, and she's having to get all what kind of pasta is that? All the pasta noodles on this stick.
I'm interested.
And she is down to the last one.
That is a spaghetti noodle, the long, straight, skinny one.
And they would have been rough.
She's got 6 or 7 of the.
There's no way she's getting this last one in the next 8 seconds. It's on the
she
ground.
Dropped it
Damn
off. This is some kind of love game too, like because the little rose at the top.
Oh, I see it, man. She was nice with that thing. I don't know what is on this television, but that just took me out, almost like Kelly Clarkson did Clinton one time.
Yeah,
they saw that.
Dropped some LBs, man.
Yes, she did. But no, this will be a fun series. By the way, people texting in, no, I am not. I'm not making any bets. The wife yesterday.
He's not allowed.
Mother's Day said, hey, let's not any crazy bets. Because generally when I do make bets, it's generally an appearance thing or something stupid. I've eaten raw egg, rotten eggs. I've done a lot of stupid things. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's been some time. And then I had to dye my hair blonde. And she's not about that anymore. So no bets. No bets. Yeah, sorry about that. I will be out there Tuesday and Wednesday. But no bets. So we'll see what they're able to do tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we'll talk more about the draft. And the the Rockets are absolutely in the middle of that. But something else that they are potentially in the middle of this morning, Shams Charania of ESPN, their NBA insider, said that Giannis is willing to explore best fits for the first time outside of Milwaukee. And when you kind of hear that, Clint, especially in the NBA, that generally means the cat's going to be on the move. Generally, you don't really hear that unless they are dead set. There's been conversations had. And I believe from everything we hear, Clint, that the Bucks and Giannis are in a good place. It's not a negative thing. I just think we're in a place where he's 30 years old. He's got 2 years left on his deal. And, maybe it's time that they part ways because they've done everything they could to try to add something around him, but now they have probably run out of ammunition to do something to be able to add a championship team around him, especially now that Damian Lillard is going to be out for the season again. But, Clint, it looks like the Rockets could be at the top of the list, and our guy Brandon Scott has said this for a good year. Anytime there is a big-time free agent available because all of the assets that the Rockets have in picks and young players, they're always going to be at the top of the list. And Giannis is a name we've heard from the Rockets a lot. And they could be, now that we hear it official, that he is looking at other options outside of Milwaukee. And Brett, he said he doesn't like the fit for Giannis here. 713-572-4610. Those who are on YouTube and Twitch as well. How do you feel about the fit with Giannis here in Houston?
Well, I mean, the fit is interesting because you get a chance to get a guy like this. The fit is around him, not him fitting in somewhere. So, but I do understand the point. I do understand. Like, you don't solve any of your problem issues. You don't solve any. I mean, your shooting issues. I mean, you can argue you make them worse by making another predominant ball handler. But I mean, obviously he can do other things to get buckets. I'm just saying you don't have the necessary pieces around him unless there's certain players that develop in a major way. Amen Thompson, assuming you don't have to use him in a trade to get Giannis. Reed Shepard, that kind of deal, and hoping that Jalen Green is a better spot-up shooter than he is a ball handler. So I see where the fit could be a little bit, not concerning is not the right word, but a little bit trivial of like, a little bit of a challenge to go, okay, well, where do you go from there? You clearly got a great player, but what does it do to your team, and then how do you build around him? I understand that.
Yeah, to me, if you got a top 3 player in the league that has won a championship and won MVPs and still in his prime, that is a terror defensively and is a freak show of can do everything at that size, damn it, I believe you find a fit. Honest, and we've talked about this. I think it just changes. You got to make more changes with the team, right? He can fit. You just gotta, you're probably gonna have to give up maybe somebody big in that. Maybe you're gonna have to give up somebody big in that core, and you're gonna have to add shooting.
Yep.
More shooting, and maybe Reed Shepard's one of them, but you're going to have to add shooting because you don't want to have Giannis, Amen Thompson out there together. Hell, that's 2 guys that can't shoot, right? And you got to have to add big shooting around.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting that the Giannis route is totally different than, say, the KD route. You give up more, you completely change kind of that. You don't only break up the young core, you break up the identity of your team, at least on the offensive end of the floor. So we'll see. I just love the conversations around the Rockets, whether it's Giannis, whether it's Kevin Durant, regardless of who it is, man. I love the thought of, hey, man, we're going to swing big here.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Michael Jordan, not the actor from Sinners, but Michael Jordan, Jeffrey Jordan, the basketball player, one of the greatest players in the history of the game, one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen. Clint, as we know, NBC is getting the NBA next year, and he is going to join the NBA coverage as a special Monday. The Hall of Famer Michael Jordan will be a special contributor to its NBA coverage beginning this fall. Jordan made the announcement via video at NBC's Upfront on Monday, with the network following an announcement on social media. The legendary addition to our team, we're thrilled to welcome Michael Jordan as a special contributor on the NBA on NBC and Peacock. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. I don't know how good Michael Jordan is going to be. I've got to see the role. I don't look at Michael Jordan as just as a commentator or a talker. That doesn't obviously he knows the game as well as anybody, but
the roof is the ceiling. That's all I can think of.
I don't look at I just wonder, it's just like Rob Gronkowski, how are they going to use Jordan? But I know the first thing I would like to see, I will be locked and loaded for the Michael Jordan, LeBron James sit-down one-on-one, the way Tom Brady has done with Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Oh, I will be locked and loaded.
That is appointment
for the Michael Jordan sit-down with LeBron James.
I mean, you're already locked and loaded. It don't matter if Tyler sits down with LeBron.
No, that's not true.
I'd love to.
It's not just anybody. All right, Pat McAfee, that was nice. But
MJ a little different.
Michael Jordan? Oh, yeah. God. I just want to know the dynamic, because I think Jordan would immediately start to competitive for no reason in the interview.
Sure.
And,
Absolutely.
Right?
He took that personally.
Start challenging him in the interview. Like, I don't know if they'll play a game, but he start challenging LeBron right in the middle of the interview.
They start playing one-on-one on the set hoop.
Like, I just, like to where at some point you could just get to a, man, come on, man, you know you ain't better than me. Like, or I would have killed you. Yeah, I'd have given it to you. And this is exactly, I've thought, like, I feel like Mike's thought over the years, this is exactly what I would have done if LeBron was on. And that might carry out in the interview. That might. I mean, I would be ready to go for that. All right, coming up, as we said, a big night for the Rockets with the draft lottery. They have a 4% chance, just under 4% chance to get the big prize, which is Cooper Flag. That's what the Rockets want, right? I believe so. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. Now, I got to tip my cap to all my Coors Light drinkers out there, and there's a lot of them. Now, every time we do one of these live broadcasts, I look around the room, and, boy, there's a lot of Coors Light drinkers out there. And I tell you, y'all look good, man. Y'all look good. You're wrapping your hand around that
Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Now listen, I do want to get to the draft lottery tonight. It's a big night for the Rockets. They've got a 3.8% chance of getting the number one pick. Whatever it is, you know, they could either walk away with the biggest prize, and Hakeem Olajuwon could be sitting there with whoever it is, just whatever, and sitting there with the number one pick, and knowing that Cooper Fleck will be coming to Houston, and whatever moves that means off of that, or they can add just to more assets for their ability to make moves and trades. It's a big night. But I do want to, listen, it is, for me, the biggest choice for me is Devin Booker. I think Devin Booker, to me, would be, he's 28 years old, fits closer to the age. He's a guy that can shoot and can get his own shots and is not afraid of the moment. This is a real star in the league that I think if you got him with most of that core, you are an immediate championship contender. But we got to reel it in on the Giannis. Like my man here, man, I don't like the potential fit or potential trade for Giannis. He needs shooters around him. We would be at square one here. I don't. First off, yes, you would like more shooters, but damn it, if you just swapped him out for Şengün, damn it, you'd still be playing right now. And Şengün wasn't bad. You'd still be playing right now against the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's one point. Two, when you get a Giannis and you have the resources that the Rockets have. See, they're not a situation where they get Giannis and they can't do anything else because they're strapped. No, the Rockets would still have to change some things. They'd still be able to get shoes. But this is a top 3 player in the sport that may be the best two-way player in all of basketball. Right. So let's it wouldn't be like, oh damn, no. You should be through the roof and excited and be a championship contender if you got him. You would just have to tweak things more if you got other. This is Giannis is better than any of the other players we're talking about.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we don't. Well,
he's just in a vacuum. He's a better player than anybody that we're talking about. But is he the better player for the Rockets, given how they've created this identity, this culture, this. They've built the roster, as you mentioned earlier, 2 or 3, however you want to couch it, through 8 or 9.
I would argue he fits the culture stuff more than any of the other guys.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that. But it's as you said, I mean, you're going to have to, if you go the Giannis route, it's beyond just acquiring a really, really good player. It is changing some things significantly from a roster standpoint. You can't have a bunch of defensive-minded guys that can't shoot a damn lick around Giannis, or you're going to have some of the similar problems that you had this year. So, it's just what direction do they want to take?
Yeah. It would just be some more moves made. But hey, Giannis and Amin Thompson, that defense and rebounding, athleticism is that is nuts to go along. You keep Fred. Hey, I feel like Kobe. That is nuts. But the big opportunity that we'll be watching and paying attention to and be talking about tomorrow is the Rockets' opportunity to win the right to draft Cooper Fleck. And listen, obviously, you want to have every opportunity and resource in your back pocket to be able to make a move and get and do whatever you want. Keep a Cooper Fleck who has been thought of as one of the highest rated prospects in the last 20 plus years, or just at least have another asset to have Cooper Fleck. So you want that, but I look at the Rockets and I think, boy, they are close right now. and they are, really to me a big time player away from making that move. And I wonder, making that move to be a championship contender. And I wonder if Cooper Flag getting the rights to get Cooper Flag slows that down some. Because I do understand if you win this tonight, you're drafting Cooper Flag, right? I think there's too much potential for him to be a great player for you not to do that. But I do look at that and I think, man, that may slow down the thought of, man, we can go and get it right now, because I don't know how much they're thinking, all right, we're going to go get a Kevin Durant. We're going to go get a Giannis.
I would just hate. That's on the table. I would hate to think that the Rockets would look at where they're at right now and say Cooper Flag solves all our problems and gives us the best chance to make a run at a title. To me, what it would do if you go get Cooper Flag, one, you're living right because you had less than a 4% chance and you got it. So that's a good sign. But to me, it opens up the pieces that you can then afford to trade. Is Amen Thompson all of a sudden, is he more tradable than we originally thought? Obviously we know where we feel about Jalen Green. So really, to me, it would be an Amen Thompson game. Is because you get in a player that I think fits the identity of the Rockets really, really well with the hustle, the Johnny Hustle approach, the defense, now he needs to be developed, obviously, which we got a few of those on the squad as well. So, but does he free up more pieces of value that the Rockets can then afford to trade, given Cooper Flag is now in the building? So I would look at it as it would free them up to maybe make different moves versus hamstring them, or even make them think that Cooper Flag edition is the one that you don't see. Because this is my concern. You don't see them thinking, all right, now we add Cooper Flag, and now, we got Cooper, we got Şengün, we got Amen Thompson, we got Jalen Green. They can all play on the floor together. That's my concern. And I'll be honest with you, and Ocho, me and him going back and forth on the text line about this, but we do agree. I know how Cooper Flag is, and I know you are in a similar vein probably. I don't know that Cooper Flag's about to be Ant Edwards or about to be Luka, or about, when I say those guys, guys that are changing franchises. I think he's got a chance to be. He's got all the tools to be that, and he's got a chance. I didn't watch him at Duke and think that is going to be a guy that's Cade Cunningham that's going to take things over, and you could be your lead guy to win a championship. Well, I mean, again, that's why to me it is if you do win the lottery and you get the opportunity, you draft him, and that changes absolutely nothing about what your intentions were in terms of going and getting a lock, stock, and barrel superstar in this league. You bring them in here, now you got a chance to win right now because you added the piece to your squad. And now he can develop as a secondary player or as a third player on a team and not have to be the pillar that you build around. To me, the Cooper Flag thing would be absolutely beautiful. It would be to me, it would be a piece that would give them the flexibility to do more, not necessarily hamstring them. But I do see what you're talking about, and that scares the hell out of me. See, these last two texts, that scared me. Black Greg scaring the hell out of me. Cooper Flag really is the answer to all our problems. Flag for Brooks makes you a championship team. Like Flag in for Dylan Brooks. Like that being the move. Or the next one that came in. The Rockets are going to base, but they got to find their SGA. And that's my thing is, do they think he is their SGA? That maybe Cooper Flag is their SGA. I can understand why they get that. But if that is the case, even those things are the case, what Black Greg said about him coming in for Brooks, I don't think it makes you a championship contender next year. I mean, not next year, not immediately. I think maybe down the line. You got a bunch of guys that you'd have to you got to pray that they all develop at the same pace. And one of them shoots past. One of them becomes SGA. Yeah. MVP candidate. Yeah. All right, coming up is we'll get you ready for a little best bets. T. Mill's going to make some money, baby. Here we go. He was 5 for 5 on Friday. He's going to continue that. I mean, that 5 for 5 rose him to 46%.
on
That's how bad it was.
On the week. 5 for 5, 100%, rose to 46%. He is going to crush it tonight. So stay tuned. A little best bets. We'll get you ready for the fellas coming up behind us, Texans All Access. And we'll look at not only the Texans, but the Texans core. Are they ready to take control of this team the way it's set up? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hunting, fishing, hiking, golfing, working out. We all know, baby, Academy Sports and Outdoors is where it's at, y'all. But look here, this is the best time of year in Texas to get outside and be active. Gather with your families, what I'm talking about. I call that active, yeah. Getting outside, cooking out, grilling some crawfish. Guess what? Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need. All the grills, all the smokers. How about the crawfish cookers? All the accessories, drinkware, coolers, chairs, tents, everything you need to make memories with your family, to stay safe, out of the sun, and you can get it all at prices that
eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we'll get you ready. The Astros, they take on the Royals coming up here in a bit. We'll see if they can hang on series.
It's the last chance, man. You going to make a bet?
Man, hey, it's Mother's Day, man. You can't go against Mother's Day.
Oh, that was yesterday.
Hands are tied. I made it yesterday. It extends through the 3 days.
You still got time, man.
What if for Father's Day you want to make a bet?
Ooh.
Well, Father's Day's next month. Like, you mean to make it early?
Yeah, but the Royals are in town now.
Yeah, I know it. Listen, guys, hands are tied. Hey, listen, this ain't something.
Nothing I can do.
Nothing I can do. It ain't something I want. All right, hands are tied, man.
It has been written.
It's your hair.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have been hair this time.
You do like a tattoo.
The only thing more permanent than hair is tattoo.
Tattoo that would not be the first time I have put a tattoo on the line.
Ooh, I like that out of you.
Yep, Orlando Scandrick.
I've never bet on a tattoo.
AKA Lando. I said if you remember that crazy Monday night game between the Rams and the Chiefs?
Oh yeah,
where they scored,
I was in Disney World.
Like 50, it was like 50-40 something. And they went crazy. Peters had just gotten traded to the Rams, and shocker, he's like my dude, my favorite player. He got traded over there, and Orlando Scandrick I called him Scrap Heap. They found him late, Scrap Heap Scandrick, and AKA Lando, and everybody would point to me. Oh, he's better. I said, all right, if Lando has a better game, I said we can just off. If Orlando Scandrick has a better game, I will tattoo Lando across. I will cover the show that I have on my. I will cover it with Lando.
Let's do it.
He got beat 3 straight touchdowns right off the bat of the game.
So you knew the old show tattoo was pretty safe.
I just said just don't blow it. Then Peter's got a pick, and no. I think it was like he had 30 yards against him in the game. Scandrick gave up 3 touchdowns. Oh, fuck it. I was a little nervous, though. A little bit mad.
It will not be a good night.
The way Mahomes was getting hot, I thought he might target him. But, yeah, so I've had a tattoo on the line.
The tattoo is still there, so you must have fared pretty well. So
I did.
Do it again, man.
No. Well, can't do it. No. Hands are tied. I would have put it on there.
I'll come up with something.
Yeah. I would have had Orbit tattooed right on my ass had they lost. But hands are tied. Hands are tied.
That's disrespectful to that green alien.
Megan's favorite.
Where we can see it.
Megan's favorite.
You're damn right.
Get the green coloring and everything. That was on my mind.
At least he hadn't sent her videos shirtless.
But again, couldn't do it. You'd rather that one shirtless. But no, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They will discuss. There was thoughts that the Texans would be the game against the Chargers in Brazil. That isn't happening. The Chiefs are playing the Chargers in Brazil the second open. They'll discuss that and potentially other looks at what the schedule could look like. Area 45 coming up behind them. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. Stay tuned for that. And T-Mill's Best Bets. 5 for 5 on Friday. We won't talk about the rest of the week, but 5 for 5 on Friday, and he is ready to have a big week that comes up here in a couple of minutes as we move through towards the end of the show here. All right, Clint. I was listening to Nico Collins. He was doing a camp over the weekend. I was listening to Nico Collins talk about kind of his steps. He's like, hey, they asked him about the new guys, and he said, hey, man, we got a lot of new receivers, and I've got to push them. I've got to take my leadership to the next level. And immediately it made me wonder, wow, when you start to look at this team as they're rolling in year 3 of this thing, Clint, they've cleared the way And now those young guys in that core, the Nikos, the CJs, the Will Anderson, the Stingleys, the Petries, it is time for them to take over this thing. Are you confident that those young group of guys are ready to kind of take the lead and make this their team?
Well, the phrasing you use matters here, because when you say team, I think the answer is absolutely yes. If you talk specifically on the defensive side of the football, I think the answer is absolutely yes. When I look at this offense, I've said it before, and nothing's changed since I've issued that I see with this team right now is leadership. You've got to have guys that when the going gets tough, they have the ability to put their foot in somebody's ass. They have the ability to apply pressure, and people want to respond in a way of raising their performance. I've said it a million times. Look, I think C.J. Stroud's "I'll be your friend, I'll pray for you" is fine, but there's going to come a time when you need a different level there, when you need a little something else there. Nico Collins, super quiet, straight grinder. All he does is work and play. That'll work for a while, but there comes a time when you need a little something else in there. And offensively, Dalton Schultz is paid. He's a veteran. He's not the guy either. He just doesn't have it in him either. I wonder. Nico,
he don't need to be leading nobody.
No, absolutely not. And Nico and CJ are the two that I believe the jury's still out. Do they have it in them or not? I don't think it's a boy. Now it's just my turn to step up. I think it's either you've got it or you don't. And right now, those two guys have kind of, they get by leading by example and being Mr. Nice Guy and saying the right thing. The head coach anoints CJ and puts him in the huddle right next to him. At some point in time, they need to do more. We saw Joe Mixon because that's the one guy on the offensive side of the ball that gives me hope. We saw Joe Mixon, I think, 2 different times this season, in an indirect way, kind of call people out. That's, you can't be scared to do those kind of things. And I just think the opportunity's there now with Laramie Tunsil being gone, with Shaq Mason being gone, with Steph Diggs being gone. There's definitely an opportunity there now. If C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins have any ounce of like, I'm talking leading the team, taking things over and grabbing the bull by the horns, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, and like I said, man, D'Amico, Nick Caserio, I don't think it's an accident that they have cleared the way and added veteran guys that I think I got no problem with those guys taking the bull by the horn, so to speak. Right? Like last year, there was still a Tunsil, there was still Diggs. I think those are big, loud personalities. Not to say they had any problems with those guys, but those were some bigger personalities. Now, it is, Joe Mixon gladly will let those guys take the lead without any issues. The other side, right? Like Danielle Hunter is, to me, a sample, more quiet guy. Like, I don't think there's anybody, and I think Aziz as well, he's a leader on the team, but I don't think there's anybody that is going to try to get in the way of Will Anderson and Jalen Petrie, taking the spots and the roles. You've been talking about that with Jalen Petrie since he was a rookie. Like, if they can allow this to be more of his team, and he could be more vocal and have the feel of it. So I think it has been a calculated thing for, hey, we're year 3. It's now your team. Or this is not it is now your team. You guys been here 3-4 years. It's yours. It's your team. So I cannot wait to watch that, to see how different that is. And that's a new and different responsibility that these guys got to have. Like you said, it's not just Nico just leading. No, man, you got to be the guy. You got to be over there verbally. You've got to take that next step.
Yeah, and I don't know if they do or they don't have it. We'll see. We'll see what they do or don't have. I do think that the removal of Laramie Tunsil and the bringing in an offensive coordinator that appears to be, according to CJ, going to allow him to have more control. Yeah. Right? Your hands are really tied when you don't have a whole lot of control, when you're not the main communicator, when you're not dictating and you're not responsible for. Instead, you're just kind of a puppet out there. It's hard to take things over. And so, again, if he becomes this more extension staff, then I think it'll allow for the opportunity for him to take this thing over full go.
Yeah. All right, let's get it. Let's get a little cash, baby. What you got? 5-6 bets tonight? Got a 5-piece?
I got a 5-piece for you.
Couple of biscuits as well. All right, let's hear it. Let's see if he can make you a little cash tonight.
Especially if you're at Popeyes, got to get the biscuit. Double up on them biscuits. Looking for more what we did Friday, not Monday through Thursday last week. I got 5 baseball bets for you tonight. Yes, the Astros are included, so perk the ears up. Here are your 5 bets. First, I got the Detroit Tigers plus 1 run at -125 as they square off against Bregman's Red Sox tonight. Then I am on the Chicago Cubs -1.5 at -120 odds as they host the